Chapter 522. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's lazy appearance, Fu Enshu shook her head and laughed. After laughing, Fu Enshu asked curiously, "Still, how were you able to refine the mortal shell of a martial saint as your clone while still at the martial grandmaster realm? Even with the help of that sweet pouring raindrops, it should still have been beyond my capabilities?" Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. "It should be related to my essence talisman. When I cultivated to the mid-essence spirit stage, I obtained 10 spirit leaves, of which the rune inscribed on the 10th leaf was rather special. That was something that I gained from comprehending the principles of the heavens and the earth during my cultivation. It is profound beyond words, hard to describe. Still, it must have contained some sort of profound principles within, helping me to succeed today." Fu Enshu recalled, nodding slowly, "It is indeed profound. I saw your father's 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers that year, and it was also profound and indiscernible. Still, it didn't seem to be as deep as yours." She sighed in admiration. Spirit leaves and spirit flowers are everyone's fortuitous encounters, yet also a manifestation of one's accumulated understanding of martial arts. Being able to have such a fortuitous encounter is inextricably linked to the foundation that you have normally established. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, "I think so too." Seeing his shameless look, Fu Enshu was not vexed. "Right, while I have not supervised your cultivation, I know that you have always been very hard-working." Yin Zhaoge asked, "How are your injuries, senior apprentice aunt?" "I fought with someone just now. If I want to completely recover, some time will be needed," Fu Enshu said instead. "Are we heading to Chongli Mountain now?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. Directly passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea now, we will be able to head to the directionless sea without any obstructions. Let alone the fact that Feng Qian was already dead. Even if he was still alive, he would still be powerless to stop Yin Zhaoge from bringing the Northern Ocean clone through the Spirit Rhino Sea. Chongli Mountain should have already received news of what happened here in the Deep Sea Corridor and the bewildering Maze Sea. If Bai Jingkong and his wife are still around, hearing the descriptions of my appearance, they should be able to guess my identity." Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, from the looks of it, the higher echelons of Chongli Mountain should still be tight-lipped. Senior apprentice brother Su became a guest elder there, living together with little June all these years. There have not been much news of them in the vast ocean world, as they were just ordinary solitary practitioners. Fu Enshu looks slightly despondent, "As you say, it has already been around 7 to 8 years since they came to the vast ocean world. I wonder how that child Yuzhen is doing now?" Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge scratched his head a little. "This is really hard to say. We will only know when we have arrived at Chongli Mountain." "Fu Fu," said Fu Mountain Yin Mountain Li Fu 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 Tian, Fu Fu Enshu Fu. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone transformed into a great rock, grabbing both Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu with its claws as it spread its wings, riding the wind and traveling at a high speed. Fu Enshu did not suffer from any turbulence. Raising his head to look at his Northern Ocean clone, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan indeed possessed shocking martial prowess. Sadly, he perished midway. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to head to the world beyond worlds in the future. Yin Zhaoge was rather in favor of Zhuang Kuan's martial Dao, as it had its unique aspects. Now that he had become his Northern Ocean clone, he could similarly cultivate and raise his strength. Yin Zhaoge was calculating what kind of supreme martial arts he should pair with in order to allow the Northern Ocean clone to improve even more quickly. This clone already possessed the body of a martial saint. The martial arts that he had originally cultivated and had been extremely stable, as it would instead not be good for him to change and cultivate in supreme martial arts like the peerless heavenly scripture. Forcibly changing it might just be learning to walk like a child, the gains not making up for the losses. Still, it is not that there is no way. It just needs to be done slowly and gradually. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, his true martial spirit talisman appeared above his head, shining brightly. To Yin Zhaoge, there was another meaning to his ascension into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Strange and graceful talisman characters flashed in his eyes. He raised a palm above his head before flipping it over, slapping downwards. His movements were broad, simple and heavy. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's entire aura was different as he resembled a descended divinity. Accompanied by the flip of his palm, The heavens and the earth seemed to reverse as the sky smashed downwards. Beneath that palm, it was like the heavens were collapsing. It was precisely one of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Still, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm that Yin Zhaoge executed now seemed somewhat different from before. Above Yin Zhaoge's head, other than the true martial spirit talisman with the peerless heavenly scripture as its foundation, another essence talisman was shockingly gradually condensing. As this talisman manifested, the aura of Yin Zhaoge's Heavenly Broad Creed Palm rose unceasingly as it actually seemed like the heavens and the earth were about to be overturned. It was not just the heavens and the earth. All the principles of this world seemed to be reversing along with it. Yin and yang, light and darkness, cold and heat, speed and inactivity and so on appeared one after another, with the momentum of being overturned. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm, had been obtained by their founder, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, from analyzing the legacies of the Jade Clear direct lineage of pre-Great Calamity times, having been developed to this day. Meanwhile, this Jade Clear direct lineage martial art that he had unearthed was the cyclic heavenly scripture that was ranked alongside the peerless heavenly scripture and the life creation heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture was of the orthodox direct lineage of the Jade Clear lineage, signifying the overturning of the heavens and overturning the earth. Its fundamental profundities and essential principles were not just the mere overturning of the heavens and the earth, but the reversal of 2 extremities. The principle that it researched was the essence of the power that caused even the heavens and the earth to be overturned. It could similarly be manifested in reversing yin and yang, reversing heaven and earth, intersecting movement and inactivity, reversing heat and coldness and so on and so forth. The 2 extremities that seemed opposite were instead intimately combined as one. Grasping the crux of this, a bit of power would be able to overturn the heavens and the earth, thus forming incomparable power. This was the true intent of the cyclic heavenly scripture, a powerful supreme martial art like the cyclic heavenly seal that could reign supreme over all ages, its fame resounding through the ages. In the past, the head disciple of the Jade Clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, had been proficient in this art. He had also possessed a supreme treasure of the same name, the cyclic heavenly seal, which had slain countless experts in that legendary era. The current Heavenly Broad Creed Palm of Broad Creed Mountain was actually a variant and derivative of the incomplete cyclic heavenly seal. When Yin Zhaoge had chosen his 3 supreme martial arts that year, he had not chosen the limitless heavenly sword that he was most familiar with or the immeasurable heavenly saber that his father cultivated instead choosing the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. It had actually been to establish a foundation for this day. While he did not cultivate in it, being proficient in the cyclic heavenly scripture had allowed Yin Zhaoge to achieve twice the results with half the effort when learning the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Whether it was in terms of cultivation speed or comprehension of martial arts, he had far surpassed others. Now, with the foundation established by the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm being converted into the cyclic heavenly seal, he would soon be able to attain minor accomplishments in it. Having stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, and condensed his true martial spirit talisman, Yin Zhaoge would now be able to start cultivating in other supreme martial arts besides the peerless heavenly scripture. Chapter 523. Another true martial spirit talisman was slowly condensing above his head. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, as his breathing coincided with the principles of the heavenly Tao. Amidst his breathing, a surging power seemed to agglomerate. A person's simple breathing at any time and any place actually contained the principle of one withdrawing and one releasing, the 2 extremes reversing. The great Tao was simple as it contained infinite profundities. Yin Zhaoge had achieved minor success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture. Even if he did not specially circulate his martial arts, he would secretly accumulate power amidst his breathing, causing his martial arts to grow deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, his cultivation base grew stronger and stronger, as though he was cultivating at every single moment, every single instant. This was indisputably of great benefit to the increase of his cultivation base, allowing him to cultivate much faster than other martial practitioners, saving innumerable amounts of time as well. Under normal circumstances, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it would be for them to make breakthroughs, the more time and effort they would have to expend. However, Yin Zhaoge, who had some success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture, could go against the flow, breaking through this norm. Taoism was supreme, the direct lineage of the three clear lineages. Whether it was the peerless heavenly scripture or the cyclic heavenly scripture, they both possess boundless miraculous uses. As Yin Zhaoge cultivated, he was brought along by the Northern Ocean clone, traversing the Spirit Rhino Sea and heading to the Directionless Sea. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge took out that dark green bamboo branch of his, appraising it as he pondered. Perhaps it should be called a bamboo cane now. The bamboo joints had already grown to 4, each a foot long. The entire bamboo cane was now 4 feet long, having also become a little thicker than it had been initially. Even this bamboo cane could cause high-grade spirit artifacts to be unable to withstand it, having to retreat in order to avoid it. With it, mid-grade spirit artifacts could now be directly shattered into smithereens. Yin Zhaoge lightly brushed past the dark green bamboo cane, gazing at the faint purple light that flickered on its surface. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge opened the internal crystal furnace, throwing the bamboo cane within once more. Most of the mid-grade spirit artifacts that Yin Zhaoge had obtained earlier had been thrown into the internal crystal furnace, merging with this dark green bamboo cane. Now, Yin Zhaoge was going to throw in high-grade spirit artifacts. Whether it was in the 8 extremities world or the vast ocean world, high-grade spirit artifacts were extremely precious existences. Even for sacred grounds like Broadcreed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or even Water Crystal Palace, the Dragon Slayer Sect, Spirit Rhino Island, the Sacred Evil Sect, and Chongli Mountain, high-grade spirit artifacts could only barely be allocated to martial grandmasters of the Essence Talisman realm and above, with no excess. For some newly advanced early Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, if they were not proficient in forging artifacts themselves, they would even have to use mid-grade spirit artifacts for a period of time. And if it was an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster amongst solitary practitioners, it was extremely rare for them to possess a high-grade spirit artifact. Being able to possess the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, while still at the Essence Spirit stage like Yin Zhaoge, was an exception amongst exceptions. While Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di unceasingly analyzed and strengthened the internal crystal furnace, they were still unable to mass-produce high-grade spirit artifacts now. Yin Zhaoge had once considered for a moment whether he should keep his high-grade spirit artifact with him. Even if he didn't use it, he could share it with others. Still, after thinking about it, Yin Zhaoge still decided to smelt it into his dark green bamboo cane. A spirit rhino orb and a jade light mirror were both thrown into the internal crystal furnace by Yin Zhaoge. The jade light mirror aside, the spirit rhino orb had been the guardian treasure of Spirit Rhino Island. In the end, following Feng Can's death, it had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands as well. Not just the death of their chief Feng Can. This high-grade spirit artifact having been lost was also the reason why all of Spirit Rhino Island had been so anxious, unwilling to let the matter rest. Still, Yin Zhaoge ignored them as he happily sent the spirit rhino orb into the internal crystal furnace. If the seniors of the clan find out, don't scold me for being a wastrel, treating a high-grade spirit artifact as firewood. High-grade spirit artifacts possessed extremely high spirituality, and also possessed majestic power, such that the internal crystal furnace was even somewhat unable to bear it as it required the assistance of the Northern Ocean clone before it could continue circulating. Just like that, Yin Zhaoge cultivated while forging treasures, being brought along by the Northern Ocean clone as they flew through the horizon. Due to him being distracted, the Northern Ocean clone did not advance quickly. Still, as a martial saint, he was incomparably swift in his movements. Even though he was moving slowly, he still very quickly traversed the Spirit Rhino Sea, arriving at the Directionless Sea. As they neared the border between the Directionless Sea and the Spirit Rhino Sea, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. A few figures appeared indistinctly up ahead. One of them was clearly the Chongli Mountain martial practitioner, whom he had met once before, by Jingkong. The great rock retracted its wings, revealing the figures of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu. The Northern Ocean clone stood quietly behind Yin Zhaoge. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance, Bai Jingkong instead heaved a sigh of relief as he first bowed. "Young Master Yin, I trust that you have been well." Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding. "I trust that you have been well." Seeing this, the other Chongli Mountain martial practitioners beside Bai Jingkong all relaxed as well. After having seen Yin Zhaoge's appearance from various channels, Bai Jingkong had recognized him. With this, they had at least first confirmed that Yin Zhaoge was not of the evil Dao. Also, with their previous relationship, it would also be more convenient for Chongli Mountain to interact with him. First, not speaking of what would happen in the future, the strength that Yin Zhaoge had displayed now at the very least was worthy of Chongli Mountain expressing goodwill towards them. As for the problem of Spirit Rhino Island, it was not a conflict between good and evil as a whole. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged, it was impossible for Chongli Mountain to stand up for them. The relationship between the two sides was not usually that harmonious, with conflicts and friction occurring from time to time. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged and Fongkan having perished, it was not beneficial for the martial practitioners of good to compete with the martial practitioners of evil. However, if Yin Zhaoge was willing to lend a hand, it would be much better than Fongkan's. Therefore, those of Chongli Mountain were very relaxed and friendly. The other Chongli Mountain martial practitioners immediately came forward to greet Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge first introduced Fu Enshu to them. Fu Enshu had previously heard that Xue Fei and Shi Jun were doing quite well at Chongli Mountain. Now that she was facing the martial practitioners of Chongli Mountain, she felt somewhat cordial. Right, Elder Bai. I wonder if my senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice nephew are currently at your Chongli Mountain? Yin Zhaoge was also concerned about the situation of Su Fei and the others. Bai Jingkong said, Mr. Su is currently on the mountain, looking after nephew Shi Jun's mother. If it's nephew Shi Jun, he was already out before our clan received news of you. I have already sent someone to contact him. Speaking of this, young Master Yan, you caused such a huge commotion this time that everyone in the entire vast ocean world knows about it. Nephew Shi Jun will definitely know about it as well. I believe that he will return to the mountain very soon. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Elder Bai overpraises me. If not for Spirit Rhino Island finding trouble with me, I would not have intended to make a move at all. I have always been hoping to come to your side as soon as possible. As they conversed, they returned to Chongli Mountain together. From the looks of the other party, Yin Zhaoge knew that after confirming his identity, Chongli Mountain would definitely contact Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning Sect very quickly. This was also a good thing. The blame that Fong Can and Lin Qianqing had jointly placed on his head could now be removed. Even if there had been no harm done to him earlier, being made a scapegoat was still something that made him unhappy. Indeed, having arrived at Directionless Island where Chongli Mountain was located, they saw a man who resembled a mountain, deep as an abyss and deep as a mountain, standing there waiting for them. The man's face was brimming with a joyous smile. It was precisely Su Fei. Chapter 524. Su Fei first bowed towards Fu Enshu before smiling and hugging Yin Zhaoge. He appraised Yin Zhaoge. Oh, your age. Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded. Only a little over a year has passed there. Xue Fei shook his head and laughed. Fu Enshu asked, how is Yuzhen? Zhaoge's judgment is very accurate. The Rainbow Dawn Chalcedony is indeed helpful for sister-in-law Yuzhen's condition. Xue Fei retracted his smile and said with a serious expression, the current situation is much better than before, but sister-in-law Yuzhen has yet to wake up. Su Fei's expression was still comparatively more relaxed. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu also relaxed. On this directionless island, I was pleasantly surprised to find a spirit spring. The spring water is also effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. However, the spring water dried up a few decades ago. Now, only a small amount of spring water is produced. Xue Fei said as he walked, I will now suppress the ice coffin containing sister-in-law Yuzhen's body directly under the spring. I just don't know how long it will take. I must thank the friends of Chongli Mountain for allowing us to borrow the spirit spring. Bai Jingkong and the others hurriedly said that there was no need, and Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu expressed their thanks once more. After visiting the chief of Chongli Mountain, the other party very considerately did not keep Yin Zhaoge and the others any longer, allowing them to head straight to the spirit spring in the back mountain and check on Ying Yuzhen's situation. After analyzing the spring water for a moment, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, to think that it could be found in this vast ocean world, the ocean scorching spring. It is indeed effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. Sadly, the spring water has almost dried up, and we can only slowly grind it out now. He sighed. I'm afraid it will take many more years. The sea-scorching spring is not easy to carry around. It needs running water to be effective. Yan Zhaoge looked rather worriedly at Su Fei. I had originally intended to bring you back home, back to the Eight Extremities world this time. Shui Fei smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Jun and I will continue to stand guard here. Don't worry about us. Yan Zhaoge said. Seeing that you are safe and sound now, we can finally rest a little more at ease. Shui Fei asked, how is the current situation in the Eight Extremities world? As this was mentioned, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu exchanged glances, their expressions both turning rather gloomy. Yan Zhaoge picked out the key pieces of information, summarizing them for Su Fei to hear. There were various pieces of news, both good and bad. The invasion of the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain had been repelled, the Flame Devils had been sealed in the East Sea and would not be able to cause trouble for a very long time. Yan Di had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, his might presiding over the entire Eight Extremities world as he presided arrogantly over the entire Eight Extremities world. Yuan Zhengfeng's disappearance, Fang Zhuan's heavy injuries, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Liuhua's situation unknown, their fates unknown, caused Shui Fei to knit his brows in worry. The main problem with Grandmaster is that he fell into space-time turbulence. I don't know where he went, so it's difficult to find him. Yan Zhaoge said softly. Still, there is no need to worry too much about his safety. While he has lost an arm, he is still a martial saint and a veteran of the world. He should be able to turn the situation around. Second martial uncle, it'll be fine as long as he recuperates. I've dealt with him before I left, and I can confirm that his life is no longer in danger. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Instead, it's junior apprentice Sister Feng and the others whose situation is unknown. They might be facing a life-and-death crisis. Even without those of the Sacred Sun clan making a move, if they were swept into the power of the seal, it would also be a situation of certain death for them. After a long time, Shui Fei exhaled a long turbid breath. I hope that they can turn the situation around. Yan Zhaoge fell silent. He felt a rare anxiety creeping up from the bottom of his heart, requiring him to control it unceasingly as he warned himself to remain calm and rational. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu seemed to have felt something. Still, she did not speak in the end, just letting out a sigh that was hard to understand. Shui Fei changed the topic. Grandmaster is missing, Chief is sealing the Flame Devils in the East Sea, and Senior Apprentice Uncle Fang is still in a deep slumber from his heavy injuries. Then, are the 2 Grand Elders in charge of the clan now? Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind, saying, Elder Zhang is sitting over the clan. After Second Apprentice Uncle has been sent back to the mountain, he should be helping to look after them and treat their injuries. Elder, he went to the East Sea together with my father. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Fu Enshu, who said, Senior Apprentice Uncle, he battled several great Flame Devils alone, one of which was extremely close to being a Flame Devil King, not inferior to our transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Senior Apprentice Uncle, he slew his opponent, also sustaining injuries. Still, his life should not be in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 Grand Elders should be in charge of the clan now, with Senior Apprentice Brother Chong handling the day-to-day affairs on their behalf. The Senior Apprentice Brother Chong that Fu Enshu spoke of was that previous East Sea First Seat Elder, Chong Zheng. In the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shi Tai of the Disciplinary Hall had perished. It had been Chong Zheng who had returned from the East Sea, taking over the position of First Seat Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. He was the head disciple of the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. As compared to Shi Tai, Fang Zhuan, Fu Enshu and the others, Yan Zhaoge was more unfamiliar with Chong Zheng, who was often not at Broad Creed Mountain. After Chong Zheng had returned to the mountain, it had been Yan Zhaoge's turn to frequently go out, the two not having any direct contact. However, just from what he knew, this senior apprentice Uncle Chong was also one of the few peak figures of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation, having stepped into the late Essence Talisman stage even earlier than Fu Enshu. Amongst those of the same generation, only Yan Di, Fang Zhuan and Shi Tai were above him. He had been the first seat elder of the West Heaven region, the first seat elder of the East Sea, all the way to his current position of first seat elder of the Disciplinary Hall. Yan Zhaoge asked, I remember that senior apprentice Uncle Chong also went to the East Sea? Fu Henshu nodded. That's right. Still, senior apprentice Brother Chong should be fine, not having been injured. Su Fei said. In resisting the simultaneous invasion of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds this time, our clan has sacrificed quite a bit. However, as long as we can get through this, the bitterness will be over and the sweetness will begin. Not mentioning anything else, once the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief escapes, there will be no one who can stop him. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Just don't be too careless. He exhaled lightly. Anyway, we have to hurry back as soon as possible. Fu Henshu said. That's right. Now that you have refined a martial saint clone, having returned to the 8 extremities world, you will be a force that cannot be neglected. Especially with junior apprentice Brother Yan, Old Man Mo, East Huang and Song Wuliang unable to leave the East Sea, an additional martial saint of our clan will be of great use. With the clear chi robe and you, it will be sufficient for us to pass through this smoothly, waiting for junior apprentice Brother Yan to extricate himself from the East Sea. Su Fei smiled. If junior apprentice Sister Feng and the others are blessed by the heavens, our clan will still have a high chance of obtaining the Extreme Yin Crown. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. I hope that they will be safe. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Henshu remained on Directionless Island, Fu Henshu recuperating from her injuries while Yin Zhaoge analyzed on the martial Dao while patiently waiting for the lofty prestige mirror to recover. At the same time, he also waited for Shijun to return to Chongli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge very much hoped to see the already grown Shijun unexpectedly. However, Shijun did not return. Instead, he received news related to him. What did you say? Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei both looked in shock at Chongli Mountains by Jingkong. Little Jun abducted someone's daughter. Their whereabouts now unknown. Chapter 525. Outside, Yin Zhaoge had fought a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle with Lin Qianqing and Fang Can, but he had still avoided exposing his relationship with Su Fei and Shijun as much as possible, fearing that they would be implicated. This was especially so after having come to Chongli Mountain this time and learnt that Shijun had long since left. Yin Zhaoge rejoiced slightly at his earlier caution. With the flaws of Lin Qianqing's illusory shadow demonic art having been exposed, he now had to carefully avoid the limelight lest he be encircled. With the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fang Can killed, while there were still many experts, with the sweet pouring rain dew vein that Yin Zhaoge had left behind, they were still at loggerheads with the spirit returning sect. They would not be able to extricate themselves for a while as they were left in a terrible state. However, Yin Zhaoge did not forget that there was another sacred ground level power of the vast ocean world that had enmity with him. The evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects. The number 1 essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect, Dark Evil Jiang Xiong, had been slain by Yin Zhaoge in the bewildering Mei Sea along with a few other martial grandmasters. The news had been spread by Spirit Rhino Island back then. During the battle of the Deep Sea Corridor, having learnt that Yin Zhaoge had appeared, the evil shifting sect had hurried over as well. Still, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, they had been a step too late. When the chief of the evil shifting sect had arrived, the battle of the Deep Sea Corridor had already been concluded. Yin Zhaoge had left after shocking the world. With the Northern Ocean clone present, the chief of the evil shifting sect had not dared to pursue Yin Zhaoge alone as he could only give up resentfully. Yin Zhaoge had still been a little worried earlier that if those of the evil shifting sect knew of his relationship with Su Fei and Shijun, they might make things difficult for Shijun. However, he would never have thought that the news he had received had nothing to do with the evil shifting sect at all. Instead, it was that Shijun had abducted a female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, vanishing together with her. What exactly is going on? Yin Zhaoge was tongue-tied as he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. It shouldn't be eloping, right? This kid can do it. I think very highly of him. Bai Jingkong, who had come to report the news, could not laugh. The one who has gone missing is the Blood Dragon sect's chief Shen Shicheng. The Blood Dragon sect has sent back news. It was that Jun who wanted Shening. Blood sect disciples tried to stop him, but Shijun killed 2 of them and heavily injured one. In the end, Shening was abducted then. She Shening her Shening and Shening he sich. Shui Fei frowned. How is that possible? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, looking at Su Fei. According to your description of Shi Jun's character these past few days, it doesn't seem like something he would do. According to Xue Fei, Shi Jun's growth was more or less influenced by his father, Shi Songtao. It wasn't that his personality was becoming more and more like Shi Songtao's, but Shi Jun seemed to be intentionally differentiating himself from his father. This was reflected in Shi Jun's inability to tolerate crimes that committed crimes, to the extent that he abhorred evil as if it were his mortal enemy. It was as if he was trying to prove that he was different from Shi Songtao. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, these effects were still within an acceptable range. Still, he still had to be careful. Shi Jun's personality was sensitive and precocious. His life experiences had given him an urgent desire to prove himself. Fortunately, with Su Fei's guidance over the past few years, Shi Jun's character had been very tough aside from his somewhat impatient personality. Just during Yin Zhaoge's stay at Chongli Mountain, the Chongli Mountain martial practitioners had all praised him greatly. There weren't many who knew of Yin Zhaoge's relationship with Shi Jun, so this kind of evaluation was basically believable. Yin Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkong. As far as I know, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Chongli Mountain is not that harmonious. When Yin Zhaoge had met Bai Jingkong and his wife that year, he had seen them in conflict with the martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, with the other side even attempting to kill them. Bai Jingkong nodded with a sunken expression. That's right. Of the 7 pillars of good, our clan's relationship with the Blood Dragon sect might be the worst. If not for the conflict between good and evil, the 2 sects of the vast ocean world with which Chongli Mountain had the worst relationship would be the Blood Dragon sect and the Evil Shifting sect. They could virtually be considered mortal enemies. All these years, if not for the 6 evil sects being their common enemy, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Chongli Mountain would have worsened even further. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Therefore, the words of the Blood Dragon sect cannot be trusted. They might just be making use of this as a pretext to find fault with us. His eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light emanating from within. I am more concerned about where my junior apprentice nephew is now, Su Fei said slowly. Not being able to distinguish right from wrong, we have to first find Jun-er and hear what he has to say. Bai Jingkong smiled bitterly. The problem now is that we cannot find nephew Shi Jun's whereabouts. He glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei, not saying anything. Chongli Mountain actually also suspected the possibility that Yin Zhaoge had mentioned. In the worst-case scenario, Shi Jun might have already been killed, with the Blood Dragon sect now being the thief calling the thief. Perhaps they don't know about my relationship with senior apprentice brother Su and Jun-er, but the Blood Dragon sect definitely knows that I am at Chongli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge's expression had already calmed as he pondered. For the Blood Dragon sect to dare come so brazenly and openly denounce us, they definitely have something to rely on. After all, your Chongli Mountain is on extremely good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Either they really have concrete evidence or… Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. You should pay more attention to the movements of Myriad Sword Pool. Bai Jingkong nodded slowly. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Chongli Mountain together, it was equivalent to Water Crystal Palace gaining a powerful ally. The relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool was destined to grow even closer, especially with the alliance between Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island having been weakened. Yin Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkong. Where was the last news of Jun-er? As long as he was still alive, even if his whereabouts were unknown, it would still be impossible for there to be no traces of him at all. As for the possibility that something had already happened to Shi Jun, it was not that Yin Zhaoge had not considered it before. Still, as long as there was still hope, he would not give up. Bai Jingkong said, in the star-shifting sea. The news originates from the Blood Dragon sect. As he said thus, he took out a jade talisman, infusing his true essence within. Radiance shot out from the jade talisman, condensing into an illusory scene of light. Within the illusory scene, 2 groups of people were seated facing each other within a great hall, the atmosphere extremely tense. A longtime elder of Chongli Mountain said in a heavy tone, while Shi Jun is not a disciple of my Chongli Mountain, having grown up in my Chongli Mountain since young, this old man is very clear on his character. It is definitely impossible for him to be a rapist. The group of people opposite them were naturally those of the Blood Dragon sect. Their leader, an old man, was seething with rage. You still want to protect such a beast? This old man flashed a jade talisman as well. An illusory scene of light similarly appeared on the jade talisman, seemingly having been left behind by what had happened back then. A youth wielding a sword in his right hand viciously stabbed someone to death. Meanwhile, he was carrying another person under his left armpit. It was a woman. After stabbing an opponent to death, even more people surrounded him. This youth brought that woman along as he leapt into an oceanic whirlpool, instantly vanishing from sight. As Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei were separated by 2 layers of light, the scene was inevitably somewhat distorted. Senior apprentice brother Su? Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Su Fei nodded. It's Junior. Chapter 526. Yan Zhaoge continued looking at the image of light as he saw a Chongli Mountain elder say in a heavy tone, "We can only see the 2 of them leaving together. What can this prove?" The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. "The daughter of our sect's chief was abducted by someone of your Chongli Mountain. Her fate unknown now. You still dare to speak sarcastically here?" Hearing his words, another Chongli Mountain elder who appeared to be a middle-aged man snorted exasperatedly. They jumped into the oceanic whirlpool, indeed vanishing without a trace. Still, who knows what happened afterwards? Perhaps they have already fallen into your hands, yet you still come to my Chongli Mountain to make a fuss, finding fault for no reason. I should be the one to ask you, where are they? The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. Good, you want to make a false accusation now? That little bastard surnamed sure caused a huge disaster. If he did not return to seek your protection, where else could he have run off to? That Chongli Mountain elder said coldly. As for the cause of this matter, it is still hard to say. Let's just believe what you say for now. There are a total of 3 parties. Shi Jun is not here, nor is Sect Master Shun's daughter. How can the words of only one party be believed? A middle-aged woman of the Blood Dragon sect raised her palm, stopping her enraged fellow disciple before saying, "Your words are right. Please hand over Shi Jun and Ying so that we can confront them face to face." The Chongli Mountain elder snorted. "I already said long ago that they have not returned to the mountain." He gazed at the people of the Blood Dragon sect. "We would also very much like to know where they are." A Blood Dragon sect elder said furiously, "We have no intention of beating around the bush with you here. With every second that passes, Ying will be in more danger. Our 2 sects have indeed had many conflicts in the past. Our sect's disciples were defeated by that brat Shi Jun, and we can't blame him for their lack of skill. However, 2 of our sect's disciples have died under his sword, and Ying has been kidnapped. There must be an explanation for this result." That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect scanned the people of Chongli Mountain before her, saying slowly, "You say that Shi Jun is not here. Then what about his master? You wouldn't say that he is not here as well, right?" The image of the jade talisman by Jingkong had brought with him ended here. He sighed and looked at Xue Fei. Sect leader Martial Uncle would like to invite Brother Xue to the main hall. Please forgive me for the reason. Su Fei said, "Elder Bai is polite. Whether or not the words of the Blood Dragon sect are true or false, it is only right that I appear." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Bai Jingkong said, "Young Master Yan, I feel that it would be best if you don't reveal yourself first. You can try searching for nephew Shi Jun in private. If we can find dear nephew Shi Jun faster than the Blood Dragon sect, the situation will definitely be much more beneficial to us. If you act privately, it will not be easy for news of you to leak out." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Bai Jingkong. He understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Although she trusted Shi Jun's character, this matter was very awkward. Out of all the things he shouldn't have done, Shi Jun had really brought Shining away. If anything were to happen, things would not be clear. What was reasonable could easily become unreasonable. Chongli Mountain would definitely not give in before the Blood Dragon sect, stubbornly standing their ground no matter what. However, if the fault really lay with Shi Jun and Chongli Mountain was in the wrong, Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning sect would not be able to make an appearance. Due to the threat of the 6 evil sects, while there were many internal conflicts amongst the 7 pillars of good, they were still able to get by on the surface. When Hai Zhengjie and the others had pursued by Jingkong and his wife that year, they had also wanted to slay them in the foreign floating life world with no bystanders present. Hai Zhengjie and the other Blood Dragon sect disciples had been killed by Yin Zhaoge. Finally, over at the vast ocean world they had also gone missing. Bai Jingkong and his wife had not spread the news, only reporting it to the higher echelons of their sect. With killing and kidnapping this time there were many eyewitnesses as well. The matter seemed to be on the verge of blowing up at any moment. The one who had been kidnapped was also a young and beautiful female disciple. The effects would be even worse as those who heard it would often develop some bad guesses. This was also the reason why the Blood Dragon sect had been so enraged. Especially when the one who had been kidnapped was the daughter of their chief. This was equivalent to a slap on the face of the entire Blood Dragon sect. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Senior apprentice brother Su, you should go take a look first." Su Fei and Bai Jingkong left together, Yin Zhaoge closing his eyes in thought as he muttered to himself, "The anxious looks of the Blood Dragon sect do not seem to be an act." In Chongli Mountain's General Hall, Su Fei cupped his hands, greeting everyone within. The gazes of those of the Blood Dragon sect seemed as though they wanted to devour him. Su Fei's expression did not change as he said calmly, "While my disciple is mischievous and a little hot-tempered, he is definitely not someone who does not know what is important and what is not. He would also not commit crimes such as rape and plunder." That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect said slowly, "What you mean is that we are slandering you and your disciple?" Su Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. "This Su's evaluation of my disciple is that he has done the right thing. You say that my disciple has kidnapped someone. This is similarly a one-sided story. How will it convince the masses? In order to ascertain the truth, there is no better way than to find the people involved first. My disciple is currently indeed not at Chongli Mountain or Directionless Island. There is even no news of him in the Directionless Sea." Su Fei said in a heavy tone, "You are worried about the safety of your sect's disciple. This Su is similarly worried about that disciple of mine. Following this, I will attempt to find him. Your sect can send someone to accompany me." A Blood Dragon sect elder snorted coldly, "You are quick to deny it. His problem is not just kidnapping. 2 of our sect's disciples died at his hands." Su Fei raised his brows, "While I will offend your sect, if someone from your sect comes to kill this Su can only take it on first before thinking about the future. At that time, I would not have just stood there and allowed myself to be beaten without retaliating." That Blood Dragon sect elder stared. "You." The middle-aged woman beside him waved her hands before looking straight at Su Fei. "All right, whatever it is, let's first find him. Do you have any clues?" Su Fei said mildly, "If your sect's words are all true and that oceanic whirlpool is indeed where my disciple and your sect's disciples last disappeared, there might be a chance." That Blood Dragon sect female elder directly stood up from her chair. "When do we leave?" Su Fei swiveled his head to look at those of Chongli Mountain, whose chief Gao Tianzhong said, "Our sect will not ignore this. We will dispatch someone to accompany you and those of the Blood Dragon sect." "In that case, thank you, Chief Gao." Su Fei nodded, sucking in a deep breath. "I just need to make some preparations. We can set off in an hour." Su Fei returned to the mouth of the ocean scorching spring, meeting with Yin Zhaoge. After a brief discussion, Yin Zhaoge said, "No matter what, let's first find June." "Right. Still, there is something that you need to know, Zhaoge. While the vast ocean world is suitable for qi cultivators to cultivate in, the flow of spiritual qi is still much different at the end of the day. Some strange arts that can be used in our 8 extremities world cannot be used here." Su Fei secretly reminded him via sound transmission, for example, the blood soul recollection ceremony cannot be used here. Therefore, just finding little June, and the daughter of the Blood Dragon sect's chief is still not sufficient. There is still some wrangling to be done. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, "As long as June is fine, everything else, whether it is fighting or wrangling, I don't care." "Senior apprentice brother Su, do you have a way to find June? I don't have much confidence, but I can try." Saying thus, Su Fei handed a jade sword to Yin Zhaoge. Chapter 527. Yin Zhaoge kept the sword before settling down in Yuzhen within the ocean scorching spring along with Su Fei before leaving. Su Fei went to rendezvous with those of Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, while Yan Zhaoge found by Jingkong, saying, "My senior apprentice Aunt Fu is currently in secluded cultivation recovering from her injuries. Do not disturb her for now. After she has left seclusion, invite her over to the ocean scorching spring." Bai Jingkong nodded in agreement. As Yan Zhaoge continued, "Can you give me a detailed introduction of the situation in the star-shifting sea?" "I'll find someone for you," Bai Jingkong said. Then he found a Chongli Mountain martial practitioner, who was relatively familiar with the star-shifting sea. After earnestly listening to the other party's explanation of the situation, Yan Zhaoge expressed his thanks and took his leave. The star-shifting sea was located to the east of the vast ocean world, its territory densely covered with starlight springs numbering in the tens of thousands. The Starlight Spring was a special landscape. The spring was located at the bottom of the sea, and a large amount of light similar to starlight would occasionally gather, spurting out like a fountain. When it was large enough, it rushed out of the sea and lit up the sky. However, this kind of light flow was not beneficial to humans. Because there were too many starstream light springs in the stellar shifting sea, they erupted one after another. Hence, the stellar shifting sea was enveloped by the light flow all year round. In the star-shifting sea, it was very difficult for human martial artists to cultivate. Hence, to most martial artists, this place was a forbidden land. However, there were also a large number of special products and treasures that attracted people to enter temporarily to search for treasures. Previously, Shi Jun left his mountain and came here. On one hand, he wanted to train himself. On the other hand, he wanted to try and find a way to treat his mother, Ying Yuzhen. After entering the star-shifting sea, the area enveloped by the light would greatly affect a cultivator's perception. At the same time, communication would be inconvenient. According to what the Blood Dragon sect had said, Chief Shen Shirqing's daughter, Shen Ying, had also entered the star-shifting sea to temper herself. Who knew that something had happened to her? Shi Jun and Shen Ying had leapt into the oceanic whirlpool together. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners had gone down to search for them, only to discover that the oceanic whirlpool just so happened to lead to the vein of a starlight spring. No one knew which spring the two had left from, thus their tracks had been lost, making it hard to track them down. If it really leads to a starlight spring, Shi Jun and the others might really be able to shake off the pursuing forces of the Blood Dragon sect. Having arrived at the star-shifting sea, after having inspected the unique characteristics of a starlight spring, Yan Zhaoge pondered, but afterwards where did they go? If Shi Jun had indeed not fallen into the hands of those of the Blood Dragon sect and was instead safe and sound, the Blood Dragon sect's judgment would indeed be correct. Whether or not Shi Jun was in the right, he would definitely first think of a way to return to Chongli Mountain in the directionless sea, looking for his master Su Fei and Chongli Mountain to think of a solution together. At the very least, he should contact Xue Fei and explain the situation to him. Now that there was no news of him, it seemed that the current situation did not allow him to do so. Yan Zhaoge pondered, gazing straight at the great sea before him that seemed to be enveloped by a dense fog of light, striding within. As he traveled through it, he would occasionally see starlight shining from the surface of the sea nearby. It was as if the bottom of the sea was the starry sky of the universe. Intermittently, a meteor streaked past, and then the starlight broke through the surface of the water and rushed up to the sky, bringing with it an expanse of light and monstrous waves. The entire star-shifting sea was in such an environment all year round, regardless of day or night. As Yan Zhaoge traversed the star-shifting sea, even as he made sure to conceal his tracks, he was also unceasingly observing the surrounding situation. Within the star-shifting sea, other martial practitioners could still be seen from time to time. There were solitary martial practitioners who had come to try their luck, as well as disciples of the various major sects of good and evil. For the sake of some treasures, there would often be conflict between them, especially between martial practitioners of good and evil. In such a chaotic place, it was the front lines of conflict. What Yan Zhaoge noticed was that the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners he encountered along the way were clearly more numerous than those of the other sections. From the looks of it, they were in groups of 3 to 5, scattered in all directions as they seemed to be in the midst of searching. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. It looks like Juner has indeed not fallen into their hands yet. Like this, Yin Zhaoge's originally worried heart was instantly put at ease. As long as Shi Jun had not fallen into their hands, he would not have to hold back, as he would be able to do many things freely. Yin Zhaoge fiddled with the jade sword that Xue Fei had handed to him. Then where is Juner now? He has not contacted home all this time. Is it because he is trapped somewhere? According to Xue Fei, Shi Jun possessed a sword as well. When the two swords were close to each other, they would sense each other. The closer they were, the more intense the connection would be. Wielding the jade sword, Yin Zhaoge ventured deep into the star-shifting sea, heading in the direction indicated by the Blood Dragon sect to where Shi Jun and Shening had first vanished. That was a small island. After nearing it, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that there were more Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in the vicinity. There were long-time experts of the sect as well as younger disciples with comparatively lower cultivation bases. From the inside out, they unceasingly searched for clues as to where Shi Jun and Shening had vanished. After observing for a moment, Yin Zhaoge did not discover anything. The small island itself was not small. It was said that on the day of the incident, Shi Jun and those of the Blood Dragon sect had both rested on this island, even having come into contact with each other. Due to the disharmony between Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, they had parted on bad terms, nearly coming to blows. In the end, Shening had appeared and pacified the other Blood Dragon sect disciples. At that time, there had been people of other sects on the island who had witnessed the incident from the side, all of them praising the generous and gentle Shening, who knew that something would happen that very night. Shi Jun had abducted Shening, killing and injuring 3 Blood Dragon sect disciples. Facing the encirclement of many other Blood Dragon sect disciples, he had brought Shening along as he leapt into the ocean whirlpool and fled. As news of this spread, those of the other sects of good were mostly rather dissatisfied with Shi Jun. Even if the two sides were not on good terms, it would still be fine if he had challenged them to a duel, but abducting someone's wife and daughter still left most people dissatisfied. Instead, those of the forces of evil rejoiced in his misfortune by the side, even fanning the flames as they praised Shi Jun unceasingly. Unable to find any clues on the small island, Yin Zhaoge found a gap and directly entered that ocean whirlpool, not resisting as he allowed the undercurrents of the ocean whirlpool to sweep him along as he sped along at the bottom of the sea. Finally, everything before him was dazzling. Yin Zhaoge stabilized his figure within the water, knowing that it was the pulse of the starlight spring before him. Yin Zhaoge took out the jade sword, lightly flicking its blade with his finger as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, his true essence roiled on the blade of the sword before he lightly sliced his finger, a drop of blood instantly appearing on the blade. Yin Zhaoge's finger muscles twitched, instantly stopping the bleeding as even a wound could not be seen. That drop of blood that had roiled on the blade of the sword instantly transformed into a thread of blood, traversing every single part of the blade of the sword. The next moment, blood-red light enveloped the entire sword. Yin Zhaoge raised his hand, the sword landing within the bright starlight before him before he too entered it. Amidst the roiling radiance, a streak of blood-red light could be seen flashing past, following the starlight for who knows how long before it suddenly shook before flying out from the mouth of a spring. Yin Zhaoge chased after the streak of blood-red light, also flying out from that mouth of the spring, catching hold of the jade sword once more as he scanned the surrounding region of sea. It should be in the vicinity. Chapter 528. The surrounding region of sea was enveloped by blurry starlight. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge's or the Northern Ocean clone's sensory abilities, they were both greatly affected. The range of their senses was basically limited to where they could see. Still, looking down at the jade sword in his hand, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel that some changes seemed to have occurred within. This proved that his most crucial first step was not wrong. Shi Jun should have left from this spring. This way, the range of Shi Jun's whereabouts would be greatly reduced as it would no longer be so difficult to find him. Following the guidance of the sword, Yin Zhaoge began searching the vicinity. As he searched, Yin Zhaoge discovered that there were Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in this area as well. Still, they were no different from those of other places as they were still randomly roaming about like headless flies. While they had enough people virtually conducting a carpet search wanting to find 1 or 2 people in an environment like the star-shifting sea, especially 1 or 2 who might be in hiding, no amount of people would be enough. It was really like searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, while he still seemed completely clueless, Yin Zhaoge felt that it was not purely luck that he had been able to find this place. As he silently passed by these Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners, their discussions also vaguely fell into his ears. Wanting to find someone in an environment like the bewildering Maze Sea and the star-shifting sea is really too difficult. However hard it is, we still have to find him. That kid injured Elder Chang's grandson and abducted Chief's daughter. We have to dig him out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. That's right. Let alone a mere disciple of a guest elder of Chongli Mountain. Even if he was their head direct disciple, we still have to dig him out. Speaking of which, Elder Chong has already left seclusion, hurrying over to the star-shifting sea along with Chief. Gradually narrowing down the range of search with a secret technique, we should be able to dig out the location of that traitor and junior apprentice Sister Shin very soon. Hearing these discussions, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Ever since arriving in the vast ocean world, he had always been paying attention to all sorts of information, understanding the people and matters of this world. After arriving at Chongli Mountain, he had done an extremely systematic understanding. While the people of the Blood Dragon sect did not speak in detail, Yin Zhaoge was still able to guess their identities. Nian Chan, the Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon sect and the previous chief, the #1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, wielding their sacred artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers. Of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality experts, Nian Chan was ranked 3rd. Of course, this ranking did not include holy weapons. 10 years ago, in order to cultivate in seclusion and seek a breakthrough, Nian Chan stopped dealing with the specific affairs of the sect and passed the position of sect leader to his disciple, Shan Shicheng. Still, Nian Chen's position in the Blood Dragon sect could still be described as one of absolute authority. Those who were not on good terms with the Blood Dragon sect usually did not hold back in their words when facing martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, mocking Shan Shicheng for being their chief, having a grand chief above him. Shan Shicheng himself did not mind, and Yin Chan also trusted him quite a bit. In the past few years, the sect's affairs, big or small, were usually handed over to Shan Shicheng to handle, while he himself concentrated on cultivating. However, from the looks of it, Nian Chan, who was originally in closed-door training, had specially come out to the star-shifting sea this time. Is the Blood Dragon sect disciple that junior injured Nian Chen's grandson? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Nian Chen's son had died early, leaving behind only a single grandson, Nian Wei. This was something that everyone in the vast ocean world knew about. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge heard those Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners continue. Senior apprentice brother Nian has yet to recover from his injuries, already having to rush about in search of senior apprentice sister Shan. It really must be hard on him. Senior apprentice brother Nian and junior apprentice sister Shan are truly a match made in heaven. In coming to the star-shifting sea this time, it was senior apprentice brother Nian who specially came to escort her. Who would have thought that something like this would actually happen? Senior apprentice brother Nian would naturally be unable to sit still. Senior apprentice sister Shan has been abducted by that traitor for so long. Her whereabouts unknown. I'm afraid that, silence. Don't you know that a loose tongue can cause trouble? Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips as he heard this. Good fella. The two people with the deepest backgrounds of the Blood Dragon sect's younger generation have been simultaneously flirted with by you. No wonder the Blood Dragon sect has completely exploded. You have standards, I think highly of you. Yin Zhaoge soundlessly passed over the heads of those Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners, his mind drifting as he walked. What Shening resisting an arranged marriage, falling in love with Shi Jun at first sight and eloping with him. What Nianwei harbored ill intentions, Shi Jun acting bravely for a just cause, saving Shening and escaping, Nianwei accusing Shi Jun of abducting her. He was of course on Shi Jun's side, his various thoughts naturally being those that were beneficial to Shi Jun. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's first find the person before anything else. Yin Zhaoge retracted his thoughts that had flown off to who knew where, focusing once more on the jade sword in his hand. The people of the Blood Dragon sect also had a secret technique as they gradually locked onto their location in the vicinity. Yin Zhaoge could not afford to be careless as he had to find the two as soon as possible. Following the guidance of the sword, Yin Zhaoge attempted to find the correct direction and location. who knew that after searching for a long time, he would still be unable to find anything. Frowning, Yin Zhaoge came to the place where the reaction of the sword was the most intense, sinking to the bottom of the sea and scanning the reefs at the bottom of the sea. However, he still did not discover anything. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge's figure began rising slowly. However, he did not immediately leave the surface of the sea as he instead searched diligently amidst the undercurrents between the bottom of the sea and the surface of the sea. I still haven't found you this time? After a while, Yin Zhaoge smiled, his figure moving along with the flow of the seawater as a whirlpool shockingly appeared before him. It was actually a whirlpool that lay horizontally within the seawater. The surface of the whirlpool strangely stood upright, forming an inconspicuous empty space at the center of the seawater. Here, the reaction of the jade sword was exceptionally intense. Yin Zhaoge broke through the flow of water, stepping into that empty space where there was no water. Then, not halting, he directly stepped into the whirlpool. Passing through the center of the whirlpool, Yin Zhaoge shockingly passed through a formless passageway as he stepped into a foreign dimension. Just having entered the foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as he saw a dense fog that appeared faint purple in the surrounding area. This fog resembled grease, being abnormally sticky as it made it hard for one to advance or retreat within it. Yin Zhaoge tested it out. Advancing forward was easier than retreating, and retreating was not difficult for him. However, if it was a martial grandmaster, it would probably be hard for them to exit the foreign dimension as they would only be able to struggle forward step by step. It looks like Juner and the others are indeed trapped here, Yin Zhaoge thought as he broke through the encirclement of the purple fog, officially stepping into the foreign dimension. A massive deep valley appeared before him. Entering it, Yin Zhaoge only took a single glance before he grew wary. It is not just the marks left behind by one or two people. Other than Juner and the others, there are others as well. Yin Zhaoge headed downwards, arriving at the bottom of the valley. However, he only saw a complete mess as it seemed to have been swept through by some powerful force. A dense stench of blood emanated over. Carefully appraising it, Yin Zhaoge shockingly saw a few corpses lying on the ground, all of them wearing the clothes of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. Beside one of the corpses was shockingly a damaged spirit artifact. The others were all beyond recognition, having been reduced to broken fingers and remains. Only this person's corpse, protected by the spirit artifact, had not been destroyed. Walking close, Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to take a look. It was a youth with 7 sword scars on his chest. Chapter 529. Scanning the surroundings of the deep valley, Yin Zhaoge saw that one of the entrances to the valley had completely collapsed. There seemed to be traces of a mountain flood erupting there, sweeping through the bottom of the valley with a massive destructive force as it buried everyone there. That was not a simple flood, instead resembling the spilling of a starlight spring. However, it was much fiercer than the spring's mouth as the starlight transformed into a flood, extinguishing all that existed before it. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to take a look. Currently, the corpses at the bottom of the valley had already been reduced to broken limbs under the bombardment of the starlight, their bodies riddled with wounds. However, with Yin Zhaoge's vision, he was still able to tell that 2 of them had not died beneath the starlight. Instead, they had already been killed by others before they had been struck by the starlight. One of them was this youth before him whose corpse had been preserved thanks to the protection of the spirit artifact. At first glance, Yin Zhaoge had basically recognized those 7 sword scars on his chest to be the handiwork of the Big Dipper sword. Cleansed by such a flood of starlight, there was basically no possibility of others faking these scars. Was it Shi Jun who did it? Yin Zhaoge's spirits first rose. Shi Jun might have been here earlier, yet had been found by these Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. A battle had erupted between the 2 sides. Shi Jun had killed 2 of them, but had been outnumbered. Perhaps it was a mechanism that Shi Jun himself had set up beforehand, or perhaps the battle had inadvertently caused the Great Starlight Tide. Borrowing the cover of the Great Starlight Tide, Shi Jun had successfully broken out of the encirclement, while the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners here had suffered as they had been devoured by the Great Tide. After carefully inspecting the area once more and confirming that Shi Jun's corpse should not be here, Yin Zhaoge relaxed greatly. The traces here show that all this had happened not too long ago. Meanwhile, the jade sword in his hand also indicated that he was not far from Shijun. If he continued his pursuit, he believed that he would be able to find Shijun very soon. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression was rather strange as he looked at that youth whose chest had been left with 7 sword scars. Dying at Shijun's hands, he did not seem very old. He should only be a martial scholar, also not having reached the Xiantian stage yet. Not having reached the Xiantian stage yet possessing a low-grade spirit artifact. This person's identity must be extraordinary. Yin Zhaoge was already clear that the artifact forging level of the vast ocean world was roughly on par with that of the 8 extremities world as a whole. Even for a major sect like the Blood Dragon sect, a martial practitioner who had yet to reach the Xiantian stage possessing a spirit artifact was a special exception. Either he had great fortune and obtained it outside by chance, or his family background wasn't ordinary. Yin Zhaoge glanced at this youth, thinking to himself, it shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Lightly patting his head, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched upwards. If this is Nian Wei, given the current situation, he should not be allowed to run around as he pleases. Even if he wants to personally look for Jun and Shening, there should still be Blood Dragon sect experts following him. Martial grandmasters were still able to retreat from that place just now. This way, those of the Blood Dragon sect outside may also know of the existence of this place. As he pondered, the gaze of the Northern Ocean clone beside Yin Zhaoge flickered slightly. Yin Zhaoge's mind was connected. Someone entered this foreign dimension from the entrance? Furthermore, his cultivation is very high. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge himself could feel the entrance to the foreign dimension shaking intensely. The other party's movements were extremely bold and unrestrained, with no intention of concealing himself. He forcefully tore apart the purple smoke blocking the entrance with his strength and charged in. The newcomer's speed was as fast as the wind, and he soon arrived at the entrance of the omphalos. Curling his lips, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and saw a silver-haired old man currently gazing down menacingly. Seeing the corpse of that youth on the ground, this silver-haired old man instantly let out an enraged howl of grief to the extreme, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from this silver-haired old man, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Yin Chan? The experts of the Blood Dragon sect who wielded the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, would all break off the thumb of their left hand. Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on that old man's left hand. Seeing that this palm shockingly only had 4 fingers, missing the thumb, he smacked his lips. It really is him. Yin Chan glared at Yin Zhaoge, clearly enraged as he said word by word, "You are Yin Zhaoge?" This grand elder of the Blood Dragon sect had just left seclusion not long ago. Before this, he had always been in secluded cultivation, not paying attention to the affairs of the outside world. It was only recently that he had emerged due to the matter of Shijun, Shening and Nian Wei. After leaving seclusion, he had placed all his attention on finding Shijun's whereabouts. Yin Zhaoge's name was really too resounding now. People of the sect would naturally report Yin Zhaoge's deeds and experiences to Nian Chan. However, Nian Chan had always been arrogant and domineering. At this moment, he was even more enraged by Nian Wei's death as he suddenly let out a dragon's roar, streams of blood-red light flying out from his body. The more enraged he was, the more Nian Chan did not underestimate his enemy. Even when the Northern Ocean clone stood silently by Yin Zhaoge's side like a statue, Nian Chan still noticed his existence. The streams of blood-red light transformed into numerous blood dragons in mid-air before condensing to form a massive silhouette. This silhouette had the head of a dragon and the body of a human. It had a single arm, one of its massive claws clearly having 9 fingers. Looking calmly at Nian Chan, Yin Zhaoge chortled, "If I were to make a move, would a martial scholar's corpse still be left behind? You wouldn't think that a low-grade spirit artifact would be able to protect him, right?" Nian Chan extended his hands, light simultaneously lighting up on his 9 fingers as 9 sharp finger sheaths that were crimson as blood and flickered with golden light appeared. Wearing the finger sheaths, Nian Chen's hands resembled the sharp claws of a dragon. He retracted the furious look on his face at this moment, all his fury transforming into coldness. Those 7 sword scars were the handiwork of that little bastard surnamed Shi. However, even if you were not the one who did it, it is definitely related to you. Other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners now appeared beside Nian Chan. One of them was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, shockingly having reached the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Seeing the corpses of Nian Wei and the others at the bottom of the valley, pain as well as deep worry flashed through his eyes. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge recognized this middle-aged man as the father of the missing Shan Ying, the current chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shan Shicheng. While feeling pained over the deaths of his disciples, Shan Shicheng was also worried about his daughter. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he said in a heavy tone, "Young Master Yin Zhaoge, your name has been like thunder in my ears recently. This Shen really did not wish to see you here. It would have been fine if you had stayed at Chongli Mountain, but since you have come here, it means that you are definitely related to that Shi Jun." Shan Shicheng shook his head slowly. Shi Jun and his disciple have mysterious origins, and it is the same for you as well. You say that it is very normal for you to come to Chongli Mountain. However, that Shi Jun and his disciple are merely guests at Chongli Mountain, not being of Chongli Mountain itself. It is understandable for Chongli Mountain's people to stand up for them, but as a guest as well, why have you appeared here? Shan Shicheng asked in a heavy tone. Young Master Yan has always been open and aboveboard. You wouldn't say that all this is a coincidence, right? Or perhaps you want to deny that the sword scars on my junior apprentice nephew Nian Wei's body were not caused by that Shi Jun. Chapter 530. Yin Zhaoge smiled relaxedly. Of course it isn't a coincidence. I have specifically come to find my junior apprentice nephew. I concealed my tracks earlier because I was worried that you thieves would cry thief. With Junior already in your hands in consideration of his safety, I was more cautious. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Now that I understand that while his whereabouts are unknown, he is currently not in any danger, I am naturally at ease. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all glared at Yin Zhaoge as Shan Shicheng said slowly, "From the looks of it, you intend to protect your junior apprentice nephew?" Yin Zhaoge raised his right index finger, waving it lightly towards Shan Shicheng and the others. If it really was my junior apprentice nephew who committed a mistake, I have plenty of rules to discipline him. However, if someone tried to frame my junior apprentice nephew, we will have to have a proper talk. A Blood Dragon sect longtime elder said furiously. The facts are all there, the evidence irrefutable. What else is there to say? Yin Zhaoge secretly sensed the changes in the jade sword as he said nonchalantly, "Irrefutable what? Up until now, it has only been your side of the story." The others of the Blood Dragon sect still wanted to speak, but Nian Chan raised his hands stopping them. The baleful chi of the 9 blood-red claws shot to the heavens, causing the entire foreign dimension to shake and tremble. "My grandson is dead." Nian Chan glared at Yin Zhaoge. "Killed by your junior apprentice nephew." Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Nian Chan. "So? My junior apprentice nephew should be waiting for death, taking a beating without retaliating, dying at your grandson's hands? If you want to fight, I will accompany you." Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. "I will shoulder the matter of my junior apprentice nephew. I have been unhappy for a long time that my people have been hunted down by you. I am currently busy looking for him. After finding him, I had originally intended to personally go look for your Blood Dragon sect. I cannot be bothered to quibble with those juniors down below. If I want to find someone, it will naturally be the two of you." Yin Zhaoge looked at Nian Chan and Shan Shicheng. "It is an accident now. Still, it is an accident that I like very much." Nian Chan roared furiously, "Good fella. Then I'll take care of you first." He raised his hands, the 9 blood-red fingers leaving his palms and flying into the air before landing on that massive claw of the Blood Dragon avatar above his head. The 9 claws were intertwined with the 9 sharp finger sheaths, and the violent power shook the world. A boundless sea of blood seemed to appear before Yin Zhaoge's eyes, within which countless long dragons rose and fell, bathed in a blood-red light. The aura of a true dragon was mixed with a terrifying and thick fiendish aura, creating an unimaginable pressure. A strong smell of blood almost dyed the entire foreign dimension crimson red. It was as if a group of dragons was enraged and wanted to slaughter the common people. The power of the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, shocked the heavens and shook the earth at this moment. Yin Chen's blood dragon avatar extended its clawing towards Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's breathing halted slightly as he felt the scene of the heavens and earth before him rapidly shrinking, collapsing with him at its center as it pressed down on him. The dense blood sea roiled unceasingly, countless blood dragons stirring up waves as they simultaneously lunged towards Yin Zhaoga. Yin Chen's voice resounded simultaneously from all directions at this moment, entering Yin Zhaoga's ears. "Youngster, you are too arrogant. Do you think that just having killed a Fang you can rampage unbridled and unbridled in the vast ocean world? There are many who can kill Fang. Kansas ignoring you is only because everyone is restraining one another, not wanting to be taken advantage of by others. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Who do you think you are?" Usually this old man would also think twice before acting. Still, now that this old man's grandson is dead, this old man does not want to consider anything else. "There is only one thing that I am considering right now." Nian Chan resembled a roaring evil dragon. Whoever harmed Weier's life, this old man will exterminate their entire clan. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone beside him strode forward, spreading his arms before making a circle. There seemed to be a great spear within his hands before he grabbed its head with one hand and its tail with the other, exerting force as the perfectly straight spear shaft was bent into a semicircle. A vast black sea that flickered with a golden light seemed to appear amidst space. A massive shadow bobbed up and down amidst the sea. Sinking beneath the water, it transformed into a massive black fish that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, resembling land. Emerging from the water's surface, it transformed into a great green rock. With a flap of its wings, it soared tens of thousands of kilometers into the air. As it bobbed up and down, an incomparably terrifying power expanded into the surroundings. Golden and black light intermingled, instantly blocking that surging blood sea and countless blood dragons. Northern Ocean Divine Spear. Kuanping Heng's wings. The blood dragons rampaged, yet were unable to break through the boundary drawn by the Kuanping's wings as they were unable to advance any further. The next moment, the Northern Ocean clone's arms shook, the hand that was grabbing onto the spearhead seemingly suddenly releasing its grip. The great spear that had been tensed up mightily erupted, turning from a semicircle to a perfectly straight line once more. With this, an incomparably violent power erupted, rampantly cleaving apart the blood sea. Innumerable blood light shattered, the blood water receding. The scales of the numerous blood dragons shattered as their bodies were broken into pieces, truly tragic. The all-encompassing blood sea was split apart down the middle. Nian Chan and his blood dragon avatar revealed. Yin Zhaoga looked indifferently at Nian Chan. "Whose clan did you say you wanted to exterminate just now?" The flames of fury had already vanished from within Yin Chen's gaze. Only hatred and killing intent that seemed to have condensed into tangible form, icy cold and penetrating to the bone. He said coldly, "That is why I say that youngsters really do not know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth." Amidst his words, the blood dragon avatar behind him struck out with another claw, 9 streaks of blood quick as lightning as they bypassed Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone, attacking towards him. Nian Chen's voice resembled ice. "Naive brat. Do you think that having refined the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan as your clone, you yourself have become a martial saint? In this old man's eyes, pinching you to death is not much more difficult than pinching an ant to death. You yourself are the greatest burden of this powerful clone of yours." When two sides clashed, if one side had to protect someone or something at the same time, they would inevitably lose the initiative, giving their opponent a gap to exploit as the attacking side would gain the initiative as well as a massive advantage. Those 9 streaks of blood were of varying speeds, some interfering with and surrounding the Northern Ocean clone while others attacked towards Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga said mildly, "The naive one is you. You are too slow." Nian Chen's heart shook. The Northern Ocean clone's arms shook, instantly arriving before Nian Chan and the blood dragon avatar. Nian Chen's heart shook intensely. Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean Divine Spear was the fastest martial art of this vast ocean world. Meanwhile, the martial arts of his blood dragon sect had never been known for speed, and the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, was not famed for its speed either. Spear after spear, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth, the Northern Ocean clone attacked towards Nian Chan like a tempestuous storm. Distracted, Nianchan instead lost the initiative now as he was frenziedly attacked by the Northern Ocean clone. He calmed his heart, wanting to counterattack and regain the upper hand. Who knew that the Northern Ocean clone would suddenly change his stance, suddenly executing a supreme martial art, other than the Northern Ocean Divine Spear. A supreme martial art that Nianchan had never seen before. A supreme martial art that had been lost following the Great Calamity, the Fishrock Divine Claw. Chapter 531. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion, resembling a rock extending its claw, his fingers seemingly ripping space apart at this moment. More importantly, although it was a change of move, the Kuanpeng Divine Claw and the original Dark North Divine Spear were perfectly compatible. The Northern Ocean clone's figure did not slow in the slightest as he directly arrived before Nianchan with a claw. Nianchan's face was livid. Competing in fist, palm and claw techniques? The blood dragon avatar above Xiaoqin's head had 9 claws sheathed with the sacred weapon, 9 dragon fingers. As the dragons flew, time and space in front of Nianchan seemed to freeze for a moment. Even the attacks of Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone turned sluggish at this moment. Time flowed incomparably slowly as the Northern Ocean clone seemed to be in slow motion, executing the strongest killing move of the Blood Dragon Sect's direct lineage martial arts, the 9 dragon slaughtering God Claw. A sharp light flickered in Nianchan's eyes as he finally obtained a chance to switch from defense to offense. The ferocious 9-fingered dragon claw grabbed onto the palm of Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone. Finger against finger, claw against claw, Nianchan's gaze revealed a ferocious light as he abruptly exerted force with his sacred artifact claw, wanting to cripple one of Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone's hands. At the same time, the other Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners with Shun Shurching at their head also surrounded Yin Zhaoga. Numerous blood dragons traversed and danced in the air, dyeing the heavens and earth into a sea of blood once more as they lunged towards Yin Zhaoga with a ferocious momentum. Yin Zhaoga's expression was as stable as Mount Tai. In the instant that the 9-fingered dragon claw arrived before the Northern Ocean clone, his entire body suddenly trembled intensely. It looked like a giant kuan leaping out of the water, or like a rock spreading its wings. Majestic, flourishing chi and blood erupted from the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone's entire body. In the blink of an eye, the claw he stretched out changed again. His 5 fingers retracted and clenched into a fist. Then he punched towards the center of the 9-fingered dragon claw that could grasp the heavens and the earth. The punch was like a spear thrusting forward. The spear tip pointed straight at the center of the dragon claw's palm before stabbing forward. At this moment, the violent energy broke free from the shackles of time and space of the dragon claw and regained its speed. Nianchan's expression changed slightly. He instantly deduced that the opponent's Northern Underworld Divine Spear would first pierce a hole through his palm. We've been fooled. Switching to the Kuanpeng Divine Claw was just a ploy to lure the enemy. Although Nianchan was enraged, his reaction was sharp and his judgment was accurate when he fought the enemy. He changed his stance at the last moment, his 9 claws no longer attempting to scratch the Northern Ocean clone's arm as he instead erupted with power prematurely. The tips of the 9 dragon fingers each lit up with a blood-red ball of light. Within each sphere of light, there seemed to be 9 blood dragons entangling with each other. At this moment they loudly disintegrated. The 9 light spheres all exploded, numerous blood dragons soaring into the air, forming a blood mist which obstructed and delayed the advance of this Northern Ocean Divine Spear of Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone. At the same time, Nianchan and his blood dragon avatar quickly retreated, preparing to stabilize their footing before regrouping. On the other side, looking indifferently at the Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners who were rushing towards him, Yin Zhaoga suddenly raised a palm. He raised his palm high above his head, then flipped it over and pressed it down. The first to arrive before him was a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon Sect, a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster. The other party's hands formed claws, numerous blood dragons surging from his acupoints, coiling as they transformed into numerous essence talismans. Each dragon coiled to form an essence talisman. The essence talismans formed a massive spirit formation in mid-air, graceful patterns appearing on the spirit formation of 9 dragons congregating. Yin Zhaoga had seen this supreme martial art before. It was precisely the direct lineage 9 dragons congregating of the Blood Dragon sect, executed by this Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. How much more powerful was it than the past Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster Hai Zhongjia? However, Yan Zhaoge completely ignored how ferocious the other party's attacks were as he pressed down with his palm neither hurriedly nor slowly. However, in the eyes of that Blood Dragon sect elder, there was only a single feeling that filled his mind. The heavens had collapsed. He felt as though Yan Zhaoge had become incomparably tall at this moment, standing above the 9 heavens. That was not just a difference in height. Instead, it was more like he was looking down from a higher plane of existence. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the sky smashed downwards, the heavens and the earth about to merge. While his movements seemed neither hurried nor slow, there seemed to be nowhere for him to flee to. Living within these heavens and earth, with the heavens and earth being overturned now, unable to escape, wherever he fled to, it would be hard for him to escape death. This Blood Dragon sect elder knew that with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to truly overturn the heavens with a single palm. This was Yan Zhaoge's palm intent influencing his mind. However, the problem was that while he desperately tried to struggle free, he was still unable to break free of the pressure brought about by this palm of Yan Zhaoge's. At this moment, the supreme martial art of legends of this world, the cyclic heavenly seal, appeared once more in the human realm. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the spirit formation in midair naturally collapsed. Numerous talismans shattered one after another, tragic wails resounding from within as it was as though numerous blood dragons had died tragically just like that, being crushed into mincemeat. Shan Shurqing and the others hurriedly halted their forward momentum as they stared shockingly at that Blood Dragon sect longtime elder of their lineage, dazed like a wooden chicken as he stood where he was, having his head smashed apart by Yan Zhaoge's palm as he breathed his last. Those of the Blood Dragon sect were all dazed where they stood. While they knew that Yan Zhaoge himself was a heaven-defying genius who was extremely powerful, being able to directly suppress experts like Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing, and the Dragon Slayer sect's Li Shang at the same cultivation level, never would they have thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually be powerful to this extent. A single palm, slaying a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster, who was an entire cultivation level higher than him with a single palm, while Shan Shurqing was a late essence talisman martial grandmaster. Seeing this scene, he could only feel a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The intense battle between the two caused the entire foreign dimension to seem on the verge of collapse, on the brink of destruction. The great earth beneath the deep valley shattered completely. After it had shattered, light flickered. Yan Zhaoge felt that jade sword shake intensely for a moment, its reaction currently weakening slightly. Frowning, he descended towards the light down below. Nian Shan had just wanted to make a move when Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving. While he had been obstructed for a moment by the blood mist that had erupted, he did not cease in his movements. He no longer clenched his fist and punched the palm of the 9-fingered dragon claw. Instead, his fist turned into a claw again. Taking advantage of the fact that the 9 dragon fingers Saint artifact had hastily changed its stance and erupted with its full power, he accurately grasped the moment when his opponent had used up all his strength and had yet to recover his strength. With a Kuan Peng's divine claw, he directly grabbed one of his opponent's fingers. Nian Chen's expression changed drastically. A cruel smile surfaced simultaneously on the faces of Yan Zhaoge down below, and the Northern Ocean clone before Nian Chan. He, 9-fingered Dragon King Nian Chan? From today onwards you'll be called 8-fingered. The Northern Ocean clone exerted force with his palm, directly breaking a finger of that 9-fingered dragon claw. Nian Chan let out a miserable groan. The blood dragon avatar above his head had one of its 9-fingered claws severed by Yan Zhaoge. On the other hand, his right index finger exploded into a bloody mist with a bang and was crippled. Chapter 532. The Sacred Artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers, all 9 fingers as one. However, one of these fingers was currently grasped by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, shaking unceasingly as it was unable to escape. Nian Chen's eyes looked like they were about to implode as Shan Shurqing, and the others were greatly shocked as well. They wanted to make another move, but the foreign dimension they were currently in was already beginning to collapse. The Northern Ocean clone descended, leaping alongside Yin Zhaoge into the flickering radiance down below. Yin Chan roared furiously, ignoring his injuries as he extended his claw once more, clawing towards Yin Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone raised a palm to block it. The two clashed in midair. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone speeding down towards the radiance at the bottom of the valley, while Yin Chan was jolted upwards. I already said that I am busy looking for people now. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Still, you can rest easy. This matter is not over yet. I'll leave your remaining 8 fingers with your 2 hands for now. We can slowly play with them later. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone vanish, Yin Chen's furious roar of unwillingness reverberated amidst space. Wanting to pursue them, the surrounding space was shattering unceasingly. Those of the Blood Dragon sect could only first resist these changes and protect themselves. When the commotion had calmed, the radiance before them had long since faded. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were nowhere to be seen. Yin Chen's face was sunken to the point of being terrifying. The surrounding Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners were all filled with despondency as well. Master! Shen Shurcheng came to Yin Chen's side. Yin Chen looked at the bloody wound on his right hand and said word by word, I can feel the location of that stolen dragon finger. He and that little bastard with the surname sure can't run away. Shen Shurcheng nodded. I have contacted Chief Yen of Myriad Sword Pool, but I fear that someone from Water Crystal Palace will come as well. Yin Chan said. Water Crystal Palace would prefer for both sides to suffer heavy losses. That Yin Zhaoge has joined Chongli Mountain. Do you think that their relationship will still be as close as before? Tell them that my grandson is dead. I must definitely avenge this. Whoever obstructs me will be my mortal enemy. Yin Chen's gaze was both calm and frenzied, spreading the news that this Yin Zhaoge is in the star-shifting sea. He similarly has many enemies. Now that this old man is at the forefront, bearing the greatest pressure, there will be many who will beat him when he's down. The Sacred Evil Sect, the Evil Shifting Sect, the Spirit Rhino Island, even all the martial practitioners of the Evil Dao will watch as this kid joins Chongli Mountain. Let's see how many pounds of nails he's made of iron. Beside him, a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect said solemnly, but there is also the possibility of a third party making use of us. Yin Chan said coldly, therefore, contact Myriad Sword Pool. There is no need for them to make a move to deal with this Yin Zhaoge, just having to watch over our backs. I only want revenge, the lives of those 2 brats. If we kill that kid surnamed Yen, everything we obtain will belong to Myriad Sword Pool. Yin Gang may not even need to do anything at all. He can just stand by the side and earn a bountiful harvest. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all hesitated somewhat. Yin Chen's gaze sweeping over them caused all of them to feel a chill as they could only nod silently. Shen Shurcheng raised his palm, Yin Wei's corpse appearing. I have secured Wei Er's corpse, not having it destroyed in the foreign dimension. Send someone to keep it well after returning to the clan. Don't bury it yet. I want that Shurjun's head as a sacrifice to my grandson. Yin Chen's expression eased slightly as he nodded towards Shen Shurcheng. I will do my best. Ing will be fine. He swiveled his head to look at the great sea before him, his expression turning cold once more. Let's chase. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone traversed the layers of radiance together. After a while, the radiance before their eyes gradually faded as they were able to see the scenery clearly once more. What appeared before Yin Zhaoge was shockingly a massive palace. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone. While the Northern Ocean clone did not move, one of his fists was clenched tightly, his palm trembling slightly. Within his palm, he was currently grasping the dragon finger glove that he had wrested away, seemingly having a mind of its own as it struggled unceasingly. The Northern Ocean clone was powerful as he suppressed it, unable to break free of the dragon finger glove. However, facing the Northern Ocean clone, it was still unwilling to submit. Yin Zhaoge sensed for a moment before curling his lips, being incomplete, I am instead unable to refine it. Swiveling his head, he saw the dark reefs behind him. Through the radiance of the mountain valley in that foreign dimension, he had traversed space in a single step, arriving somewhere else. The reefs were damp. Feeling the spiritual chi veins within, Yin Zhaoge determined that he was currently deep underground beneath the rocks of the seabed. A massive cave had been opened up here, vaguely concealed by the power of a barrier. Therefore, even if someone passed by the great sea above, they would be hard-pressed to detect that there was another world beneath the reefs at the bottom of the sea. There is indeed a problem, Yin Zhaoge thought. That foreign dimension earlier had been sturdy beyond Yin Zhaoge's expectations. In the battle between the Northern Ocean clone and the 9 dragon fingers, the 2 martial saints, that foreign dimension had lasted for quite some time before it had been destroyed. With the foreign dimension connected to this place would definitely not be simple. Gazing at the dragon finger that the Northern Ocean clone was grasping, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to a realization: the other 8-finger glove have always been in contact with it. This way, the people of the Blood Dragon sect should be able to find their way here. Yin Zhaoge pondered, preparing to suppress it with the Pillar of the Divine Palace. Still, just having taken out the Pillar of the Divine Palace, Yin Zhaoge felt it suddenly shake, nearly breaking free of his control. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. The Pillar of the Divine Palace had already been in his possession for some time now. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's constant diligent refinement of it, he had already gradually reached the point where he could wield it like it was his own arm. He had never encountered such a situation where it seemed like it was about to lose control just now. Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on the palace before him. He saw that the exterior of the palace was rather crude, its lines extremely rough as well. While it looked like a palace, it was more like a massive stone house, extremely primitive to the extreme as it was filled with a barbaric air. However, appraising it with Yin Zhaoge's gaze, this stone palace had a wondrous feeling of being completely natural, not having been created by human hands. It was as if the palace had been formed completely naturally, rather than having been created by humans. Yin Zhaoge knew that nature's uncanny workmanship would often produce some strange scenes. For example, mountain rocks that resembled humans whilst also beasts, or resembled certain objects, being bizarre yet remarkably lifelike. While they looked similar to some man-made objects, they were indeed naturally formed. It was just that while the palace before him was said to have been created by humans, it seemed too crude. While it was said to have been created by nature, many man-made details were still present. How should I describe it? Yin Zhaoge walked rather interestedly towards that palace. It is as if the heavens and the earth have a consciousness of their own, imitating a palace constructed by humans. It was very common for humans to imitate nature, but for nature to imitate the creation of humans, this was a little strange. Yin Zhaoge looked at the jade sword within his hand. The sensing power within had weakened considerably. This meant that the distance between Shijun and Yin Zhaoge was currently increasing. Logically speaking, the sword in Shijun's hand should also be able to sense Yin Zhaoge's sword. Now that it was moving away unceasingly, it seemed abnormal. Chapter 533. Please subscribe to the original version, thank you. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before swiveling his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone's finger. After a while, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, arranging for the Northern Ocean clone to keep an eye on it to ensure that it did not escape. Then Yin Zhaoge played with the Pillar of the Divine Palace that had shrunk to the form of a short stone rod in his left hand, holding that short sword in his right as he strode towards the palace that seemed ordinary yet actually possessed miraculous properties. The entire palace was formed of stone. Carefully observing it, Yin Zhaoge discovered that the stone used to construct the palace was completely the same as the reefs of the cave outside. They were similar to the extent that they could not be distinguished, as it was as if the stone house had grown out of the cave. As Yin Zhaoge entered the palace, the Pillar of the Divine Palace to his left instantly shook intensely. It was as if something was attracting it over. Raising his head and gazing upwards, Yin Zhaoge saw a massive beam at the top of the palace that was exceptionally eye-catching. Because the material of the beam was different from that of the entire stone palace, not having been born in this cave, it looked neither stone nor metal nor wood, making it hard to distinguish. The beam flickered with a 7-colored luster, streams of profound radiance descending from above, resembling numerous ribbons of silk. Looking at this beam, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Numerous patterns that flickered with radiance surfaced on the surface of the beam, a profound concept emanating from within. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly indeed, It is a beam of the divine palace that year. No wonder the pillar of the divine palace reacted. That beam seemed to be affected by the pillar of the divine palace as well, beginning to shake more and more intensely as the two were attracted to each other. Yin Zhaoge leapt up, arriving beneath the beam and carefully observing it as he gradually came to a realization. So that's how it is. The entire palace originated from this beam of the divine palace. Yin Zhaoge realized. Due to its spirituality, the beam of the divine palace had gradually merged with its surroundings, drawing in the surrounding earth and stone, with itself as the core, gradually forming this simple stone palace. This palace really did not rely on artificial hands, because its creator was precisely this beam. Looking at this beam and then at the pillar of the divine palace in his hands, Yin Zhaoge felt rather emotional. At this moment, he felt as if he was slowly flowing upstream along the long river of time, returning to the era before the great calamity. This was a feeling that came from one's state of mind. It was as if one's spirit was being washed by time. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, stabilizing his mind, letting his will break free from that bewildered state. He carefully examined the beam of the Shun Palace. He saw that the surface of the beam was emitting rays of light that gradually formed an intricate formation pattern. The spirit pattern looked extremely profound, hard to understand. However, after appraising it a few times, Yin Zhaoge had a rough idea of what it was. It's used for short-range spatial shifting. Understanding this, Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh. He now understood why the reaction of the jade dagger had become weaker, and why Shi Jun's position was getting further and further away from him. Shi Jun must have discovered this place. When he was inspecting the beam of the God Palace, he touched the spirit formation and was teleported away by the spirit formation. Yin Zhaoge lightly flicked the wooden beam with his finger before extending it, tapping on that spirit pattern. The rays of radiance instantly retracted, sweeping Yin Zhaoge along as well. The boundaries of space seemed to be in the process of being erased at this moment. Yin Zhaoge smiled, stabbing the shrunken pillar of the divine palace that resembled a short rod onto the surface of the beam. The pillar and the beam instantly shuddered together. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance to exert force, grabbing the dragon finger glove with one hand and the beam with the other. The beam shook mightily as it separated from that stone palace, landing in the Northern Ocean clone's hands. Having lost the beam as its foundation, that spatial shifting formation instantly became unstable. However, Yin Zhaoge had already made use of this chance to disappear amidst the radiance along with the Northern Ocean clone, making use of this spirit pattern one last time to leave this underwater cave. It was just that in the process of spatial shifting, as the pillar of the divine palace came into direct contact with the beam, streams of spiritual chi surging out from the beam. Within Yin Zhaoge's mind, scenes of light suddenly surfaced one after another. Similar to when he had collected the pillars of the divine palace, these images seemed to record everything that the beam of the divine palace had experienced since the calamity, the destruction of the divine palace, and the fall from the ninth heaven as a part of the wreckage, the long years that the beam of the divine palace had experienced, everything it had seen and heard. Most of the scenes did not change at all, merely reflecting the process of this beam of the divine palace being buried deep within the depths of the star-shifting sea of the vast ocean world. As its spirituality gradually recovered, it caused the surrounding earth and rocks to change, finally constructing that stone palace with itself as its center. That had been an extremely long process, bit by bit, minute by minute, change by change. In the initial days, that stone palace had been much cruder and simpler than it was now. As time passed, it had become more and more intricate and intricate. Yin Zhaoge believed that if he did not bring this beam away today, in a few more decades or centuries, that underwater stone palace would be even more intricate and intricate. From the outside, it would seem like it had been meticulously constructed by countless craftsmen. Of the numerous scenes recorded by the beam of the divine palace, what drew Yin Zhaoge's attention was that someone had shockingly already found that underwater cave many years ago. Still, it was not that woman who was related to the extreme crown. Instead, it was a black-clothed middle-aged man. His skin was pale and his expression cold. His cultivation base not as high as that woman's, as he looked like he had yet to enter the martial saint realm. He was probably at the essence talisman martial grandmaster or transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Seeing the beam of the divine palace, this middle-aged man was first astonished before he became infatuated with it. He had also tried to collect the beam of the divine palace, yet had not succeeded. The black-clothed middle-aged man's gaze sobered somewhat as he muttered to himself, "It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. This is a treasure from before the great calamity. And an incredible treasure at that. It is very likely related to that legendary Heavenly Court's divine palace. It might even be a part of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. A pity, a pity. How exactly can I bring it away from here?" The black-clothed man remained here for many days, yet was unable to collect the beam of the divine palace as he could only helplessly give up in the end. Still, he did not look very despondent whatever. "I will first go look for the burial ground of that group of dragons entering the sea. If I can obtain sufficient benefits there and raise my strength, perhaps I will be able to turn things around and take this beam of wood away." Haha! Who would have thought that this tiny vast ocean world would actually possess so many fortuitous encounters and supreme treasures? My laborious trip down here was not in vain. Amidst his laughter, the black-clothed man turned and left, exiting the underwater cave. The scenes regarding him ended there. This person left and did not return, not appearing again afterwards. Yin Zhaoge watched this silently, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. Chapter 534. While it had only been an instant, some parts of this black-clothed man's words had left a deep impression on Yin Zhaoge. The burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea, the tiny vast ocean world making a trip down. At the mention of the burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea, Yin Zhaoge seemed to feel his vigorous essence chi jump slightly. The essence chi of the ice dragon that he had yet to completely refine and absorb within his acupoints. After so many days, having already stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, Yin Zhaoge still possessed a considerable amount of essence chi absorbed from the corpse of the ice dragon. The scene of him obtaining the corpse of the ice dragon and entering the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint seemed to replay before his eyes once more. Is there also the legend of numerous dragons entering the sea in this vast ocean world? Or perhaps clues to the burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea can be found here as well? Yin Zhaoge pondered. Still, he was more concerned about the final words of that black-clothed man before leaving. Coming down. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, not just coming, but coming down from high to low. Where did he come down from? Having already learnt of the existence of the world beyond worlds and having learnt that his mother had originated from there, the first thought that arose within Yin Zhaoge's mind was that this black-clothed man might also be from the world beyond worlds. Let alone the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm, this person's cultivation base was not even at the Martial Saint realm. Had he left the world beyond worlds and come to this vast ocean world to settle down here? If not, how had he returned to the world beyond worlds? Was it like Xue Chuqing had said, possessing some sort of treasure that could stabilize the cracks between dimensions? Where was this black-clothed man now? Had he already returned to the world beyond worlds? If everything goes smoothly for him, he should still be returning to that underwater cave. Taking another look at the great beam of the divine palace, Yin Zhaoge slowly shook his head. Whether or not he gained anything in the burial ground of numerous dragons, whether or not his strength increased, after finishing his business there, he would still have to return here to try again. Yin Zhaoge pondered. From the images left behind by that silhouette, he fell in that underwater cave a very long time ago. It should have already been several hundred years. As time passed, the images transmitted over from the great beam of the divine palace continued to change unceasingly. Browsing through the recorded images of the great beam of the divine palace seemed like a long time, but was actually nothing more than a mere instant. Yin Zhaoge felt that he was currently in the midst of an extremely rare opportunity. Because of the combination of the pillars and the beams of the divine palace, there was a shocking change between the two. It was as if a special environment had been formed. It traced back to the river of time, turning a moment into a long period of time. This was something that would not happen even if one were to touch the pillars or the beams of the divine palace alone. Even if the pillar of the divine palace and the beam of the divine palace met, only this first encounter would produce such a mysterious change. Yin Zhaoge browsed through the images recorded on the great beam of the divine palace, while maintaining his breathing and circulating his profound art. He did not lack absolute arts, nor did he lack resources. He only lacked time and accumulation. To Yin Zhaoge, this was undoubtedly the greatest fortuitous encounter he had ever had. As Yin Zhaoge inhaled and exhaled, a martial essence true talisman appeared above his head. Then, shockingly, a second, a third in the image recorded by the beam of the divine palace. After the man in black disappeared, no one stepped into the underwater cave until two figures suddenly appeared. Yin Zhaoge's spirits rose. One of them was precisely the grown-up Shi Jun. While they had not met face-to-face before, Su Fei had already shown Yin Zhaoge an image of Shi Jun. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was able to basically recognize him now. Still, Shi Jun, who had arrived at the underwater cave, was injured as well. Previously, he had made use of the Starlight Tide to bury a bunch of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. While he himself had fled underground, he had still been affected a little. Together with Shi Jun was a young woman with outstanding features, gentle and beautiful. She supported Shi Jun as they walked into that stone palace together. Seeing this, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. "Oh, you seem very used to physical contact? Not bad, not bad, not bad." This girl was probably the daughter of the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shun Shicheng, Shuning. Shining supported Shi Jun as he sat down, asking concernedly, "Big brother Shi, are you alright?" Shi Jun waved his hands. "I'm fine. How are you?" Shining said, "I'm fine as long as you protect me." Shi Jun glanced at Shining. "I had no other choice just now. Otherwise, I would inevitably have been outnumbered. It is just that this way, your fellow disciples probably wouldn't have been able to survive." Shining sighed lightly, her expression downcast. "They wanted to capture and kill you. It was unavoidable that you had to defend yourself. It was just that I could not bear to do so. After all, they were all my fellow disciples. Speaking of this, the cause of this all lies with me. If not for saving me from Nian Wei, you would not have had to come into conflict with those of my sect." Shi Jun said, "You aside, I did not really like the people of the Blood Dragon sect in the first place. That condensed pearl ancient leaf was clearly found by me first, yet your fellow disciples wanted to snatch it away just by relying on their numbers. If not for your mediation, I would have already fought with them at that time. Still, while I did not like Nian Wei and the others as fellow disciples, logically speaking, I should not have interfered in the matters of your Blood Dragon sect disciples. It was just that he had ill intentions towards you. I really could not stand such actions, finally unable to hold myself back from intervening." Shining raised her head. Looking worriedly at Shi Jun smiled. "Just now, I personally took care of that Nian Wei. I know that he has a grandfather who is the #1 expert of your Blood Dragon sect, one of the top experts even in the entire vast ocean world. However, I do not regret killing a scum like Nian Wei." As Shi Jun said this, he pursed his lips slightly. "I will take responsibility for my own actions. I am not afraid of Nian Wei's grandfather wanting to kill me to avenge his grandson. I am only worried about Master and Chongli Mountain being implicated." Shining frowned. Shi Jun was not a pessimistic person. After regulating his breathing for a moment and feeling that his injuries were no longer a problem, he stood up, smiling. "Master always says that I have a rash personality. I myself feel that way a little now as well. Honestly speaking, I too feel some lingering fear now that this matter has come to this. Still, I definitely do not regret it. If I could do it all over again, I would still act to save you, just that I might restrain myself a little and try not to kill anyone. Still, that way, it might be me dying at the hands of your fellow disciples instead." Shining muttered, "Big brother Shi." Shi Jun clapped his hands, saying, "Someone from Nian Wei's group might have gone out to report the matter. There might be other pursuers very soon. We can talk about future matters in the future. Let's first study this place." Shining nodded, "All right." Shi Jun turned to look at that great beam, which was clearly different from the rest of the stone palace, as he took out a jade sword. "Is it Master? Or is it Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen?" Next was the scene of them touching the patterns on the great beam, inadvertently activating the formation before being teleported away. The numerous scenes that surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind came to an end here. He lightly rubbed his temples. Thinking back on the scenes that he had just seen, The scenes finally stopped at Shijun coming up to touch the great beam of the divine palace and shunning behind him. Yin Zhaoge's face did not look bright as his smile vanished as he pondered silently. His heart jolting slightly, Yin Zhaoge regained his wits as he discovered that the teleportation had already ended. Yin Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, roaring lightly as the essence talismans above his head were already innumerable. As they soared, they transformed into a massive spirit formation. Chapter 535. One essence talisman after another congregated unceasingly above Yin Zhaoge's head, gradually condensing into a massive spirit formation. This spirit formation was precisely the mark of a martial practitioner, having stepped into the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-essence talisman stage. The unique boundary formed by the meeting of the pillar and beam of the divine palace this time distorted time, bringing Yin Zhaoge immense benefits. Yin Zhaoge had obtained what he currently lacked the most on his path as a martial practitioner: time. Having absorbed the powerful essence chi of the ice dragon corpse, knowing that it had yet to be completely refined, his accumulation in this area was just as Yen Di had said. It would be sufficient for Yin Zhaoge to use until he stepped into the transcending mortality stage, or even before he attempted his breakthrough into the martial saint realm. What he needed was just the accumulation of time, allowing him to transform that majestic power for his own use. Perhaps it should be said that Yin Zhaoge temporarily did not lack wealth. What he was considering now was how to spend it freely. Now, with the unexpected changes of the pillar and beam of the divine palace, Yin Zhaoge had successfully broken through yet another bottleneck, stepping into the mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. Currently, there was still an extremely limited amount of time before he had stepped into the early essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. If the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had witnessed his breakthrough into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm earlier knew of this situation, they would probably collectively be rendered speechless once more. Accompanied by the completion of the teleportation, that unique environment from earlier vanished as well. Looking at the beam of the divine palace before him, Yin Zhaoge could not be bothered to refine it, just first subduing it with the help of the pillar of the divine palace. Then Yin Zhaoge took out that jade sword once more, carefully feeling the changes within. Analyzing the changes within, they indeed grew stronger at this moment. Following the guidance of the jade sword, Yin Zhaoge sped over. His speed was naturally much faster than that of the two. This time, with no one obstructing him, after finding some distance away, Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Within the star-shifting sea, two youths were currently advancing with great difficulty. Shijun was also paying attention to the changes in the jade sword in his hand, joy appearing on his face as he gazed about. Juner, Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone descended from the air together. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Shijun was instantly overjoyed. Little senior apprentice Uncle Yin. Yin Zhaoge also sighed in relief, a smile appearing on his face. Good, you've grown up. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance clearly, Shijun asked secretly via sound transmission, Little senior apprentice uncle, there doesn't seem to be any changes at all. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he answered, only over a year has passed on our side. Shijun came to a realization as he swiveled his head to look at Shuning beside him, introducing, Miss Shun, this is my senior apprentice uncle Yin Zhaoge. You should have heard of him before. Seeing Yin Zhaoge greet him without the slightest reservations, Shijun knew that there was no need for him to hide his identity. Thus he openly introduced himself. Shuning looked rather curiously whilst also fearfully at Yin Zhaoge. Still, she remained extremely polite. Blood Dragon sect disciple Shuning greets Mr. Yan. Yin Zhaoge smiled. No need to stand on ceremony. After laughing, Yin Zhaoge asked solemnly, what exactly happened? Shen Ying's expression darkened. Shijun took a deep breath and said, Martial aunt, it's like this. He gave a brief account of what had happened. Yin Zhaoge listened without batting an eyelid. It was more or less the same as what he had grasped earlier. Back then, Shijun had left Chongli Mountain alone to roam the star-shifting sea. In the process, he had encountered a group of people from the Blood Dragon sect on an island. While Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect could not see eye to eye with each other, no conflict had erupted between them at the time, also not having interacted much with each other. Afterwards, however, Shijun had discovered a sacred healing medicine on the island, the condensed pearl ancient leaf. In the process of harvesting it, the people of the Blood Dragon sect had arrived as well. Seeing the condensed pearl ancient leaf, they had instantly been tempted, wanting to obtain it. The two sides had immediately entered a standoff, the situation on the verge of erupting at any moment. Afterwards, Shening had appeared and persuaded Nianwei and the others, saying that there were still people of other sects on the island as well as figures of the evil Tao, and that they should not be laughed at by others. Only then had the people of the Blood Dragon sect given up, dispersing just like that. Afterwards, a typhoon had happened to surround the region of sea nearby. As it was not good for those on the island to leave directly, they had set up camp on the island. At night, as Shijun was meditating alone on a reef on the sea, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Hurrying over, he had found the vicinity of a cave where he saw two Blood Dragon sect disciples hesitating there, not knowing what to do. Feeling doubtful, Shijun had barged past their obstruction and entered the cave, seeing that Nianwei was up to no good. After injuring Nianwei, Shijun had rushed out of the cave with Shening, Nianwei and the others chasing after them. At the start, Shijun had not dealt a fatal blow. As the two had run and stopped, the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners had also hurried over. There were also people of other sects who had come to investigate after hearing the news. Nianwei and the other two had insisted that Shijun had been up to no good and had abducted Shening. Nianwei had tried to stop him, but had instead been injured. Yet, in the process just now, Shening had been injured in the head, falling unconscious. Under everyone's gazes, the Shening in Shijun's arms was in a disheveled state, causing him to be unable to explain himself. Shijun had wanted to wait for Shening to wake up and explain the truth of the matter, but Nianwei and the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners had already rushed over. The Blood Dragon sect and Chongli Mountain had not been on good terms in the first place. Nianwei having been injured and Shening abducted, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners had all attacked viciously, wishing that they could tear Shijun into 10,000 pieces. Greatly enraged, Shijun no longer showed any mercy as he stabbed two people to death. Facing more and more opponents, he had finally leapt into a whirlpool with Shening in his arms. Afterwards, having left the island through the Starlight Spring, Shijun had thought of a way to return to Chongli Mountain, asking them to uphold justice for him. However, the Blood Dragon sect had been conducting an extensive search in the star-shifting sea. Shijun and Shening had been discovered by Nianwei and the others once more as they had finally hidden within that foreign dimension. Shijun had discovered that there was a mechanism within the deep valley that could trigger a great starlight tide. Afterwards, Nianwei and the others had chased after him. A great battle had occurred at the bottom of the valley. Nianwei had been slain on the spot by Shijun before the mechanism had been triggered, a great starlight tide having engulfed the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. Yin Zhaoge already knew what had happened afterwards. After hearing everything, he looked at Shijun. Shijun smiled bitterly. Previously, when we were surrounded and attacked on the island, I did not dare to leave Miss Shun behind and escape alone. She was unconscious. If Nianwei wanted to do something, she would not be able to resist it. While Shening was the daughter of Chief Shen Shicheng, Nianwei's grandfather was Shan Shicheng's master, the #1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nian Chan. Back then, the group of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners on the island had been led by Nianwei and Shening. With Shening unconscious, the others had naturally followed Nianwei's lead. While Nianwei could not do anything openly, it could not be any simpler for him to do something in secret while Shening was unconscious. Yin Zhaoge understood Shijun's meaning. It was not that he was worried that Nianwei would develop lustful thoughts again. Instead, he wanted to silence her. The matter had already been blown out of proportion at the time, with the dirty water already splashed all over Shijun. The only one who could prove his innocence was Shening. Shijun said irritatedly, in that foreign dimension, Nianwei aside, those people of the Blood Dragon sect did not even listen to Miss Shan's explanation, wanting to kill me as soon as I arrived. Because at that time, before you had killed Nianwei, the nature of the matter had already begun to change. Yin Zhaoge patted Shijun's shoulder. It's fine. Your master has also come to the star-shifting sea. Let's first meet up with him. Chapter 536. Give me that jade sword of yours as well. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand, Shijun handing over the jade sword that he had kept with him. Yin Zhaoge received it, the blades of the two jade swords clashing lightly as a bright luster expanded. Senior brother Su also has a jade sword. He should have received the signal by now. Let's meet up with him outside the star-shifting sea. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone swept along Shijun and Shening, flying into the distance. Brought along by Yin Zhaoge, Shen Ying's expression was gloomy as well as uneasy. Shijun looked at her with concern. Shening gave him a smile, indicating that she was fine, but it looked a little forced. Thinking of Yin Zhaoge's earlier words, Shijun gradually came to some realization. If Shening could return alive and tell the whole story of what happened that day, Shijun would be able to wash away the injustice he had suffered. Shijun had killed Nian Wei, so Nian Shan must have hated him to the core and wanted to kill Shijun for revenge. However, Chongli Shan was able to stand on the side of reason, straightening his back to protect Shijun. As one of the 7 pillars of good, while Chongli Mountain's strength was inferior to that of the Blood Dragon sect, it was also impossible for the Blood Dragon sect to do as they pleased. If Nian Shan continued to keep an eye on him, it would be extremely dangerous for Shijun to travel outside. However, as long as he remained within directionless island's Chongli Mountain, Nian Shan would not be able to do anything to him. Nian Shan did not possess a clear advantage in attacking Chongli Mountain. If he wanted a life and death struggle, Water Crystal Palace and the other sects would naturally not sit by and watch. But if this injustice could not be cleared, Shijun would have to bear the reputation of kidnapping other people's female disciples. In the righteous martial world, everyone would really want to beat him up. If Nian Shan killed him, others would even applaud. It was just that if it were the other way around and the truth of the matter was revealed, it would be the Blood Dragon sect's turn to become the laughingstock of the world. Even if Nian Wei died, there would still be people saying that he deserved it. It was just that as a disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, Shen Ying could not help but care about the reputation of her sect, even if she disregarded Nian Wei who had intended to violate her. Her father being the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, the sect having raised her, all of this was affecting her judgment. From a certain perspective to Shen Ying, now that Nian Wei was dead, all her anger and hatred had been vented. Even the few Blood Dragon sect disciples who had been closest to Nian Wei had mostly died under his sword. The entire sect and the other disciples in the sect did not have any enmity with her at all. However, how could Shening remain indifferent as she watched Shijun, who had stood up for her and ended up being condemned by thousands of people? That was why he had a worried look on his face. As for the Blood Dragon sect, killing Shijun as well as rendering Shening unable to speak, the truth would be up to them. Back on that deserted island, Shijun had brought Shening away with him. Other than those of the Blood Dragon sect, there had been many other people who had witnessed it. Now, this matter had even spread throughout the vast ocean world. At this point, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Not to mention Yin Chan. Even if Shen Shirqing knew the truth of the matter, he would only protect his daughter's life. He might not show mercy to Shijun, and it was even more likely that he would continue to make mistakes. After that, if Nian Wei really died in Shijun's hands, the matter would no longer be left at that. While Shijun still did not fully understand all this, he had already gradually come to some understanding. His expression was unsettled. Glancing at Shijun, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Others don't believe you, but I do. Let's see if Nian Shan has the ability to make a move on you? The Northern Ocean clone beside him also revealed a smile, his clenched fist relaxing slightly as streams of blood-red light and golden light instantly flickered interchangeably. Shijun and Shening were both taken aback. Shening blurting out, 9 dragon fingers? Just 1 in 9. Facing the shocked gazes of the two, Yin Zhaoge said casually, not long after you left that foreign dimension, I arrived, as did Nian Chan. Seeing Nian Wei's corpse, the old man was a little enraged. Thus we exchanged blows and I broke one of his fingers. Afterwards I was busy looking for you, not continuing. Shijun and Shening were both rendered rather speechless for a time. While they had already known that Yin Zhaoge had slain Spirit Rhino Island Chief Fong Can, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, and a transcending mortality martial grandmaster wielding a sacred artifact were two completely different concepts. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yen Gang who wielded the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword, and the chief of the sacred evil sect Lin Qianqing who was a martial saint had similarly been unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge. However, being able to contend against and emerge victorious against a martial saint, even wresting away a 9-dragon finger, the difficulty of this was naturally incomparable. This meant that Yan Zhaoge, who was accompanied by the Northern Ocean clone, was even more powerful than they had expected, even more powerful than the number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Yan Shan, who wielded the 9 dragon fingers. Shining looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoge, wanting to say something, yet daring not to. Shi Jun exhaled slowly, sighing in admiration as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Indeed, senior apprentice Uncle Yan. Other than you, who else has the ability to stand at such heights at this age? Yan Zhaoge smiled, appraising Shi Jun all over. Let's not talk about me first. You, on the other hand, have truly surpassed your master. Good, very good. Shi Jun was currently only 20 years of age, already having reached the early outer aura martial scholar realm, having completed the second cleansing of the marrows within his bones, only a step away from the mid-outer aura stage. Having experienced slaughter and fleeing these past days, while his mind had been highly strained, it had also been tempered. As long as he settled down a little, he would immediately be able to step into the mid-outer aura stage. Not only was such a cultivation speed unparalleled in the current vast ocean world, it was also at the peak of the 8 extremities world. At the same age, his cultivation speed was already faster than that of his master Su Fei, faster than that of most of Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciples like Lu Wan. Of the young martial practitioners that Yan Zhaoge was familiar with, there were only Ying Longtu, Si Kongqing and Feng Yunsheng who were faster than Shi Jun. And those people were all somewhat special to some extent. It was worth mentioning that Shi Jun was not a disciple of Chongli Mountain at the end of the day. Being a guest like Su Fei, the resources that he had obtained in the process of his cultivation would definitely be inferior to that of the core disciples of Chongli Mountain and the other major sections. Even Yan Zhaoge felt that it was rare for him to still be able to look down on those of the same generation under such circumstances. It did not have to be asked how much sweat and effort Shi Jun had put in these past few years had flowed behind his back. His desire to possess the strength to protect his mother and his intense desire to prove himself were all immense motivations that spurred Shi Jun on. Not daring to halt his footsteps praised by Yan Zhaoge, a rare look of embarrassment appeared on Shi Jun's tough, arrogant face. Don't laugh at me, senior apprentice uncle. If others praise me, I can just thicken my face and accept it. You praising me, however, makes my face burn up. He knew what kind of figure this young senior apprentice uncle before him was. While their ages were not too far apart, Yan Zhaoge's accomplishments really left him in awe of a high mountain. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he could only feel that he was still that little child from back then. Still, having obtained Yan Zhaoge's acknowledgement, Shi Jun was exceptionally happy. It was just that after his happiness, Shi Jun's smile gradually vanished. Yan Zhaoge knew that while he had his support and his life was not in danger, if his name was not cleared, Shi Jun would still be condemned by all in the vast ocean world in the future, his name full of curses. We have reached the borders of the star-shifting sea. Out of here, unaffected by the starlight spring, we will be able to find senior apprentice brother Su and the others very quickly. Yan Zhaoge did not say anything further, just looking at Shi Jun and then at the similarly silent Shining before bringing them along and flying towards the heavens and earth that were enveloped by the blurry starlight. Chapter 537. Yan Zhaoge brought Shi Jun and Shining along, gradually flying out of the star-shifting sea. As they flew, Yan Zhaoge pondered on some matters whilst finally being able to divert some of his attention to the beam of the Divine Palace that he had just obtained. With the powerful Northern Ocean clone and the pillar of the Divine Palace assisting him, it had become much easier for Yan Zhaoge to refine the beam of the Divine Palace. Comprehending the numerous profound runes on the beam, Yan Zhaoge gained much more as many memories that had been buried deep within his heart were brought to the fore. Some memories of before the Great Calamity. After leaving the star-shifting sea, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits. At the same time, the Northern Ocean clone raised his sensory abilities to the maximum, beginning to search the surrounding heavens and earth. Very quickly, a few powerful auras surfaced in the distance, resembling lighthouses specialized in signaling as they were extremely eye-catching. Yin Zhaoge immediately adjusted his direction, moving in that direction. In the distance, a small island appeared where the sea and the sky met. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone instantly arrived above the small island. They saw that there were many different factions on the island as well as many people waiting there. While Yin Zhaoge still could not recognize all the people of the vast ocean world, he at least recognized the unique characteristics of their attire. Other than Su Fei and those of Chongli Mountain and those of the Blood Dragon sect, Yin Zhaoge could already see that Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning sect and the Blazing Wind sect were all present. Not a single one of the 7 pillars of good was missing. A disciple of a Chongli Mountain guest elder abducting an ordinary female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect would not have caused such a great disturbance. However, if the one abducted was the daughter of the chief of the Blood Dragon sect who had also killed the grandson of Nian Chan, number 3 of the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, this would be no small matter. It would depend on whether Chongli Mountain would support Shi Jun. If they did, a great battle between the 2 peak sects of good would erupt at any time. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, most of the people on the island were stunned. The faces of those of the Blood Dragon sect were all sunken to the point that water might drip out. They had already heard of Yin Zhaoge's battle with Nian Chan. Still, they had not known that Yin Zhaoge had already found Shi Jun and Shining before them. Shui Fei said that he had found Shi Jun's whereabouts and gathered everyone here to wait, saying that Shi Jun would soon appear. Seeing Shui Fei so confident, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all thought that Yin Zhaoge was most likely in the vicinity as well. This was the worst possible outcome. Communication in the shifting star sea was inconvenient. Nian Chan and Shen Shirqing had only just received the news, and they were still on their way here. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone descending from the sky, those of the Blood Dragon sect all felt rather stifled. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Shi Jun together, those of the other sects all came to a realization as they had the same thought as Nian Chan and Shen Shirqing. This person actually personally came over Shi Jun. It can be seen that their relationship is not ordinary. This matter will probably be hard to resolve. If this Yin Zhaoge steals his heart to protect Shi Jun, even if Chongli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace do not act, it will not be easy for Nian Chan to exact revenge. As Yin Zhaoge landed on the ground, his gaze swept through the entire area. Without needing to speak, everyone's hearts had already grown solemn. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge had returned with Shi Jun and Shining, Su Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su, I have succeeded in bringing Jun back safe and sound. Shi Jun first bowed to Su Fei. Master, I have caused you to worry. Su Fei shook his head. It is nothing for Master. Instead, it is the seniors here who have made things difficult for you. After greeting Su Fei, Shi Jun apologized to those of Chongli Mountain. They all first shook their heads slightly before their gazes shifted between Shi Jun and Shining. The Blood Dragon sect martial grandmaster expert now said coldly, Your disciple has returned safely, yet many of our sect's disciples have died at his hands. He stared at Shi Jun, raping and pillaging, extremely vicious and evil. When did Chongli Mountain become such a place that harbors such filth? Or is it that relying on external reinforcements, you want to rampage unhindered beneath the heavens, doing whatever you please? The Chongli Mountain martial practitioners all frowned. What did you say? Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly, not speaking. Su Fei's expression did not change as he said loudly, Whether it is right or wrong, there should be a public verdict. It is not that your words can convict you. That Blood Dragon sect martial practitioner was about to speak when that middle-aged woman who had once visited Chongli Mountain raised a hand to stop her companion, her gaze sweeping past Shining, Shi Jun and Su Fei before finally landing on Yin Zhaoge. 2 of the people involved are here now. We can all face each other, this female elder of the Blood Dragon sect said slowly. Still, can you first return our disciple to us? Could it be that you want to detain her? Yin Zhaoge said mildly, I am worried that someone might kill her in order to cover up their embarrassment. While the people of the Blood Dragon sect feared Yin Zhaoge's might, They all glared furiously at him now. Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. If I let her go, if something happens to her very soon, you can conveniently pin the blame on me. Your sect is very proficient in such matters. Therefore, I feel that this girl would instead be a little safer with me here. That female elder sucked in a deep breath. Under your threat, how would Inger confess the truth? Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shuning, whose face was pale as she said softly, "This is my master." While she was Shun Shurching's daughter, as Shun Shurching held the position of chief, he was burdened with many matters. Therefore, Shuning had entered the tutelage of that female elder to cultivate in. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly, waving his hands. Shuning nodded in thanks, walking towards her master. Seeing this, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all heaved a sigh of relief. The experts of the surrounding sects all focused earnestly on Shuning. Whether it was because the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners truly did not have such intentions, or because of Shun Shurching's prestige, or because it was inconvenient to make a move in front of so many people, Shuning was safe and sound. Seeing this, Shijun also heaved a sigh of relief. There were also people who had been observing Shijun all this time. Seeing his expression, they all began to wonder inwardly. The leading elder of Chongli Mountain this time asked loudly, "Everyone has already heard much of what the Blood Dragon sect has said. Shijun, we would like to hear your explanation now. What exactly happened?" Shijun nodded, saying in a clear voice, "That day, this junior came to this island to try his luck. Inadvertently finding a spirit medicine, he narrated everything that had happened. Along the way, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners were unable to hold themselves back a few times as they glared angrily at him, wanting to open their mouths to curse him. Each time this happened, Yin Zhaoge's icy cold gaze would sweep over, causing a chill to run down their spines as they forcibly swallowed the curses that were at the tip of their tongues. Shijun's narration was naturally different from the Blood Dragon sect's version, as the two sides were basically poles apart. When Shijun had finally finished with great difficulty and Yin Zhaoge no longer obstructed him, a Blood Dragon sect martial practitioner roared furiously, "Nonsense! Yin Wei and Shuning are childhood sweethearts, loving each other very much. Yin Wei has always been extremely caring towards Shuning. How could he have used force?" Yin Zhaoge asked mildly, "Oh? Is that so? I heard that while the parents of both sides had such intentions, there was no marriage agreement between the two youths. Who knows if it wasn't one of them who was unable to obtain it, finally flying into a rage out of embarrassment." That Blood Dragon sect elder choked slightly before continuing. "The old chief and the current chief have already arranged a marriage agreement for the two of them. This is something that everyone in the sect knows. As an outsider, what would you know?" The other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners began to agree as well, but their gazes all involuntarily drifted towards Shuning. The gazes of everyone present were now focused on Shuning as well. Chapter 538. It was not just Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect. The higher echelon experts of the other sects all gazed at Shuning now as well. While she did not intentionally reveal her aura, the pressure created by the gazes of so many martial grandmaster experts was sufficient to cause any martial scholar to suffocate. Shuning currently resembled a lone boat amidst a tempestuous storm, her figure appearing exceptionally frail. Her lips twitched as she raised her head and surveyed the surroundings, seeing the earnest yet rather worried gazes of the seniors of her clan. Before she could answer, Shuefei suddenly asked, "May I ask if Miss Shun is still a virgin now?" Xunying's master was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Shuefei said calmly, "I have no intention of offending your master and disciple. It is just that we martial practitioners balance the two qis of yin and yang. Whether or not a woman is a virgin, whether or not she has experienced the things between a man and a woman, has a great influence on the flow of yin and yang within her body, and this influence is irreversible." The people of the Blood Dragon sect all felt solemn as they knew what Shuefei wanted to say. Shuefei looked first at Shijun and then at Shuning. If my disciple really is a criminal, abducting and killing for his own selfish reasons, the two of them having disappeared for so many days, it would be sufficient for him to do many things. However, from my external observation, Miss Shun should still be a virgin. Of course, my observation might not be accurate, but it would be sufficient to check the flow of qi within her body. The difference in cultivation bases between Shuefei and Shening was too great. If he wanted to, he would be able to see through the flow of yin and yang within Shenying's body with a single glance. However, Shuefei did not do so, as he instead scanned the surroundings. There are many experts of the various sects here who are female. We can ask them to help us check. That would also be more fair and just. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, as he did not say anything more now, just looking at those of the Blood Dragon sect. Don't play any tricks in front of everyone. Everyone is watching. Those whose cultivation bases far surpass Shenying's would be able to temporarily change the balance of the flow of yin and yang within her body for a short period of time, if they infuse their true essence into her body. Still, with Nianchen not present, none of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners present had the ability to hide this from so many people. Shenying's master frowned. In truth, just having returned to her side, she had already roughly checked on Shening and confirmed that she was fine. He heaved a sigh of relief, but because of Shuefei's words, his heart began to race once more. Su Fei said, "Let's not talk about being surrounded and chased by all of you. If my disciple is truly a vicious and evil person, then the more dangerous the environment, the easier it is for his vicious nature to be aroused." He looked at Shijun. "Did they chase you until you couldn't catch your breath?" Shijun answered, "Before arriving at that foreign dimension, I was not very nervous. I only wanted to find a route to leave the star-shifting sea as soon as possible. It was only in the vicinity of that foreign dimension that I was accidentally discovered by those of the Blood Dragon sect." Shuefei looked around. "So, if you really want to do something, there will be plenty of opportunities in time." The people of the other sects glanced at Shening. Those of the Blood Dragon sect wanted to stop this, yet were unable to do so. Some wanted to make a move, yet being stared at by everyone, they were unable to do so. After everyone had taken a look, the person from Water Crystal Palace was the first to say, "She is indeed still a virgin." The people from the Spirit Returning sect nodded in agreement. Those of Myriad Sword Pool, the Blazing Wind sect and Spirit Rhino Island exchanged looks, not speaking. Now, a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect said sinisterly, "Perhaps this little thief has the will, but lacks the strength?" Everyone was taken aback. That Blood Dragon sect elder said, "There are all sorts of strange things in the Great Thousand Worlds. This old man has heard before that there are people who are unable to do it but are exceptionally brutal, loving to viciously destroy flowers." The scene quietened slightly. Looking at Shijun and Shening, everyone did not know what to say for a time. Doubts arose within everyone's hearts as they were no longer as certain that it was Shijun who had done it. Still, while the words of this Blood Dragon sect elder sounded absurd, they were not without basis. The situation could not help but become rather awkward. Whether or not Shening was a virgin was not hard to determine due to the changes in her chi meridians. However, it was hard to say for Shijun. Even if he were to say it himself, he would not be able to prove it. After all, he couldn't just go and have sex with a woman on the spot, right? Fury appeared on Shijun's face. Shuefei pressed down on his shoulder, swiveling his head to look at the people of the Blood Dragon sect. An elder of Chongli Mountain snorted, "Old man Wang Qin, this old man also suspects that you are unable to do it now. What do you have to say for yourself?" That Blood Dragon sect elder Wang Qin was not angered. This old man is already at this old man's age, fully focused on cultivation. I am already indifferent to the matters between men and women. He did not pursue the matter further, instead changing the topic as he continued, "I am naturally happy that Ying Er's chastity has been preserved, not having been tainted by that little thief. However, this does not mean that the little thief did not have other intentions in abducting Ying Er." Wang Qin pointed at Shijun. "It is him who accused our clan's disciple Nianwei of wanting to defile Shening. This is pure nonsense. Nianwei and Shening already had an engagement. It is just that the two of them were still observing etiquette. At the same time, we as their seniors were afraid that their cultivation bases were still not stable, and that their self-control was insufficient. Overindulging in the matters between men and women would damage their foundations. Therefore, we did not take that step forward." Yin Zhaoge looked at Wang Qin. This person had shifted the focus of the conflict back. He wanted to prove that Nianwei was not in the wrong. With that, the problem naturally fell on Shijun. At the end of the day, Shijun had taken the lives of quite a few Blood Dragon sect disciples. This enmity could not be resolved as a battle between the two sides was unavoidable. As for what exactly was wrong with Shijun, they could slowly wrangle it out later. Still, with Shijun at the end of the day, the Blood Dragon sect would be on the side of reason. That way, they would be able to pursue the matter of Shijun killing Yan Wei, and the others with great fanfare. What the Blood Dragon sect needed to fight for now was to protect their reputation and the support of the other 5 of the 7 pillars of good. Looking at Shunning now, an elder of Myriad Swordpool said harmoniously, "Why don't you tell us what exactly happened that day, niece of the Shin family?" This old man knows that it might be a little hard for a girl to speak of, but this old man believes that Chief Shun's daughter is a responsible person. This matter involves an official case, one of the parties even dying as a result. There has to be a conclusion to this matter, a conclusion to be drawn. Looking at that elder of Myriad Sword Pool, the people of Chongli Mountain all snorted coldly within their hearts. Heh, this level of bias. Everyone's gazes were focused on Shunning once more. Shen Ying's face was extremely pale as she looked at Shijun. When Shijun met her gaze, his heart sank. Shunning then whispered, "Senior brother Nian didn't bully me." Shijun's anger surged. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Shen Ying's pale face, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Now he felt a hand pressing down on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Yin Zhaoge. Calm down. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm as water, seemingly not at all surprised by the situation before him. At the same time, the distant horizon shook. From the direction of the star-shifting sea, powerful auras appeared one after another. The one in the lead was like an evil dragon emerging from the sea. The other party quickly arrived in the vicinity of the small island, revealing themselves to be precisely Nian Chan, Shun Shirching and the other Blood Dragon sect experts. Chapter 539. Looking down from above at Yin Zhaoge and Shijun, Nian Chen's eyes virtually seemed about to spew fire. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely waved towards Nian Chan, greeting him, "Oh, 8-fingered Dragon King, how have you been?" Everyone on the island was stunned again, and they looked at Nian Chan in astonishment. Nian Chen's face was livid as he glared at Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, the others looked at Nian Chen's somewhat stiff hands and were shocked to discover that apart from his left thumb that had been cut off many years ago, Nian Chan was also missing his right index finger. Now, he was indeed the 8-fingered Dragon King. However, no one could laugh. Everyone's gazes shifted back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Nian Chan as a shocking guess arose within their minds. The Northern Ocean clone beside Yin Zhaoge relaxed his clenched fists slightly, blood-red light and golden light surging from within. It was like an extremely powerful existence was grasped firmly in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone, unable to move at all. Everyone was dumbfounded when their guesses were confirmed. Nian Chen's finger was broken by him. One of the divine weapons, the 9 dragon fingers, was also taken by him. Although they knew that the young man before them was powerful, no one had expected him to be this powerful. Shen Shirching's gaze landed on Shening. "Inger, are you alright?" Shening shook her head, while Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Your daughter was not harmed at all. Instead, it was my junior apprentice nephew who was injured rather badly." A Blood Dragon sect elder snorted. "He has killed so many of our Blood Dragon sect's disciples, and he still has the face to say this?" Yin Zhaoge was shocked. "That's right, so many people besieging a single junior apprentice nephew of mine. But in the end, a whole bunch of them were killed instead." That Blood Dragon sect elder's eyes bulged. Me what?" Yin Zhaoge ignored him as his gaze fell on Shening. "This Miss Shun, while Nian Wei did not bully you, did my junior apprentice nephew Shijun bully you?" Shunning hesitated as she lowered her head, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners beside her all looking nervously at her. Not waiting for her to speak, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "If my junior apprentice nephew bullied you, where did he bully you? Although you're the victim, you can't speak without evidence, right? There are so many people here. You can tell us what kind of damage you've suffered. There are many people who can verify it for you." The Blood Dragon sect's elder Wang Qin said coldly, "The facts have already proven that it was your junior apprentice nephew who abducted our sect's disciple Shening. The other disciples of our sect attempted to stop him, yet were killed and injured by your junior apprentice nephew. Why did your martial nephew kidnap Shining? You'll have to ask him. Shining is fine now. I can only say that it's because she was discovered in time. Who knows what your martial niece is thinking? It's just that I haven't had the time to do it yet. But that doesn't change the fact that he kidnapped and killed people. Yin Zhaoge looked rather amusedly at Wang Qin. What is the truth? Is it just based on your mouth alone? Wang Qin raised his voice, saying, I know that you have great strength and outstanding talent, having reached the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level at such a young age. You even refined the remains of the Northern Underworld Martial Saint, Zhuang Kuan, into a clone. But just because you're strong, do you think you can cover up for your martial nephew's murder? You must know that there is justice in this world. If you kill me today and seal my mouth, can you kill everyone under the heavens and seal the mouths of the myriad life forms under the heavens? Wang Qin looked solemnly at Yin Zhaoge. While you are strong, you probably don't have that ability, right? Your sudden appearance shocked the entire vast ocean world. If you say that rampaging beneath the heavens and causing all heroes to bow down to you, suppressing everyone to the point of not daring to make a sound is your goal, you are really underestimating the people of this world. Yin Zhaoge's expression was tranquil as he was not vexed, instead looking rather interestedly at Wang Qin. The other party's words were clearly trying to pit this outsider, who had suddenly appeared against the entire vast ocean world. Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, this Yin is not underestimating the people of this world. Still, some people are indeed hard for me to think highly of, such as your sect. The people of the Blood Dragon sect all looked at Yin Zhaoge with hostility. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, don't look at me like that. Face is given by others, but you have to fight for it yourself. He waved his hand, gesturing for Shijun to come to his side before patting his shoulder. The truth of the matter is actually only known by these two people involved. And now they are also each sticking to their own version of the matter. I naturally believe my junior apprentice nephew's words. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Wang Qin and the others. Yin Wei is already dead. At the end of the day, he was the grandson of your sect's longtime disciple, Elder Chan. Whether it is for his reputation or for the reputation of your sect as a whole, Shening no longer pursued the matter, instead distorting the truth and pointing the spearhead at my junior apprentice nephew. Shening pursed her lips tightly as the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all roared furiously. Yin Zhaoge ignored them as he continued. Still, she could only clean up Nian Wei at most. Wanting to slander my junior apprentice nephew, what did she slander? At most she only took her away. Other than that, my junior apprentice nephew did not touch a single hair on her. If we really have to follow your logic, perhaps it can be explained this way. My junior apprentice nephew brought your disciple Shan Ying along with him as a witness without harming a single hair on her. Witness what? Witness how useless the other disciples of your sect are. Yin Zhaoge said casually, not being able to beat my junior apprentice nephew in a one-on-one fight, not even being able to beat her in a group fight, losing her life one after another. Your sect really should properly reflect on how it teaches its disciples. Otherwise, it is too easy for them to die outside. What do you think of this? The people of the Blood Dragon sect were all greatly enraged, even Wang Qin's entire body trembling with rage. The spectating sects all exchanged glances, their expressions all rather complex. Those of Water Crystal Palace did not speak, while the leading elder of the Spirit Returning sect chuckled. This can also be explained. At this point, the truth was becoming more and more unclear. However, the spectators were not fools as many guesses gradually arose within their hearts. The entire matter gradually became a mess. They might not believe Shijun's words, but even with Shen Ying's testimony, they were still filled with doubt towards the Blood Dragon sect's words. Shijun's breathing eased slightly. While he was unable to truly regain his innocence and expose the lies of Nian Wei and the Blood Dragon sect, he finally felt like he had seen the light of day after the clouds had been dispelled at this moment. While he felt rather unresigned, he knew that with Shan Ying not personally telling the truth, this was probably already the best possible outcome. At the very least, if he still roamed the vast ocean world in the future, he would not have to bear the stigma of being a rapist. Shi Jun had just wanted to speak when Yin Zhaoge's sound transmission suddenly resounded by his ear. Don't speak. This is only the beginning. Yin Chen, who had been silent ever since he had appeared, just staring fixatedly at Yin Zhaoge and Shi Jun, now said coldly, youngsters who do not know the height of the heavens and the boundlessness of the earth will indeed die very easily. His voice resembled the roar of a vicious dragon, as it shook the ears of everyone present to the point of ringing. Yin Chen directly clawed towards Shi Jun. This old man's grandson has died. This enmity is irreconcilable. This old man will use your heart as a sacrifice to Wei Er's spirit in heaven. Yin Chen's gaze was cruel to the extreme. No one can stop me. A figure flickered, appearing between Yin Chen, Yin Zhaoge and Shi Jun. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. As opposed to fighting, it is actually more beneficial for you to wrangle verbally. Yin Zhaoge said in an indifferent tone. I have come to retrieve those remaining fingers that I left on your hand. You dare to touch my martial nephew? You think you can do it? Chapter 540. In order to avoid being affected by the battle between the Saint Realm warriors, everyone else retreated to the side. Yin Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, secretly sending him some words via sound transmission. Xue Fei's eyes flickered as he nodded. The Northern Ocean clone soared into the air, his arms shaking like a rock, leaving the water as he integrated the Northern Ocean divine spear into his fist darts. He punched out, and it was as if a huge spear had pierced through heaven and earth, attacking Yin Chen. Yin Chen's spiritual martial avatar reappeared above his head, forming a dragon-headed human-bodied image. A 9-fingered claw swiped down. The saint weapon, 9 dragon fingers, flashed brilliantly on his blood dragon avatar's claws, but with only 8 dragon fingers left, its power was inevitably weakened. The situation of the 9 dragon fingers was special. The 9 fingers were one. Even if they were separated, they could still sense each other. If one finger was missing, the power of the holy weapon would be weaker than when it was at its peak. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, you can't even do 9 fingers, much less 8? Yin Chen chuckled and exhaled loudly. All the acupoints in his body vibrated together. Blood dragons rose from his acupoints and let out deafening roars. Yin Chen's Adam's apple moved. The blood dragons on his body did the same, their Adam's apples moving. Every blood dragon's throat swelled up like a lump, like a tumor. In the next moment, thousands of blood dragons opened their mouths and roared. Beads of blood shot out from their mouths and exploded in the air. Secret martial art of the blood dragon sect, blood dragon spitting pearl. In the past, Yin Zhaoge had once seen the essence spirit martial grandmaster of the blood dragon sect, Hai Zhongjia, execute this technique, his strength instantly rising greatly. Now that the transcendent martial grandmaster Yin Chen had activated this technique, a dense blood mist instantly enveloped the world. All the blood mist was absorbed by the blood dragon avatar above Yin Chen's head. Gradually, the blood dragon avatar's throat bulged. As the blood dragon avatar opened its mouth, a large blood bead emerged. Rays of blood-red light flashed, dyeing the surrounding void red. The blood bead was huge and dazzling. It hung in the air like a blood-colored sun. The blood droplets exploded and countless rays of blood-red light fell onto the 8 dragon fingers. The power of the saint weapon was immediately stimulated to an even greater degree. As the claw descended, 8 blood-red cracks seemed to appear within the sky before converging and pressuring towards a certain point, their target being precisely Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone's figure shook amidst space, his iron fist that resembled the tip of a spear drawing a semicircle in the air. As soon as this semicircle appeared, the entire world seemed to be enveloped within it, and the 8 blood-colored claw marks were no exception. The blood-red claw scars shot madly outwards, while the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean divine spear moved in an arc, blocking all 8 of the blood-red claw scars as the two clashed intensely amidst space. The Northern Ocean clone stood proudly where he was, while Yin Chen's blood dragon avatar shook as it was shaken to the point of being unable to stand stably. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not look pleased with himself as his heart instead jolted slightly. In the distance, a black gas suddenly split the sea and slashed towards the small island. In the sky, Yin Chen said coldly, "Young man, you have offended too many people. I am not the only one who wants to deal with you. Yin Zhaoge did not look surprised. Someone of the evil shifting sect? The black saber chi before him was not foreign to Yin Zhaoge. It was the supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the profound dark saber chi. The terrifying black saber chi chopped towards the small island. The surrounding region of sea split apart as the small island was instantly cleaved into two. The rock split apart as the saber chi broke through all obstructions like tofu, wanting to hack Yin Zhaoge and the small island into two. The Northern Ocean clone did not move as green light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's sleeve. The green abyss soared, emitting a dragon's roar as it transformed into a majestic green dragon, blocking the terrifying black saber chi. The black saber chi shattered, a blood-red light flickering amidst the dense darkness. The newcomer's saber arts contained saber arts, the saber chi of a blood sea concealed within the depths of the profound dark saber chi. A streak of blood-red light domineeringly hacked towards the throat of the green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's sword light, leaving behind a line of blood on its neck. The line of blood rapidly extended, wanting to decapitate the green dragon. Yin Zhaoge's gaze emitted a cold light as the scales on the green dragon's entire body pulsed together. A green glow enveloping the heavens and covering the earth being released. A shocking cold light also erupted from the dragon's eyes. A long roar that pierced through the 9 heavens resounding as the green dragon roiled, its sword light expanding madly. Yin Zhaoge's 9 heavens change, the coiling dragon sleeve being pushed to the maximum, withstanding the attack of the opponent's blood sea saber chi. The next moment, the green dragon's entire body suddenly curled up, instantly seeming to vanish as it was concealed amidst the clouds, its head nowhere to be seen. After that streak of blood-red light had halted, wanting to exert force again, it had lost its target. Beneath the cloud dragon concealed sword, the green dragon formed of the swordlight was large at times while small at others, changing and soaring as it erupted once more in the next instant, coiling around that streak of blood-red light before forcefully twisting it. The terrifying, mournful blood-red light from earlier instantly shattered. However, amidst the shattered blood-red light, a saber in the form of white bone suddenly appeared. This white bone saber mightily hacked down on the body of the green dragon. Next, a person whose entire body was enveloped by bone armor appeared. The bone armor was completely filled with savage bone spikes, causing him to look incomparably terrifying. His ferocious baleful chi caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Chief of the evil shifting sect, heavenly evil Feng Jingsheng. The newcomer was precisely the number 4 of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality experts. The chief of the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects, Feng Jingsheng. The evil shifting sect's supreme martial art, the dim shifting white bone saber, was executed by him, his true martial avatar virtually becoming one with him. With a single saber, he wanted to slay the green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's sword along with Yin Zhaoge himself. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as the cold light within his eyes was instead retracted, turning chaotic and empty. Numerous essence talismans condensed between the heavens and the earth before transforming into a profound spirit formation, hovering at the tip of Yin Zhaoge's sword. The green dragon was nowhere to be seen, all things seemingly returning to chaos. Chaos was extinguished, an incomparably terrifying power being birthed, merging within this sword of Yin Zhaoge's. As the sabers and swords clashed, a fierce force dispersed to the sides, directly splitting the small island down below into two with the two as the boundary, even extending towards the Great Sea to the left and right, splitting the Jade Sea apart. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's spirit formation, after their initial shock, everyone was stunned. Mid-Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster? Didn't he just become an early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster in the Deep Sea Corridor? Evil shifting sect master Feng Jingsheng's face was covered by his bone armor, and his expression could not be seen clearly, but his eyes that were exposed were also filled with astonishment. Everyone felt a chill within their hearts as they looked at Yin Zhaoge, not having thought at all that the Northern Ocean clone being held back by Nian Qian and the 9 dragon fingers, with the other transcending mortality martial grandmaster actually unable to succeed in his attack on Yin Zhaoge. Now, however, the sound of thunder resounded in the distance once more, a heavy sound approaching from the depths of the sea before erupting beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet. The small island below was completely destroyed, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts soared into the sky. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. Such a martial art, in the vast ocean world, belongs to the brilliant thunder sect of the six evil sects? I've never dealt with this sect before. His thoughts flashing at lightning speed. Yin Zhaoge's movements were not slow in the slightest as he executed finger-flicking shocking thunder, instantly exerting force once more. As the sword descended, the lightning was completely shattered. Chapter 541. As the light of thunder shattered and exploded unceasingly, a figure whose entire body was entangled with thunderbolts shot out from below, also lunging towards Yin Zhaoge. That momentum was even fiercer than the evil shifting sect leader Feng Jingsheng. One of the six evil paths, the sect master of the brilliant thunder sect, Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui. First amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world. Without a martial saint or a sacred artifact, who could stand against the head of the forces of evil, Gung Hui? In terms of cultivation base and strength, he was only inferior to the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, the chief of the Water Crystal Palace Lin Shi, and the chief of the Sacred Evil sect Lin Qiancheng. Even Yan Qian and Feng Jingsheng were slightly surprised by Gung Hui's appearance. Yan Qian was first shocked before rejoicing as he stared at Yin Zhaoge, saying coldly, "Let alone that little beast surnamed Shi. You should first worry about whether or not you can leave this place alive." The other Righteous Path martial practitioners frowned as they looked at the brilliant Thunder Sect's sect master Gung Hui, and the evil shifting sect's sect master Feng Jingsheng. The Water Crystal Palace elder who had been silent all this while suddenly became displeased. "Elder Chong, you've joined hands with the six evil paths?" Yan Chan said coldly, "This Yen brat killed Feng Can. But how many of our Righteous Paths people did he kill? How can he not be considered a demon? I don't care what other people's reasons are, but he protected the murderer who killed my grandson, so he is my mortal enemy. After exterminating this brat, what happens to the brilliant Thunder sect and the evil shifting sect is another matter. Right now, no one can stop me from taking revenge." With that, the blood dragon avatar above his head descended with a ferocious momentum, wanting to restrict Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The power of his sacred artifact was unleashed to the maximum, as he once again executed the supreme martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, the 9 dragons slaughtering divine claw. While there were only 8 dragons left, aided by the Blood Dragon spitting pearl's secret art, its ferocity still surged to the heavens. At the same time, a jade-green light appeared in the distance. A ray of light appeared in front of him in an instant. "My spirit Rhino Island is willing to lend a helping hand if the Dragon King wishes to get rid of the little devil." Amidst his words, a white-haired old man appeared before surging jade light descended towards Yin Zhaoge. It was a longtime expert of Spirit Rhino Island, the other transcending mortality martial grandmaster of Spirit Rhino Island aside from Feng Can, Guanli. Guanli stared at Yin Zhaoge. "You killed our chief and snatched our clan's supreme treasure, the Spirit Rhino Orb. Now that the heavens are clear, it is time for you to receive your retribution." Although this old man was not ranked among the top 10 transcendental martial artists, as a transcendental martial grandmaster, his cultivation base was also powerful and could not be underestimated. Surrounded by enemies, Yin Zhaoge instead laughed loudly. Other than the appearance of the chief of the brilliant Thunder sect, Gung Hui, being somewhat unexpected, Yin Zhaoge's expression had not changed at all. Seeing Guanli appear, he laughed loudly. "Good that you've come." Facing this claw of Nian Chen's, the Northern Ocean clone did not forcibly clash head-on for the first time, instead retreating. Nian Chen was shocked as he saw the Northern Ocean clone unleash his strength and speed, breaking free of the concept of space and time that was grasped by the 9 dragons slaughtering divine claw, as he directly transformed into an illusory shadow and retreated. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Without anything to worry about, let's fight to our heart's content." The Northern Ocean clone evaded Nian Chen, retreating to Yin Zhaoge's side. He opened his palm, resembling stealing the heavens and changing the sun as a universe was concealed within it, seemingly infinite in size. Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, Shi Jun and the other Chongli Mountain martial practitioners all entered within, being kept within the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Then the Northern Ocean clone did not linger in the slightest as he flickered, evading Yan Chan once more before abruptly shooting towards the 3 martial grandmasters, Feng Jingsheng, Gung Hui and Guanli. His first target was the weakest of the three, Guanli. At this moment, the Northern Ocean clone seemed to have transformed into the ferocious beast of legend, instantly ripping through the heavens and the earth as he arrived before Guanli. Guanli was greatly shocked. The projections of the spirit rhino palm, and the speed of the spiritual light manifestation technique that he was proficient in did not hold any advantage before the Northern Ocean divine spear. As he retreated in panic, one of the arms of Guanli's true martial avatar was directly smashed apart by the Northern Ocean clone with a single punch. The earlier all-encompassing attacks that covered the heavens and covered the earth came to an abrupt halt at this moment, resembling a joke. Seeing this scene, the ferocity of Nian Chan and the others that surged to the heavens dimmed as well. The Northern Ocean clone opened his mouth, Yin Zhaoge's voice resounding, "Nian Chan, you really don't learn from your mistakes, ah. You seem to have forgotten why you lost to me last time. Wanting to surround and attack my Northern Ocean clone, one of you needs to be able to keep up with me at the very least. Otherwise, to me, there isn't much of a difference between a one-on-one fight and a group brawl. If that old man of Spirit Rhino Island was a martial saint or possessed a sacred artifact, you might have some chance." The Northern Ocean clone laughed loudly as he shot into the skies, evading Nian Chen's attack once more. Currently, he was no longer battling Nian Chan at all as he instead targeted the three martial grandmasters, Feng Jingsheng, Geng Hui and Guanli. Nian Chen's face was livid with rage. It was not that he was unaware of the advantage that the Northern Ocean clone possessed in terms of speed. Therefore, he had executed the 9-dragon slaughtering divine claw as soon as he had arrived, hoping to restrict the Northern Ocean clone's range of movement. However, what shocked Nian Chan was the fact that the Northern Ocean clone's speed actually seemed to have increased as compared to the last time they had clashed. If it was still his previous speed, he might still have a chance of trapping the Northern Ocean clone. Now, however, even going all out, he would only be able to catch up to him and eat his dust. How could he know that other than his original Northern Ocean divine spear, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had also been cultivating in the Fuyao art of pre-Great Calamity times recently, his speed having risen to a whole new level. Usually, even Guanli, who was not ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters, would still be domineering in the vast ocean world. Without the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, Geng Hui's strength was above Nian Chen's, and Feng Jingsheng's strength was comparable to Nian Chen's as well. However, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was currently as fast as lightning, beating the 3 transcending mortality martial grandmasters to the point that they were unable to even raise their heads. Nian Chan hated Shi Jun and Yin Zhaoge to the extreme as he chased after Yin Zhaoge relentlessly. However, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly gave up on Geng Hui, and the other two, shooting towards Nian Chan. Blocking the 9-fingered claw of Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar with one fist, his other hand grabbed onto one of its claws. Nian Chan let out a tragic cry as yet another finger was broken. 7 more. The Northern Ocean clone laughed loudly. "I said that those fingers of yours were merely something that I placed on your palm." Geng Hui and the other two made use of this chance to attack. The Northern Ocean clone, however, did not linger in battle as he gave up on Nian Chan once more, adopting a dodging stance once more. Amidst his whistling, the Northern Ocean clone found a chance to shake off the enraged Nian Chan, shooting towards the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, Geng Hui. His entire body enveloped in thunderbolts, Geng Hui punched out simultaneously with his fists, resisting Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. 2 fists meeting the Northern Ocean clone's 1. The joints of Geng Hui's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He clenched his teeth, numerous streaks of violent thunder suffusing the air as the massive 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar resembled a god of thunder descending from the heavens, forcibly resisting the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean divine spear. As the #1 expert of the vast ocean world beneath the martial saint realm, Geng Hui displayed his shocking strength. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, exerting force with his fists once more. The mighty boundlessly massive fish bobbed within the roiling Black Sea, its majestic immense force instantly causing cracks to appear on the body of Geng Hui's 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar. The Kuanping, other than its godly speed of 10,000 kilometers, also possessed immense strength that presided arrogantly over the 8 Desolaces. Chapter 542. Please subscribe. The Northern Ocean clone mightily exerted force, blood leaking from the corner of Gung Hui's mouth as he toppled backwards. Strange fiery red thunderbolts suddenly appeared on his body, the flames and the thunderbolts seeming to merge as one as they were blazing with extreme yang as they blocked the terrifying Northern Ocean divine spear before him. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze flickered slightly, making use of Gung Hui blocking the Northern Ocean clone's attack and his movements temporarily slowing. Nianchan, Feng Jingsheng and Guanli hurriedly unleashed their full strength, attacking towards the Northern Ocean clone. As the thunder and fire on Gung Hui's entire body dissipated and he vomited blood in retreat, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly turned, already slamming into the area enveloped by Feng Jingsheng's saber chi at lightning speed. Feng Jingsheng's expression changed slightly as he saw the sharp claws of Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar already reaching the back of Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone's head. The ferocity of this chief of the evil shifting sect was stimulated. He no longer retreated and evaded as he unleashed the dim shifting white bone saber to the maximum, chopping towards the Northern Ocean clone. Die! The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, punching the saber, shaking it off course before attacking with his other hand. His arm seemed to have transformed into an indestructible spear at this moment as the fearsome, terrifying bone armor on Feng Jingsheng's body was densely covered with bone spikes, breaking apart one by one. The Northern Ocean clone merged his spear arts into his fist arts, raising his arm as he broke through Feng Jingsheng's bone armor. Amidst Feng Jingsheng's shock, Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, barely avoiding Yan Chen's dragon claws behind him. However, not waiting for Feng Jingsheng to heave a sigh of relief, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly raised his hand, a purple bow appearing within it as thunder rumbled unceasingly. High-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. The Northern Ocean clone drew the bow before releasing it, two streaks of blood-red lightning that flickered with golden light breaking through the air. While the accuracy of a martial saint's bow was ordinary, that violent amount of power was sufficient. One streak of blood-red light first shattered Feng Jingsheng's true martial avatar completely before the other landed on his shoulder, virtually shattering it along with his entire arm. Lowering his head with great effort, he shockingly discovered that it was actually the two dragon fingers that had heavily injured him. The two 9 dragon fingers that he had wrested from Nian Chan had been used by Yan Zhaoga as arrows, instantly beating the chief of the evil shifting sect, Feng Jingsheng, to the point where he was barely alive. Nian Chan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly reached out to pluck the dragon finger glove off Feng Jingsheng's body, and then hurriedly went to look for another one. Feng Jingsheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he let out a miserable groan. However, his voice was drowned out by another tragic, heartrending cry. In the distance, the Northern Ocean clone kept Heaven Shocker, making use of the time when Yan Chan was no longer pursuing him to instantly lunge before Spirit Rhino Island's Guanli. Then, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster of Spirit Rhino Island had the Northern Ocean clone forcibly rip apart his true martial avatar. Yan Chan wanted to retrieve the two dragon finger gloves, but the Northern Ocean clone had already arrived beside him, the terrifying Northern Ocean divine spear shooting towards the back of Nian Chen's head. "You're going too far." Nian Chan roared helplessly, turning to meet the Northern Ocean clone head-on. He had used the Blood Dragon Spitting Orbs technique to forcibly raise his strength. However, while this secret technique could allow a martial practitioner's strength to skyrocket for a short period of time, it would cause him to fall into a state of weakness afterwards, being equivalent to overdrafting his own strength. Now that the effects of the Blood Dragon Spitting Orbs had gradually faded, Nian Chan was even less of a match for the Northern Ocean clone as he was jolted backwards in retreat. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion within the air, one of the dragon finger gloves that he had shot out earlier returning to his hand. Seeing Nian Chan sitting like he was sitting on pins and needles as he grasped the other dragon finger gloves that he had found with great difficulty, Yan Zhaoga laughed lightly. "Is there any use in taking it back? Do you still have enough fingers to wear it?" Nian Chan was angered to the point that his entire body trembled. Swiveling his head, he saw the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, Gung Hui, clearly having already given up on clashing with Yan Zhaoga as he hurriedly fled. Of the remaining Feng Jingsheng and Guanli, they were either dead or injured. While his rage and hatred still blazed intensely, Despair and fear also arose within Yin Chen's heart at this moment. He helplessly let out a long howl. A sword light lit up in the distance, a vast, vigorous aura emanating over. That was the aura of the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. Yin Chen finally could not help but show weakness to myriad sword pools Yin Gang for help. This indicated that his life was in danger. Yin Gang had always been on guard against the appearance of the number one expert of good, the chief of the Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. However, he could only helplessly hurry over now. If something happened to Nian Chan and the 9 dragon fingers, he would inevitably be alone. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone seemed not to care about the sword light of the floating sinking sword in the distance as he instead arrived beside the heavily injured Feng Jingsheng, punching downwards, penetrating his chest amidst Feng Jingsheng's despairing howl. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, exerting force with his palm as he seemed to be slowly extracting something from Feng Jingsheng's chest. Nian Chan and the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were spectating this battle from afar all felt a chill run down their spines at this moment. The Northern Ocean clone had actually completely extracted out Feng Jingsheng's spine. The shattered white bones of Feng Jingsheng's scattered dim net white bone avatar as well as the fragments of his high-grade spirit artifact, the dim net bone armor, were now all attracted to this spine by a formless force. The Northern Ocean clone waved his hand, the white bone in his hand straightening as it lengthening unceasingly. Finally, condensed by the concept of his Northern Ocean divine spear, it actually transformed into a thick white bone spear. The spear rotated, mightily piercing straight towards Nian Chan. Nian Chan was greatly shocked as his blood dragon avatar hurriedly executed the 9 dragon fingers to meet the attack. However, this spear was clearly faster and stronger than before. Originally already in a weakened state, Nian Chan, who could only wield 7 of his fingers, was instantly unable to withstand it as the 9-fingered claw of the blood dragon avatar was smashed apart by this spear. The martial art that I cultivate in is known as the Northern Ocean Divine Spear. The Northern Ocean clone smiled with a baleful aura. While spear arts can be integrated into fist arts, you don't really think that it is the same for me with a spear in hand as when I am bare-handed, right? Nian Chan stumbled backwards, the sword light of the floating sinking sword already right before his eyes. Yin Zhaoge, however, did not care about this. The Northern Ocean clone's spear was faster than the previous as it directly shattered Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar completely. Nian Chen spurted blood. Staring at Yin Zhaoge, he hissed, "Don't get too full of yourself. Your enemies also include evil Saint Lin Qiancheng." Yin Gang wielded the floating sinking sword, his expression solemn as his sword light expanded magnificently, attempting to prevent Yin Zhaoge from killing Nian Chan. However, the Northern Ocean clone seemed completely unconcerned about the terrifying sword light of the floating sinking sword as he pierced straight through Nian Chen's chest with his spear. As the torrential sword light descended above his head, the Northern Ocean clone wielded his spear with one hand, flicking his wrist with the other, the earth-devouring burner flashing as he forcibly received Yin Gang's sword. The sword light was swallowed by the earth-devouring burner. The earth-devouring burner let out a wong sound, and then there was no longer any change. Yin Gang's heart trembled. It can even swallow the power of a holy weapon? On the other side, Nian Chen's chest was pierced by the white bone spear, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. However, amidst this mouthful of blood, a golden beetle flew out. The golden beetle transformed into a streak of golden light, enveloping Nian Chan and the 9 dragon fingers before quickly breaking through space and disappearing. Seeing this, everyone discussed spiritedly, that should be the final life-saving talisman of the 9-fingered dragon king Nian Chan. The Lightstream Golden Bug? Yin Gang expanded his sword light, resembling numerous silk ribbons as they coiled amidst space. He did not seek to gain any merit as he only sought to obstruct Yin Zhaoge's path, preventing him from pursuing Nian Chan. Seeing the golden light vanish, the Northern Ocean clone smiled, not feeling vexed at all. Seeing this, Yin Gang's heart suddenly leapt up. Chapter 543. Yin Gang wielded the floating sinking sword. His sword light expanded, resembling a net that covered the heavens and the earth as it seemed endless and endless. He knew that Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was too fast. If he really wanted to flee, he would not be able to catch up. While the Lightstream Golden Bug had saved Nian Chen's life and sent him away, it had not been able to send him too far. At the same time, Nian Chen was already heavily injured. With the Northern Ocean clone's speed, he would be able to catch up very quickly. Therefore, Yin Gang had expanded his sword now. One word could be used to describe this: delaying Yin Zhaoge's pursuit, giving Nian Chen time to flee. Time was more or less up. It was time for him to retreat. While Spirit Rhino Island was close to his Myriad Sword Pool itself had no enmity with Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, having witnessed Yin Zhaoge's strength, Yin Gang was even less inclined to fight to the death with him. Having seen Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone battle with Nian Chen and the others, even those of Spirit Rhino Island had completely given up on him now. Without 2 or more martial saint experts attacking together, they would not be able to do anything to Yin Zhaoge at all. The spectators in the distance were unable to regain their wits for a time. Led by Nian Chen, who wielded the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, a group of experts attacked, Yin Gang also holding down the fort by the side with the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. Even if the other martial saint experts of the vast ocean world came, they would still have to deal with them carefully. It might be possible for them to retreat unscathed, but remaining where they were, forcibly defeating their opponents to the point that they either died or fled, this left everyone feeling shocked. Seeing Nian Chen flee, Yin Zhaoge did not seem to be in a rush. The white bone spear in the Northern Ocean clone's hands repelled the sword light of the floating sinking sword, his gaze sweeping the surrounding area. Looking at the surrounding crowd, the smile at the corners of his mouth grew more evident. Seeing Yin Zhaoge like this, Yin Gang felt doubtful. Now, a commotion suddenly arose amongst the spectators in the distance as everyone was in an uproar. A Myriad Sword Pool martial practitioner was unable to hold himself back as he neared the terrifying battlefield, yelling, "Chief, the forces of evil have gathered. Our forces of good are in danger." Yin Gang was shocked. What's going on? The Myriad Sword Pool martial practitioner composed himself, saying, "The chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, slaying the 7 seas Zhao Zhong, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing as well as Soul-Shocking Island's sacred artifact, the Soul-Shocking Box, first broke through the headquarters of the Blood Dragon sect before attacking the Water Crystal Palace in the East Sea. Palace Lord Lin of the Water Crystal Palace had originally already set off for the Star-Shifting Sea, but returned after receiving the news. Although his Myriad Sword Pool had not suffered a calamity, Yin Gang could not help but feel his heart tighten. With Lin Shi holding the fort in the Water Crystal Palace, he might be able to barely take on the 2 of them at the same time. However, facing the Dragon Slayer sect, the Sacred Evil sect, and the Soul-Shocking Island at the same time was beyond their abilities. The Blood Dragon sect had already suffered a great blow to its vitality. If Water Crystal Palace were to fall as well, his Myriad Sword Pool would not be able to do much on its own. Yin Gang furiously swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone muttered to himself, the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island making a move was within expectations. Lin Qianqing really is courageous. Today is the 8th of the month, and the day after tomorrow, he will be at his weakest period. Let alone the forces of good, even the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island might make a move on him at any time. Noticing Yin Gang's gaze, the Northern Ocean clone chuckled. Lin Qianqing and the others not coming here to look for me is a smart choice. Seeing that the situation is not right, I'll just leave. Still, the monks of your sects can run but not the temples. It is normal for people like Nian Chen to come looking for trouble with me for the likes of the evil shifting sects Feng Jingsheng and Spirit Rhino Island's Guan Li. However, to place his hopes on Lin Qianqing and the others, does he think that Lin Qianqing is as foolish as him? Yin Gang sighed, keeping his sword light as he fled into the distance. Yin Zhaoge did not stop him. A great battle seemed to have finally come to an end. Some of the spectators were currently panic-stricken. Some hurriedly left, hurrying back to their sects while others looked at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone with complex expressions on their faces. Most of the martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace had returned to their East Sea, with only a few remaining behind. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone along with those of the Spirit Returning sect, they found it rather hard to speak up. Still they said, I hope that Mr. Yan can lend us a helping hand on account of us being of the same Tao. With the three heavyweights of the forces of evil pressuring them together, even with myriad sword pools Yan Gang lending a hand, the odds of victory in the Battle of Water Crystal Palace would still only be 50-50. The forces of good might even be at a slight disadvantage. With Nianchan being heavily injured and the forces of good suffering a blow, Lin Qiancheng and the others would be able to freely switch battlefields and leave Water Crystal Palace. Lin Shi and Yin Gang would be at an even greater disadvantage. As those of the other sects looked at Yin Zhaoge, some resentment arose within their hearts, as they felt that it was Yin Zhaoge who had caused internal strife on the side of good. Still, they dared not say anything at this moment. The Northern Ocean clone seemed like there was no one around as he pondered towards the heavens for a moment before he suddenly laughed. As long as Yin Gang can return in time, Water Crystal Palace will not be in danger. Lin Qiancheng is a character. Such a character will always seek to maximize his own benefits, always wanting to obtain more. Hearing his words, the others were instantly taken aback. As for Nianchan, haha, what comes next is the most exciting part. The Northern Ocean clone laughed, his posture leisurely as he was not in a rush at all. In the distance, a streak of golden light suddenly arrived before vanishing. A figure fell from within, his entire body covered in blood as his silver hair was scattered about as he appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. It was precisely the number 3 of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality martial practitioners, the lofty number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nianchan. Currently, he resembled a wounded wild beast as he coughed unceasingly, fresh blood spurting out of his mouth unceasingly. While the light stream golden worm had saved his life, he was still only left with half a life. Nianchan painstakingly looked at the 9 dragon fingers that he had managed to snatch back with great difficulty, wanting to cry but having no tears to shed. Having entered and exited, his sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, was still only left with 8 fingers, while he himself only had 7. Losing a finger was not a big deal. It was not that he would no longer be able to use the 9 dragon fingers. However, wanting to refine that 9 dragon fingers that he had snatched back, he would not be able to do so within a short period of time. Yin Zhaoge. Sure June. Nianchan felt as though his heart was dripping blood. Now someone approached. Nianchan's heart tightened, but he relaxed after seeing who it was. Master, how are you? Shen Shurching came to Nianchan's side. Nianchan waved his hands. This old man is formidable. This old man is powerless to continue battling. Let's first return to the mountain, then we can discuss this further. Before he had finished, Nianchan's expression suddenly changed greatly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at his chest in horror. There was a hand there, and the 5 fingers were like sharp blades, piercing into his abdomen. Shen Shurching looked calmly at Nianchan. Take care, master. You evil disciple. Nianchan was greatly enraged. While he was heavily injured, he still possessed the 9 dragon fingers at the end of the day as he wanted to go all out to kill Shen Shurching. However, a bright red light suddenly surged from Shen Shurching's body, enveloping the two as the 9 dragon fingers instantly grew sluggish, not listening to Nianchan's commands. Blood dragon stones. Nianchan was slightly taken aback before he then laughed furiously. Good. You were indeed long since prepared. Shen Shurching said calmly, that's right. Otherwise, how would I have dared to make a move? Nianchan said coldly, do you think that you are very smart? There are powerful enemies outside and you still want to cause internal strife. You want to destroy the 1,000-year foundation of my blood dragon sect. At that time, do you think that you will have a good ending? Without external enemies, how can I kill you? Shen Shurching said mildly, you think too highly of yourself. To our sect, what we cannot do without is the 9 dragon fingers. As long as the 9 dragon fingers still exist, there is actually not much of a difference without you or me. Shen Shurching's tone turned cold. Having lost a set of the 9 dragon fingers, you are the greatest sinner of our sect. Nianchan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Why? Just because others joked about the title of chief? Shen Shurching shook his head. More than 10 years ago, before I took over the position of chief, I had always been anticipating this day. I told myself that if you transcended mortality and entered sainthood before I found a chance, I would put down my hatred for the sake of the sect. Sadly, you were slower than me. Chapter 544. Hatred. Exactly why? Nianchun looked disbelievingly at Shen Shicheng. Shen Shicheng's expression did not change in the slightest, that Yan Zhaoge might catch up at any time, and others of our sect might arrive as well. Forgive this disciple for not being able to let you die in peace. This disciple has no need to tell you about my many years of hatred. As long as I can send you on your way, I am satisfied. Amidst his words, Shen Shicheng's fingers formed a claw, clawing deeply into the flesh of Nianchen's chest, his powerful true essence unceasingly shattering Nianchen's internal organs and life force. Nianchun spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. His originally silvery white hair already dull and dim, losing its luster. The former number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect was currently enveloped by a layer of lethargy. Perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Even as his body grew weaker and weaker, Nianchun felt that his thoughts were exceptionally sharp. In that instant before his death, inspiration flashed through his mind. Some problems that he had not paid attention to before all surfaced within his mind. Everything was a trap, from the very beginning. Nianchun glared furiously at Shen Shicheng. Your daughter is still a virgin. That little bastard surnamed Shi did not touch her at all. Even those of our sect mostly thought that it was the usually profligate Wei who had intended to lay his hands on your daughter, only making a false accusation after his plans were foiled by that Shi Jun. It was just that everyone insisted that it was that Shi Jun who did it for the sake of this old man's and our sect's reputation, in order to win the support of the other sections. Nianchun said with difficulty, still as his grandfather, I know that Wei truly admires your daughter. Unless there is a special reason, he would not have used force. That little bastard surnamed Shi did not use force, and Wei would not as well. What is the problem then? Nianchen's eyes looked like they were about to implode. Usually, this old man would still think that Wei's mind might have been temporarily muddled. Now, however, it is you and that lowly servant of yours. It is all you. Shen Shicheng looked rather surprisedly at Nianchun, seemingly sighing emotionally. That is why I said that I did not approve of Ying's method at the start. It was too risky. If it had not succeeded, Master might have reacted afterwards. At the very least, your suspicions might have arisen. However, I have to admit that if I were here, I would only be waiting bitterly for an opportunity. Perhaps the result of waiting for my entire life would be that I would not have another opportunity after you became a martial sage. When the opportunity comes, I can grasp it, but Ying is a person who can create opportunities. I am not as good as my daughter. After a brief moment of clarity, Nianchen's mind became more and more muddled, and his life completely left him. He struggled as he looked at Shen Shicheng. How did you know that Yan Zhaoge would stand up for Shi Jun and kowtow to our clan to the death? Before he could finish his question, Shen Shicheng increased the strength of his hand and completely extinguished his life force. Nianchun widened his eyes, but there was no longer any luster of life in his eyes. Shen Shicheng looked at Nianchun. He had personally killed his master, and his long-cherished wish of many years had been fulfilled. All sorts of emotions intertwined, causing him to be momentarily absent-minded. However, he quickly regained his senses and pulled his hand out from Nianchen's chest. Then he waved at the 9 dragon fingers. While Shen Shicheng was preparing to completely destroy the evidence, his mind was naturally focused on the sect's treasure, the 9 dragon fingers. Looking at the 9 dragon fingers which only had 8 finger sheaths remaining, Shen Shicheng, who had still been calm earlier, now revealed a vexed expression. As he had said, the Blood Dragon sect could do without Nianchun and could do without him, Shen Shicheng. Still, they could not afford to lose the 9 dragon fingers. Ying is quick-witted. Now that Nianchun is already dead, some of the preparations just now might still be of use. It is just that should we use them or not? It would be too damaging to our clan's prestige. Still, that 9 dragon finger sheath must definitely be returned. Shen Shicheng sighed. Directly looking for that Yan Zhaoge will most likely not work. We will still have to rely on that kid surnamed Shi. Shen Shicheng waved his hands, only 7 of the 9 dragon finger sheaths drifting over towards him, with one remaining unmoving within the air. Huh. Shen Shicheng's heart thumped. A voice resounded from that 9-dragon finger sheath. I am rather curious as well. How did you communicate with your daughter in the star-shifting sea? Was it all based on mutual understanding? Shun Shurching was greatly shocked as he saw a streak of light fly out from that 9-dragon finger sheath. Amidst the flowing light, there was a huge stone pillar propping up a lonely beam. The combination of the two looked somewhat strange. Beneath the stone pillar stood a group of people. At their head was, shockingly, Yin Zhaoge himself. Beside Yin Zhaoge were Su Fei, Shijun and the other Chongli Mountain martial practitioners. What caused Shin Shurching's heart to feel like it was going to explode was the fact that there were clearly also people from Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Spirit Returning sect amongst them. There were not many people from the other sects, each just having one or two. However, looking at the shocked and disdainful expressions on their faces, Shun Shurching's heart instantly plummeted to the very bottom. He reacted quickly, hurriedly wanting to sweep away those 7 9-dragon finger sheaths. Unable to refine them within a short period of time, unable to use them to deal with Yin Zhaoge and the others, they would at least be able to protect him as he fled. However, Yin Zhaoge lightly struck out with his palm, the pillar and beam of the divine palace combining as streams of 7-colored radiance descended, directly locking down all 8 9-dragon finger sheaths here. Shin Shurching's face turned green. Having seen the scene of Yin Zhaoge clashing with the chief of the evil shifting sect, the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Feng Jingsheng, he knew that even without the Northern Ocean clone present, having lost the 9-dragon finger sheaths, he would still be powerless to flee. Swiveling his head to look at Shijun, Yin Zhaoge saw that the youth's gaze was rather blank. Jun, do you still remember when I first found you? Your reaction upon seeing me was mainly one of joy, more joy than shock. When you introduced that Miss Shining to me, you also mentioned that she should have heard of my name before. At that time, I thought that you should have already heard news of me. Still, shunning aside, when I caused a disturbance in the vast ocean world, you should have been in the star-shifting sea. It should have been very difficult for you to receive news from Chongli Mountain. Shijun said, I indeed did not receive any news from Chongli Mountain. It was just that I coincidentally met some people in the star-shifting sea. They entered the star-shifting sea later than me. It was only from their discussion that I knew that senior apprentice uncle, you had entered the world. At this point, Shijun's expression turned gloomy as he said in a bitter tone, at that time, Miss Shun and a few people of the Blood Dragon sect were also by the side. Those of Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island were present at the time. I was busy searching for medicine for my mother, not wanting to get into a conflict with them. Therefore, I did not make it public, not exposing my relationship with you, senior apprentice uncle. It was not even appropriate for me to ask about it. Still, I think that my expression must have changed at the time, with Miss Shen noticing some traces of it. Back then, having heard that Yin Zhaoge had appeared in the vast ocean world, refining a martial saint clone and displaying his might, killing Fong Can and thwarting Lin Qiancheng, Shijun had naturally been shocked whilst also overjoyed. His heart filled with anticipation. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, that's it then. Not knowing that you are my junior apprentice nephew, I can tell that we know each other, even having a close relationship. He patted Shijun's shoulder, smiling, it's not your fault. The other party's acting skills are very good. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shun Shurching. Your daughter is indeed capable at such a young age. Strictly speaking, she did not reveal anything in front of me. Possibly knowing about my relationship with Jun. This does not mean that she definitely has to do anything. It only confirms my earlier suspicions. I discovered the problem before meeting with Jun and the others. Speaking of it, it is you father and daughter who are unlucky. As Yin Zhaoge said this, a streak of light shot out from his left eye, forming a silhouette in midair. Raising their heads, they saw that it was precisely the scene of Shijun and Shuning in the underwater stone palace after he had killed Nian Wei. When they saw Shijun turn and examine the spirit patterns on the great beam of the divine palace, a smile appearing on the face of Shuning behind him, they could not help but feel a slight chill in their hearts. That was not a smile of concern and gratitude, nor was it cold and sinister. It merely contained a feeling of complacency and confidence, as if everything was going according to her plans. Shen Shurching looked at this scene and sighed. Since you already knew why was I still willing to be used by you, battling to the death with Nian Chan? Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly, because I wanted to get rid of Nian Chan in the first place. Not only did I want to get rid of Nian Chan, I also wanted to clean up my previous enemies as well. For example, the evil shifting sect, for example, Spirit Rhino Island. Yin Zhaoge smiled radiantly like the sun. The difficulty of getting rid of them in the wilderness is much easier than me going to their headquarters. Shen Shiqing was dazed. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's smile, there was no warmth within it at all, as he only felt a bone-piercing chill throughout his entire body. It was not that they were borrowing Yin Zhaoge's blade to kill people. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge who was using them as a spear. Everyone else instantly felt a chill shoot up from the soles of their feet straight to their heads. This person cannot be offended. Chapter 545. The development of the vast ocean world's martial civilization was similar to that of the Eight Extremities world in many aspects. In terms of formations, the vast ocean world was comparatively more developed in terms of formations that were set up with the aid of geography, rather than battle formations that relied primarily on manpower. The mountain gate of a great force would always be built and consolidated over the years. Any sect would have a huge geographical advantage in their own mountain. Taking Water Crystal Palace as an example, this time news had indicated that the three heavyweights of the demonic Tao were moving together, which was why they were under such immense pressure. If there were only two of them, while Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Sure might not necessarily be able to fight one against two, he would at least be able to hold on for a relatively long period of time. The 7 pillars of the righteous Tao and the 6 evil Tao did not have a holy weapon or a martial saint to oversee them. Naturally, they would be weaker when facing a force with a Saint Realm expert. However, they were not to be trifled with. With a peak transcending mortality martial grandmaster guarding the sect's formation, even if a martial sage attacked alone, it would be difficult for him to gain much of an advantage. For example, if Nian Chun possessed the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, and also possessed the geographical advantage of the Blood Dragon sect, there would be even less to say. Yin Zhaoge naturally understood this principle. Therefore, being able to draw them out and start a battle in a virtually neutral place like the star-shifting sea was something that Yin Zhaoge could not have wished for more. Few people realized that even without the drama of Shijun, Shining and Yin Wei, Yin Zhaoge had also been plotting against the Blood Dragon sect. After Yin Zhaoge had learnt that due to the ocean scorching spring, the two of them would be accompanying Ying Yuzhen and remaining in the vast ocean world, staying at Chongli Mountain, many thoughts had flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. Chongli Mountain's longtime enemies were the Blood Dragon sect and the Evil Shifting sect. There was also Yin Zhaoge's enemies in coming to the vast ocean world this time, Spirit Rhino Island and the Sacred Evil sect. These were all targets that Yin Zhaoge intended to attack. He wanted to leave a relatively safe environment for Shijun and Su Fei. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, the situation of the tripartite confrontation was too stable. Be it the demonic path or the righteous path, it was the same. If both the righteous and demonic paths were to lose a corner, it would turn into a situation of two tigers fighting against each other. Then it would be easy for many battles to occur. Without the Blood Dragon sect, the conflict between Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool would be more beneficial to the development of Chongli Mountain. Without the Holy Evil sect waiting on the sidelines to reap the benefits, the situation between the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island would become much more intense. When Yin Zhaoge had just arrived at Chongli Mountain, he had been constantly considering how to deal with this. After all, if he did not play this game well, he might end up burning himself instead. Who knew that the news of Shijun kidnapping someone would be exposed? After finding Shijun and confirming that he was not in any danger, Yin Zhaoge's mind immediately began to race. He discovered that it was like someone had sent him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Yin Zhaoge naturally accepted it with a smile. Gazing at that dragon finger sheath from which Yin Zhaoge and the others had appeared, Shen Shiqing could not help but feel a chill within his heart. You snatched away 2 of the dragon finger sheaths. Afterwards, when Yin Chan snatched this one back, you intentionally left it behind. Yin Zhaoge laughed. The Blood Dragon sect's supreme treasure, the Lightstream Golden Bug, is renowned throughout the world. This Yin has naturally heard of it as well. If you had not made a move, I would have personally sent Nian-chan on his way. Still, having given you such a good chance, I feel that you would have grasped it. As you said, you and Shening are able to create chances on their own, and you are very good at grasping them. Shen Shurching smiled bitterly. While he had wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, he had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually be so ferocious, as he had nearly slain Yan Chan on the spot despite being surrounded by so many enemies. The borrowed knife was exceptionally sharp, allowing Shen Shurching to fulfill his wish exceptionally easily. It was just that at the end of the day, he discovered that the identities of knife and person had long since been reversed. Yin Zhaoge said, with Nian Chan having fled, my Northern Ocean clone scanned the surroundings. Discovering that you had long since disappeared from the spectators, I knew that there would be a good show to watch. There was no need for me to personally send Nian Chan on his way. A powerful aura appeared in the distance. As everyone turned and gazed over, they saw Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone walking over neither hurriedly nor slowly. Beside him were some martial practitioners of the various sections. As they neared, they all said that Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had captured Shening and the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. Concealed within the 9 dragon fingers along with Yin Zhaoge, those who had witnessed this all sighed, explaining the situation to their fellow disciples. All of them were rendered dazed like wooden chickens. Looking first at Shening and then at Shijun now, their expressions all instantly changed. Shening pursed her lips tightly, her gaze sweeping across her father, Shijun, then Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, as your father said, Miss Shun is indeed quick-witted, turning the tables on my junior apprentice nephew. Yet you look hesitant, as if you are under immense pressure, suffering greatly within your heart. With this you can go back on your word at any time if the need arises. Of course the precondition is that Nian Chan has been killed off by me or your father. That way, all the dirty water can be poured onto the Nian family. While it will still affect the overall reputation of the Blood Dragon sect, if there is really no other way to get back the complete 9 dragon fingers, even if this method has negative effects, it can only be used. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. I don't know if you are really conflicted within your heart. Still, I have no interest in building my hopes on the moral character of a stranger. Therefore, I chose to show off that 9 dragon fingers that I had obtained in front of you in June. And you indeed did not disappoint me. Shening pursed her lips tightly, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, I have to praise you. You actually didn't make any mistakes. Even I was nearly fooled by you. You being exposed was mostly due to bad luck. Still, there is no need for you to continue pretending. Thank your father and Yin Chan. Everyone here knows what kind of person you are. Yin Zhaoge looked at Shen Shurching. Speaking of this, it is not just me. Many people are also grateful to you, father and daughter, such as the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing and the chief of Soul-Shocking Island Lu Shu. Everyone regained their wits amidst their shock, their expressions turning incomparably solemn once more. Having received the news, those of Chongli Mountain who had acted alongside Yin Zhaoge, all had solemn expressions on their faces as well. This great battle centered around the Blood Dragon sect and Yin Zhaoge. Or perhaps it could be said that the internal strife between the sects of good had mobilized Myriad Sword Pool and Water Crystal Palace as well, giving the forces of evil a chance. The evil Saint Lin Qianqing, who had some conflict with Yin Zhaoge, did not persist in his personal enmity, instead choosing a method that was more beneficial to him, joining hands with the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island to sweep through the martial world of good together. Those of Water Crystal Palace had complex expressions on their faces, but they also looked rather eagerly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled, rest easy. As long as Chief Yen of Myriad Sword Pool is not ambushed by the forces of evil on his way to reinforce them, successfully meeting up with Palace Lord Lin of your sect, the overall situation will be stabilized. While they were still unable to set their minds at ease, it was not good for them to say anything more. Now their fury towards Shen Shurching and Shening was hard to suppress. A Blood Dragon sect martial practitioner roared furiously, Senior apprentice brother Shen, why exactly did you do such a thing? Shen Shurching snorted, smiling tragically. Now that things have come to this, before he had finished speaking, the world before his eyes suddenly darkened as he saw Yin Zhaoge's palm mightily descending. Now that things have come to this, with the truth having been revealed, There is no longer a need to keep you alive. Yan Zhaoge sneered. I can't be bothered to care why you father and daughter wanted to kill Nian Chan. However, not only did you scheme against my junior apprentice nephew, you even intended to scheme against me. Did you think that things would be settled with just a few casual words? As his palm descended, Shan Shiqing perished on the spot. Chapter 546. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you all. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, it was as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Shan Shiqing could be considered a peak figure amongst the late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters of the vast ocean world. However, faced with this palm of Yan Zhaoge's, he was still powerless. That terrifying power of the cyclic heavenly seal enveloped the surrounding area, causing him to feel like he could only close his eyes and accept his death. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock, seeing the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shan Shiqing, having his head splattered apart by Yan Zhaoge's palm as he breathed his last. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners exclaimed in shock. Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly turned to look at them. What? A sorrowful look surfaced in Shan Ying's eyes as she closed them, not speaking. The lips of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners trembled as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, unable to speak. You're thinking that he is your chief at the end of the day. Even if there is a problem, it should be an internal trial of your sect before a decision is made? Yan Zhaoge said mildly. I feel that you should be considering what your sect should do from here on out. Don't forget that your sect was destroyed by Lin Qianqing and the others. The faces of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners instantly turned snow white. They had naturally not forgotten this matter. It was just that the matter of Shan Shiqing and his daughter plotting everything, even assassinating Nian Chan, had been too sensational, causing them who knew the truth to be rather confused. Reminded by Yan Zhaoge at this moment, everyone recalled that their Blood Dragon sect was truly at a critical juncture of life and death. Nian Chan had died, Shan Shiqing had died, and the elders and disciples of the Blood Dragon sect who had stayed behind had most likely been decimated by the evil experts. Of the entire Blood Dragon sect, there were probably only those over at the star-shifting sea left. Yet, they were already a group of dragons without a leader, having lost their foundation as they were like duckweed. Unstable was insufficient to describe the current tragic state of the Blood Dragon sect. With a foundation of 1,000 years, one of the exalted 7 pillars of good, one of the peak sacred grounds of the vast ocean world, it was already on the verge of collapse as it faced the threat of being exterminated at any moment. Yan Zhaoge ignored the people of the Blood Dragon sect, instead swiveling his head to look at those of the other sects, smiling. As compared to abducting someone, something like killing one's master seems to be a bigger problem, right? Everyone nodded silently as Yan Zhaoge continued. Let's first not talk about the matter of him slaying his master first. Shan Shiqing and his daughter, for their own selfishness, stirred up such a huge storm, not only playing us like fools, they even gave the forces of evil a chance, implicating countless lives. I killed such a person with a single palm strike. What do you all think? The group exchanged glances, with the person of Chongli Mountain being the first to say. It is naturally to everyone's satisfaction. Among the people from the other sects, it was the people from Myriad Swordpool who spoke up. Such treacherous people deserve to die. The others all voiced their agreement, while those of the Blood Dragon sect looked as if they had lost their parents, unable to raise their heads. But they did not forget the most important thing. They all looked up at the 9 dragon fingers floating in the air. After all, the 9 dragon fingers is, at the end of the day, it is my spoils of war. I will reluctantly accept it. As for how to deal with it afterwards, this Yen will naturally slowly think about it. You all need not worry too much about it. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge scanned the entire area. Those who met his gaze all felt a chill within their hearts. Even though they were filled with infinite unwillingness, looking at Yan Zhaoge and the northern ocean clone by the side now, they were also unable to speak. The preciousness of sacred artifacts did not need to be said. It was not just those of the Blood Dragon sect. How could those of the other sects not think about it as well? If they could not obtain it, they also did not wish for others to obtain it. However, having been swept by Yan Zhaoge's icy cold gaze at this moment, Their courage involuntarily dissipated completely. In today's battle, Yin Zhaoge had single-handedly beaten them into submission, even having grasped the heavens and earth as he had exposed the truth of what had happened earlier. All the spectators were greatly shocked as they found it hard to arouse any will to resist. Yin Zhaoge would not be able to wield the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, within a short period of time. He had suppressed it together with the strange combination of the pillar and beam of the divine palace, barely keeping it. Seeing the 9 dragon fingers vanish, those by the side could not help but swallow their saliva, feeling incomparably despondent. Yin Zhaoge now swiveled his head to look at Shining. No need to think too much about it. I even slapped your father to death with a single palm, much less you who started the fire. Shining opened her mouth wanting to say something. However, Yin Zhaoge completely ignored her as he looked at Jun, saying calmly, Juner, you deal with it. Where it began, where it ended. You, Shining and Nianwei started it. Nianwei is already dead, and there are only the 2 of you left. End it. The Northern Ocean clone extended his palm, light flickering as it directly swept Jun and Shining along with it, the 2 vanishing into the palm of the Northern Ocean clone. The lips of the others twitched, but none of them objected. The expressions of those of the Blood Dragon sect were complex, but more of them felt like their hatred had been vented within. They had all been veterans of the world for many years. Yet, having been schemed against by a little girl, they all felt ashamed to see anyone as they felt the urge to just bang their heads against the wall and die. Yin Zhaoge's expression was tranquil as he sent a sound transmission to Su Fei. Senior apprentice brother Su, what do you think Juner will do? Su Fei asked instead of answering. If Juner chooses to let her go, what will you do, Zhaoge? Yin Zhaoge smiled. When my Northern Ocean clone captured her, a hidden force was already buried within her body, ready to erupt at any time. Su Fei looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, speaking from the bottom of my heart, not considering our standpoints, I rather cherish this girl's talent. Facing me, facing a bunch of martial grandmasters, she still did not reveal any flaws on the surface at all. Even her emotions were as calm as water, not having any fluctuations at all, as we were unable to sense any pretense at all. Her performance was virtually perfect. Her martial talent and character aside, such mental fortitude is truly hard to come by. Frankly speaking, if I were placed in the same environment and conditions as her, I would not be confident of doing better than her. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The problem is that I never speak of cherishing talent to my enemies. Su Fei sighed. Juner won't blame you. He glanced at the others as well. The people of the Blood Dragon sect will not let her off first, and the martial world of good will not tolerate her as well. Yin Zhaoge said, I know what Juner will do. I have an 80% certainty of it. I am just a little worried about how this matter will affect him afterwards. Swiveling his head to glance at Su Fei, Yin Zhaoge considered his words for a moment, saying this might be a little disrespectful to eldest apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother Sure. Still, they really are 3 generations after all. Deep within the bloodline of the Sure family lies some stubbornness and viciousness that surpasses that of ordinary people. In eldest apprentice uncle it is strict and upright, firm and unyielding. In senior apprentice brother Sure, it is extreme and stubborn, not regretting it even in death. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Juner is still young now, only able to see some embryonic forms. I wonder how he will develop into in the end. Hearing his words, Su Fei did not speak, but did not object either. Yin Zhaoge's gaze suddenly flickered. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm. Chapter 547. Virtually everyone unconsciously gazed at the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm, light surging as a figure surfaced. There was only the figure of a single person. Jun, seeing this scene, many thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Calm your heart, Yin Zhaoge said calmly. Jun was uncharacteristically silent as he nodded soundlessly. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge exchanged glances with Shui Fei, both knowing that Jun had invested his feelings towards Shining over the past few days. Jun hated evil as his foe, crying out against injustice as he felt pity towards the weak. These were all true. However, he had a strong personality. If someone had tricked and schemed against him, after he had learnt of the truth, it would only result in an intense backlash. Like Yan Zhaoge and Xue Fei, Shi Jun was also someone who did not make a move, but when he did, his fists did not care whether his opponent was male or female. Therefore, Shi Jun did not feel conflicted at all when dealing with someone who had tricked and schemed against him. Whether or not the other party was a woman, whether or not she was acting pitiful, he would not show any mercy. His rather silent appearance now was because Shen Ying's current position in his heart was not ordinary. She was not just someone whom he had lent a helping hand to in the face of injustice. In such a situation, discovering the truth of the matter in the end would be even more hurtful, at the same time making him feel even more resentful. No one knew how Shen Ying had behaved in front of Shi Jun. She had looked calm and resigned to her death, as if she had finally no longer had to suffer the torment of her heart, even feeling somewhat like she was atoning for her sins. She had indeed schemed against Shi Jun in the past. However, as the two of them had interacted privately over the past few days, she had also fallen in love with him, gradually unable to bear it, looking like she was about to cry, her heart like it had died, not saying a word as she closed her eyes and awaited death. There were also various other methods. Yan Zhaoge instantly thought of quite a few. As for those methods of crying bitterly to the heavens and the earth, swearing in defense of herself, Yan Zhaoge did not consider them at all, also not feeling that Shen Ying would do such a thing given her mental state. However, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Xue Fei, neither of them asked Shi Jun about the specifics. Xue Fei only patted his disciple's shoulder lightly. The surrounding martial practitioners of the other great sects had yet to disperse, all looking at Yan Zhaoge somewhat expectantly, yet also not having too much hope. The martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning sect were all secretly sending sound transmissions to the Chongli Mountain martial practitioners, clearly hoping to plead on their behalf. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the leading Chongli Mountain elder saw that Yan Zhaoge's gaze was gentle as he calmly met his gaze. This Chongli Mountain elder's heart jolted slightly as he came to some understanding. He is giving our sect a favor by having Water Crystal Palace and the other sects owe our Chongli Mountain a favor. Although this person is domineering and arrogant, and his methods are ruthless and cruel, he is not an arrogant and unreasonable person. As he pondered, this Chongli Mountain elder bowed solemnly towards Yan Zhaoge. The forces of evil are rampant. Now that the Tao is waning and the devils are on the rise, I hope that Mr. Yan can lend a helping hand and help the common people. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. For the sake of the common people, this Yan will naturally act. Having finally received Yan Zhaoge's declaration, the group of people finally let out a breath of relief. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Rest easy, everyone. The forces of evil will not be able to overturn the heavens. Now that he was still saying this, the group of people gradually realized this as well, feeling that Yan Zhaoge had a card up his sleeve. Yan Zhaoge said, "Let's go." Saying thus, he led them on their way. Actually, to Yan Zhaoge, while he seemed to have many enmities with the forces of good in the vast ocean world, he was indeed more inclined towards good. This had nothing to do with the difference between good and evil in name. Cultivating in certain martial arts was also not directly related to one's moral character. The forces of good similarly had despicable people. The forces of evil similarly had heroes. However, on the other hand, it was not that those of the forces of good were all hypocrites. There were also many people of the forces of evil who were extremely vicious and evil, committing crimes. The reason why Yan Zhaoge was more inclined towards the forces of good in general was that in terms of cultivation methods at least, the martial arts of the forces of evil were more bloody and brutal. Many martial arts of the forces of evil required blood as a sacrifice, sacrificing the lives of a great number of ordinary people. Taking the vast ocean world as an example, for the martial arts of Soul-Shocking Island to be accomplished, they would have to slaughter a great number of living people, merging their souls into their Orochi and true essence on the spot. The illusory shadow demonic art of the sacred evil sect plundered the life essence of others to cultivate in. Green Snake Island reared tens of thousands of snakes, feeding on human flesh. The evil shifting sect cultivated in the profound dark saber chi aside. Cultivating in the blood sea saber chi, as its name suggested, was to obtain the blood of others to refine the saber. The dim shifting white bone saber similarly had to refine the yin chi of human bones. The Dragon Slayer sect and the Brilliant Thunder sect, who were more open and aboveboard in their ways, had all slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Of all the martial arts of the forces of evil that Yin Zhaoge knew of, not many of them were easy to deal with. The Six Spirits' demonic fist, despite being called a demonic fist, was actually already rather grand and gentle. However, the true best method of cultivating in it was to obtain the essence blood of those 6 types of spirit beasts to temper one's body. Yin Zhaoge felt that his benevolence and moral integrity were rather limited. Still, he still felt repulsed by most supreme martial arts of the forces of evil. Brought along by Yin Zhaoge, the others didn't know where to go for the time being, as they could only wait patiently. Sitting side by side with his disciple, Xue Fei swiveled his head to look at Shi Jun. He saw that Shi Jun's expression was already gradually beginning to return to normal. It was just that Shi Jun's gaze was somewhat vacant. Feeling his master's gaze, Shi Jun swiveled his head to look at Xue Fei, asking softly, "Master, did I do wrong this time? Being made use of by someone, I nearly caused a great disaster." Xue Fei shook his head, first saying, "Acting bravely when seeing injustice on the road is always the right thing to do. Sometimes when the situation is urgent, there is no time for us to consider too much, requiring us to act decisively." Looking at his disciple, he said evenly, "However, it is precisely at times like this that you have to be more careful. Your opponent may have set up a trap, possibly distorting the truth. Sometimes we may even encounter situations where right and wrong are not so clear." The other party's target this time was actually Zhaoge. "You have no need to blame yourself for scheming against you. Your way of doing things is not wrong. However, you still have to be more careful in the process of doing things." Shi Jun nodded. "Disciple will remember." He swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, saying softly, "This time, it was all thanks to little senior apprentice Uncle Yan. I know that it was because he didn't want me to bear the burden of having my reputation tarnished, fearing that I wouldn't be able to get over this, that little senior apprentice Uncle Yan used such a troublesome method to help me clear my name." Shi Jun smiled. "Otherwise, if it was Uncle Master himself, I'm afraid he would have just started killing. What's there to argue about?" Hearing this, Xue Fei could not help but smile. Now Yin Zhaoge's group suddenly received a message. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, reinforced Water Crystal Palace with the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. The evil Saint Lin Qianqing suddenly retreated, his whereabouts unknown. The chief of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, and the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, engaged in a great battle against the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, Zhao Zhong, and the chief of Soul-Shocking Island, Lu Shu. The crisis of the Crystal Palace could basically be said to have been resolved. Hearing his words, everyone was taken aback before they simultaneously looked towards Yin Zhaoge. Lin Qianqing chose the most advantageous path for himself, Yin Zhaoge said. The Chongli Mountain Elder asked hesitantly, "But where will Lin Qianqing go?" Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "Right now, we are precisely going to stop him." Chapter 548. Thank you, everyone. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, everyone was taken aback. Trying to determine the direction in which they were currently traveling, their hearts all jolted slightly. "If we head in this direction from the star-shifting sea," Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "the evil Saint Lin Qianqing is a rather rational person. As compared to his personal likes and dislikes, he would consider the size of his benefits more. At the very least, before his strength is sufficient to sweep through the vast ocean world as he pleases, he would consider what is most beneficial to him in his actions. Enmity arose between me and him. With the Blood Dragon sects Nian Chan and the 9 Dragon Fingers leading the way, he did not choose to act because he did not have sufficient confidence in keeping me here," Yin Zhaoge said as he gazed into the distance. "Therefore, he did not come over to the star-shifting sea. With Lin Qianqing's personality, there would definitely be something that would attract him in his collaboration with the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island." Still, while the forces of good appeared hollow due to their conflict with Yin Zhaoge, they were also not so easily destroyed. Even if those of the forces of evil could successfully sweep through the forces of good, what would Lin Qianqing gain from this? Being able to obtain the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword or the 9 dragon fingers, would be the best outcome. However, Lin Qianqing would similarly have to face competition from the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island. How could he ensure that he would be able to defeat the #1 expert of the vast ocean world, the slaying 7 seas Zhao Zhong, as well as Lu Shua, who possessed the sacred artifact, the Soul-Shocking box? The first problem that Lin Qianqing had to face was that his period of weakness was about to arrive. At that time, it would already be very good if he was not taken advantage of by others. With the forces of good having been swept through, the major sects of evil would definitely be fighting it out. How would Lin Qianqing be able to suppress them all and ascend to the peak? At the end of the day, there was a very high possibility that this chief of the sacred evil sect would end up benefiting others. Since that is so, while this offensive of sweeping through the forces of good this time is beneficial to the forces of evil, it would not be much for Lin Qianqing. He might as well have come to the vicinity of the star-shifting sea and joined forces with Nian Chan to attack me, Yan Zhaoge said. Since he has given up on this chance, joining forces with the other experts of evil would only be a pretense to conceal his true objective. At any time, improving yourself is the most direct and most important thing. If this is a great fortuitous opportunity that Lin Qianqing has grasped and others have less understanding of, then he will definitely try to obtain this fortuitous opportunity to strengthen himself. Hearing this, the others gradually understood. The bewildering maze sea. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is precisely the bewildering maze sea. The previous time, Chief Yan of Myriad Swordpool and I messed things up. This time, with Nian Chan finding trouble with me, with Water Crystal Palace joining hands with Myriad Swordpool to fight the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island, there just happened to be no one to interfere with him. Now is the best time for him to go to the bewildering maze sea to obtain treasures. It's easy and there's a high chance of success. With treasures in his bag, he'll be able to increase his strength and accumulate an advantage when facing others in the future. While Yan Zhaoge's expression was very calm, the hearts of the others were in turmoil. Evil Saint Lin Qianqing had probably miscalculated this time. It was not just Yan Zhaoge who had directly determined Lin Qianqing's movements, hurrying over to the bewildering maze sea after having taken care of Nian Chan and the others. At the same time, it was also because the earlier battle between Nian Chan and Yan Zhaoge had not taken up too much of his time. This was related to Yan Zhaoge's personal style. His attacks were sharp and domineering. Even against opponents of similar cultivation bases, victory would often be decided within a very short period of time, life and death being decided. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, victory would often be decided. As soon as victory was established, it would be as easy as breaking dry twigs, as there would rarely be a prolonged battle. While it seemed nonchalant, the dangers involved were only clear to those involved. Therefore, when Yan Zhaoge clashed with others, most of the time, his opponents would either die or be injured. Such a martial style was not stable enough. However, against opponents who were inferior to him, it would be even more efficient, as it would easily result in a crushing victory. Yan Zhaoge also had the ability to do meticulous and patient work. However, with his personality, he did not like that kind of slow and meticulous fighting style. Therefore, he would not use it lightly. As Yan Zhaoge's group neared the bewildering maze sea, there were already some martial practitioners who had entered and exited the bewildering maze sea, who had detected abnormalities. At this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge's judgment had been correct. This feeling, why does it feel like the chi of true dragons? Yan Zhaoge looked at the layers of bewildering mist of the bewildering maze sea before him that roiled unceasingly, the clouds within gradually turning ethereal as a majestic, authoritative feeling emanated from them. Within the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body, the essence of the ice dragon that had still yet to be completely refined felt restless at this moment, vaguely being drawn over by the existence before them. This yin will enter within. You can flank him from the outside. Today's matter may be a decisive battle for Lin Qianqing. His sacred evil sect's few big and small cats that are usually nowhere to be seen may all be mobilized this time. Hearing his words, the other good martial practitioners who had come here along with Yan Zhaoge all agreed with this. Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei and Shi Jun, the two of them nodding towards him. Then Yan Zhaoge brought along the Northern Ocean clone. directly stepping into the clouds of the bewildering maze sea. The bewildering fog before them was even denser than when Yin Zhaoge had first entered the bewildering maze sea after having first come to the vast ocean world. The deeper they went, the denser the clouds became, the roars of dragons actually vaguely emanating from within. As Yin Zhaoge walked within, he could only feel as though there were countless true dragons resting amidst the dense fog before him. Oh, could it be that the fortuitous encounter that this Lin Qianqing is looking for is also that legendary burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea? Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge guessed. The black-clothed middle-aged man recorded in the light projection of the great beam of the divine palace had ultimately never returned, his whereabouts unknown. It was unknown whether he had returned to the world beyond worlds due to urgent matters, or whether he had ultimately perished in the vast ocean world. However, when Yin Zhaoge had seemingly unintentionally asked the vast ocean world martial practitioners about this earlier, most of them had said that they had never heard of this black-clothed middle-aged man. It was to be expected that the black-clothed middle-aged man had concealed his tracks. If he had died in the vast ocean world, he should not have died somewhere outside. Instead, he should have died in some mysterious place that others would be hard-pressed to find and set foot in. This burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea was the most likely. In this vast ocean world, from a material perspective, it was precisely this legendary place that Yin Zhaoge was most interested in. As they advanced, the Northern Ocean clone's gaze abruptly flickered before he directly shot out along with Yin Zhaoge. The fog was instantly ripped apart, yet there was still nothing amidst space. However, the Northern Ocean clone directly punched towards the air. The fog there abruptly distorted, seeming to be dyed by a layer of ink as it transformed into a black shadow. It was none other than the evil Saint Lin Qianqing. The Northern Ocean clone's fist had yet to come into contact with him when a gust of wind assaulted his face. Lin Qianqing's figure shook slightly. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, "Today is the 11th of this month. You are currently in a weakened state, and we are enemies rather than friends. I will not stand on ceremony and beat you when you are down. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 549. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone extended his arms, a heavenly cloud of the Northern Ocean divine spear stabbing towards Lin Qianqing. After all, the spear forged from evil shifting sect master Feng Jingsheng's spine and white bone essence energy was not a real weapon, and could only be used temporarily. But at this moment he was using his fists as a spear, fusing his spear technique into his fist technique. It was also very majestic. Lin Qianqing cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, and fighting head-on was not his forte to begin with. Now that he was in a weakened state, he was even less able to withstand the sharpness of the Northern Ocean divine spear. Where the tip of the spear surged, Lin Qianqing's body that resembled a black shadow instantly shook like water, as if about to be torn apart. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He transformed into balls of black shadows and fled swiftly into the distance, fleeing towards the depths of the bewildering maze sea. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, but he did not halt as he directed the Northern Ocean clone to continue his pursuit. Even at his peak, Lin Qianqing would still be inferior to Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone in terms of pure speed. Therefore, while he tried to escape, he was ultimately unable to escape Yin Zhaoge's pursuit. However, Lin Qianqing seemed to possess some sort of special treasure. Whenever Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were in close pursuit, light would flicker within Lin Qianqing's hands. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that it resembled a round pearl. This pearl resembled the eyeballs of a dragon. Every time it flickered, the surrounding roiling cloud chi would become much more condensed, manifesting into the form of a true dragon, helping Lin Qianqing block Yin Zhaoge. It was like a finishing touch. The dragon eyes flickered, and the true dragon chi around it became denser and more condensed. Having been dispersed by Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, it had reverted to bewildering fog. However, accompanied by a flicker of the dragon eye in Lin Qianqing's hand, the surrounding fog condensed once more. Just like that, with the help of the treasure, Lin Qianqing staggered into the deepest part of the bewildering maze sea. According to the general understanding of the vast ocean world, having arrived at this place, Even martial saint experts would have to pay attention, rarely entering it. Yin Zhaoge did not hesitate as he followed closely behind Lin Qianqing along with the Northern Ocean clone, entering this dangerous ground where few people tread. At this place, one could feel that the true dragon qi was even denser. It made one feel like there was a true dragon hidden in the surrounding clouds. Yin Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought before he saw the black shadow that enveloped Lin Qianqing descend towards the great sea down below, plunging headfirst into the seawater. As the Northern Ocean clone punched downwards, the seawater parted, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss beneath. Lin Qianqing's figure merged into it, gradually vanishing without a trace. However, the Northern Ocean clone brought Yin Zhaoge along in hot pursuit, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Qianqing. Glancing back at Yin Zhaoge, Lin Qianqing separated his palms and struck out, not towards his pursuers, instead shaking the surrounding deep sea. A great amount of black qi instantly arose from within the deep sea, actually resembling numerous vicious dragons as they assaulted towards Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Glancing at this black qi, Yin Zhaoge recognized that it was the flourishing essence qi of life which had been converted into death qi. However exuberant the life force had been when it had been alive, how heavy the deathly stillness was now, virtually causing one to feel suffocated. The boundless death qi seemed to want to devour all the living beings that entered this place, forcing them to step into death and stay here forever. Yin Zhaoge thought to himself, no wonder this is a place of great danger, seldom visited by people. In the past, no one had been able to clearly explain the origins of the death qi here. However, Yin Zhaoge now knew that this extremely exuberant death qi probably originated from that burial ground of numerous dragons. Dragons were naturally born beings, their qi and blood powerful to the extreme. Even young dragons that had yet to mature possessed powerful physiques and life force. Even the death of a single dragon could produce majestic death qi, let alone the burial of numerous dragons. Having arrived here, Lin Qianqing felt like a fish in water. Originally in a state of weakness, his strength actually seemed to be gradually recovering. Yin Zhaoge knew that this was because the illusory shadow demonic art excelled in plundering the essence qi of living beings. While this place was filled with dense death qi, it was all converted from the essence qi of living beings. Lin Qianqing could temporarily absorb the death qi into his body, instead boosting his strength. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. The Northern Ocean clone shook his arms, hacking apart the numerous black qi that resembled vicious dragons before continuing to shoot towards Lin Qianqing. Lin Qianqing turned and struck out with a palm, forcibly clashing with the Northern Ocean clone's iron fist. As the two martial saints clashed, violent air currents instantly expanded into the surroundings, actually dispersing all the black qi within the deep abyss at the bottom of the sea, causing a vacuum to appear within the deep abyss. Both sides unleashed their power to the maximum, the illusory shadow demonic art forcibly clashing with the Northern Ocean divine spear. The Northern Ocean clone's right hand that seemed to have been sculpted out of white jade had now completely lost its luster and moisture, becoming bony and shriveled, resembling a dried corpse. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqing's right arm transformed into a blurry shadow, working hard to dispel the powerful force of the Northern Ocean divine spear. Still, it finally exploded, completely shattering. With just a single exchange, the battle had reached its climax. The Northern Ocean clone inhaled deeply, silently circulating his profound art and circulating his true essence. While his right hand was still shriveled, it now had a little more color to it, also slightly more plump. Seeing this, Lin Qianqing let out a low snort, turning and leaving once more, continuing to dive deeper into the deep abyss. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone pursued him relentlessly. As the two battled, the surrounding death qi grew denser and denser as even Lin Qianqing did not dare to easily absorb it into his body, lest he might die at any moment. After walking for a while, Lin Qianqing suddenly halted. Then he suddenly raised a hand, a streak of light flickering amidst the all-encompassing black qi. It was precisely that dragon eye. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted. Then he saw the black qi converge madly with that dragon eye as its center, finally transforming into a massive black dragon. The black dragon only had a single eye, But at this moment it was like a true dragon had been revived. A terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it assaulted over, causing one's heart to palpitate. Nian Shan, wielding the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, was only this much. However, what was even worse was yet to come. Lin Qianqing raised his hands consecutively, another 8 dragon eyes flying out before drawing upon the majestic death chi of the deep abyss, transforming into 8 massive black dragons once more. A total of 9 one-eyed black dragons roared madly, intermingling together as they sealed off the entire deep abyss. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone as well as Lin Qianqing were all locked down by these 9 powerful black dragons. In just an instant, Yin Zhaoge felt as though his life essence was currently in the midst of disappearing. Gazing over, the lower halves of the 9 black dragons' bodies were buried at the bottom of the deep abyss, their tails seemingly connected to something. Within the dark deep abyss, light actually flickered, gradually forming a tightly shut great door. As these 9 black dragons coiled, their tails tugged at the great door, currently attempting to open it. The power of the door clearly originated from the life essence of Yin Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone, and Lin Qianqing. Sacrifice. Looking at Lin Qianqing, Yin Zhaoge saw that the other party had circulated the illusory shadow demonic art to the maximum, his entire person resembling an illusory shadow, not existing in this world. As the 9 one-eyed black dragons devoured the life essence, they momentarily neglected Lin Qianqing like this, instead mainly targeting Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Especially the Northern Ocean clone, who possessed a martial saint body and exuberant life force to the extreme, becoming their primary target. Lin Qianqing's ethereal voice resounded from the illusory black shadow. Opening this legendary dragon gate requires the sacrifice of a massive amount of life force. Only a martial saint can do it. I am unable to open the gate myself. I am specifically waiting for some smart aleck to come here. It can be Zhao Zhong, it can be Lin Shi, it can be you. Yin Zhaoge said, "Don't stand on ceremony. As you say, I am also unable to open the gate alone." Chapter 550. Within the deep abyss, the roars of dragons resounded unceasingly. However, they were no longer grand and majestic, mighty and vigorous, as they were instead filled with a brutal killing intent. The 9 one-eyed black dragons locked down space together, unceasingly devouring all life force other than the death chi within the deep abyss. The massive bodies of the dragons, whose length was measured in li, were now taut, their tails tied to the massive door down below as they tugged forcefully. As the 9 dragons opened the door, it shook unceasingly. After the radiance was no longer dazzling, looking over carefully, that door was clearly formed of pure white bones, and from their shape they were all dragon bones. Absorbing the essence of life force, the lifeless dragon gate seemed to glow with life once more as it gradually showed signs of opening. However, wanting to completely open this massive dragon gate, abundant life force was required. Yin Zhaoge could feel that his Northern Ocean clone's life force was shockingly currently being depleted in a great amount. Lin Qianqing's entire body transformed into a faint shadow, virtually undetectable amidst the deep abyss that was filled with dense black fog. His voice seemed to resound simultaneously from every corner. "I believe that there will definitely be smart people who will be able to deduce that I have come to the bewildering maze sea, attempting to locate the dragon tomb. However, your intelligence will send you to the place I wish you to be. The one who arrives first will be able to help me open the dragon tomb." Amidst his words, Lin Qianqing circulated his illusory shadow demonic art to the maximum, evading the attacks of the 9 black dragons. Yin Zhaoge was well aware that Lin Qianqing's words were actually not just for the sake of a moment of pride. Instead, he was intentionally angering him. If his and the Northern Ocean clone's minds were unstable, even attempting to attack him, it would be even easier for the black dragons within the deep abyss to devour their life force, hastening their deaths. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly, not speaking as he got the Northern Ocean clone to guard himself, preventing his life force from leaking out with all his might. Meanwhile, he himself drifted towards that clump of black shadow that Lin Qianqing had transformed into. Lin Qianqing said mildly, "If you refine that clone of the Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kuan, You might still be able to threaten me. Even though my body is weak now, even though you yourself are brimming with talent, it is still too early for you to think of doing anything to me. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. Save it. If my Northern Ocean clone were to attack you now, he would be unable to defend his life force first, being sucked dry by this 9 dragons devouring heaven's ritual. Lin Qianqing said, You are indeed an extraordinary young man, but so what? If you do it yourself, your life will also be devoured by the sacrificial ritual. Moreover, I have completely transformed into a netherworld phantom. You can't hurt me. As time passes, your martial sacred's clone will eventually become the sacrifice to open the dragon gate. Without that martial saint doppelganger, you won't be affected by the 9 heavens devouring 9 dragons after the ritual ends. You won't be able to escape from me. Lin Qianqing's voice was calm and certain. From the moment you chased me into this place, everything was already destined. A burial ground where dragons enter the sea. What a great opportunity this is. Do you know how many dragons are buried here? 10? 100? Let me tell you, far more than that. Believe me, to be able to attend this grand event and open the Dragon Gate is already something that you should be proud of for the rest of your life. Although you don't have the rest of your life. Yin Zhaoge was not flustered or angered as the corners of his mouth arched slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a smile. Everyone is the same. Let us work together. Don't you just want to provoke me into making a move, watching as I reap what I sow, dying beneath this 9 dragons devouring heavens? Coming near the black shadow, Yin Zhaoge raised his palm. As you wish, I'm here. As Yin Zhaoge advanced and raised his palm, his life force grew more and more unstable, being devoured at an accelerated rate by those 9 one-eyed black dragons. Yin Zhaoge's skin even began gradually losing its luster, turning ashen, showing signs of shriveling and aging. His originally shiny black hair also began to dry up. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not waver in the slightest. As he raised his right hand upwards, forming a fist seal, everything seemed to come to a halt for just that one moment. A feeling of danger suddenly arose within Lin Qianqing's heart. Yin Zhaoge's right fist descended from above, its target precisely towards the illusory figure formed of Lin Qianqing. The feeling of danger within Lin Qianqing's heart grew stronger and stronger. Logically speaking, even though Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, he, Lin Qianqing, was currently executing the illusory shadow demonic art with all his might as a martial saint, not seeking to injure his enemy, only seeking to transform and protect himself. Yin Zhaoge should not be able to do anything to him. However, Lin Qianqing currently felt as though a great calamity was about to befall him. That feeling was like the heavens and earth before him had arrived at the end of the world, all things perishing together as they were completely destroyed. The heavens and earth before Lin Qianqing's eyes seemed to be collapsing and overturning, everything falling into chaos. Everything seemed to be reversing in reverse. Above Yin Zhaoge's head, numerous essence talismans congregated, transforming into a massive spirit formation which manifested Yin Zhaoge's fist intent as it circulated. As Lin Qianqing gazed over, that fist intent formed an illusory world of light. However, everything within this world of light shockingly seemed to be reversing and reversing. Cyclic heavenly seal. This fist of Yin Zhaoge's focused on intent rather than force, not on the majestic power of the cyclic heavenly seal that could overturn the heavens and the earth. Instead, it was the profundities of its concept, the essence of reversing the 2 extremities of yin and yang. Lin Qianqing's illusory shadow demonic art currently posed no threat to the outside world, as he was only fully focused on developing his own concept and variations in his divine abilities, in order to resist the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Disturbed by Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal at this moment, the illusory figure formed of Lin Qianqing instantly became bright at times whilst dim at others. Beneath the reversal of the 2 extremities, Lin Qianqing's figure actually began gradually becoming clearer, turning from illusory to solid once more. Amidst the black silhouette, Lin Qianqing's face gradually appeared. Even with his usual composure, he was greatly shocked at this moment, not having thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually be able to break through his illusory shadow demonic art. Looking at Lin Qianqing, Yin Zhaoge smiled. You are a martial saint. If not for the inherent shortcoming of the illusory shadow demonic art, causing you to be extremely weak now, I would also not have been able to drag you out of that illusory scene so easily. Still, since you chose to come to this bewildering maze today, don't blame me for taking your life while you're down. Lin Qianqing discovered to his shock that, under the influence of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, not only had his illusory form been broken through, he had gradually regained his physical form. The essence qi of life forms that he had plundered had transformed into dark devilish qi, originally being rather compatible with the death qi of the deep abyss. Now, however, it had actually regained its vitality. This was even more attractive to those 9 one-eyed black dragons than the Northern Ocean clone. The main target of the 9 dragons devouring heavens instantly shifted from Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone to Lin Qianqing. Greatly enraged, Lin Qianqing simply summoned his strength, striking out towards Yin Zhaoge with a palm, wanting to force back Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. However, Yin Zhaoge did not evade at all, the momentum of the cyclic heavenly seal not changing as he instead raised the earth-devouring burner with his other hand, dispelling Lin Qianqing's devilish palm. Lin Qianqing's heart sunk. With this proactive attack, his power became even more unstable, as it was unceasingly absorbed by the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Come, evil saint. Let us witness this grand occasion together. Chapter 551. Under Yin Zhaoge's influence, Lin Qianqing felt his life force being unceasingly absorbed by the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lin Qianqing discovered that the signs of his life force flowing away had already been suppressed. He discovered that the situation was already completely out of his control. As the 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual continued, the dragon gate down below was also slowly opening as he had expected. However, the main body being sacrificed was already him, no longer Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The final result of the ritual would be that his life force's essence qi would be completely sacrificed to the ritual, with Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone enjoying the fruits of it. A fierce light flickered within Lin Qianqing's eyes as he dispelled the illusory transformation of his own accord, beginning to accumulate power as he targeted Yin Zhaoge. Seeing that Lin Qianqing looked like he was prepared to go all out, Yin Zhaoge instead was no longer in a rush as he began to slowly drag things out with him. The enemy advanced and I retreated, the enemy retreated and I advanced, angering Lin Qianqing to the point of seething with anger. Yin Zhaoge had no intention of killing Lin Qianqing here along with the Northern Ocean clone. Since Lin Qianqing had prepared this 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual to open the dragon gate, Yin Zhaoge was naturally happy to do so. Wanting him to pave the way for Lin Qianqing as a stepping stone, Yin Zhaoge was naturally not interested. However, wanting Lin Qianqing to pave the way for him as a stepping stone, Yin Zhaoge would definitely smilingly agree, not being stingy in extending a helping hand to help Lin Qianqing complete his glorious mission. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, who had still been domineering a moment ago, suddenly become extremely slippery now, Lin Qianqing did not find it funny at all as a chill surged within his heart. As time passed unceasingly, the 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual unceasingly devoured Lin Qianqing's life force. Looking at Lin Qianqing, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "There is indeed someone who thinks himself clever. Lin Qianqing, you did not die by my hands. Instead, you died by your own scheming." Lin Qianqing let out a final frenzied roar. Accompanied by this roar, the dragon gate down below, dragged along by the 9 black dragons, finally mightily opened. Meanwhile, one of the 3 peak martial saints of the vast ocean world, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing's figure gradually aged and decayed, gradually sinking within this deep abyss of the bewildering maze sea. A martial saint had been slowly ground to death by Yin Zhaoge with the unique environment of the Dragon Gate. He had died in an extremely vexed and sullen manner. Yin Zhaoge joined up with the Northern Ocean clone. Then, he saw those 9 one-eyed black dragons emit a long mighty roar together, no longer coiling within the deep abyss as they instead wanted to shoot upwards. The dragon gate below slowly opened, An endless light shot out from within. There's still such a change? Yin Zhaoge's heart tightened as the Northern Ocean clone hurriedly led him to the side. The 9 one-eyed black dragons broke through the sea and rose into the sky together. Their tails followed closely behind, dragging streams of light behind them. They rushed out of the abyss, passed through the seawater, broke through the surface of the sea, and rushed straight into the sky. Yin Zhaoge was also a little shocked at this scene. He saw the deep abyss still collapsing unceasingly. Then, amidst the rumbling of the dragon gate, it actually closed once more and left the ground as well. The 9 soaring black dragons seemed to have turned into dragon heads, and the dragon gate at the end was like a dragon's tail. The thick stream of light in the middle was like the body of a dragon. At this moment, it was as if a gigantic light dragon that surpassed one's imagination had flown out from the bewildering maze ocean. Its head was like a mountain range and its body was like a river. The light dragon tore through the horizon aimlessly. After circling once in the air, it slid down into the distance. Yin Zhaoge chased it from the depths of the sea. He saw that while the tail of the massive dragon still remained in the bewildering maze ocean, its head was already smashing down towards another region of sea. To the northeast of the bewildering maze ocean was a continent. While the vast ocean world was dominated by the sea, there were continents as well. Some sects had established their sects on these continents. Adjacent to the bewildering maze ocean was the territory of the Brilliant Thunder sect of the 6 evil sects. On the Thunder Fire Peak of Mount Jiamao, a group of Brilliant Thunder sect martial practitioners had congregated. Currently in the midst of discussion, their chief, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui, having failed to surround and kill Yin Zhaoge in the star-shifting sea, had returned injured. Having just returned to secluded cultivation, he had to stabilize his injuries first. Those of the Brilliant Thunder sect were shocked whilst also feeling uneasy. Having failed to surround and kill Yin Zhaoge, the Brilliant Thunder sect had also formed enmity with Yin Zhaoge. Even Gung Hui had been injured. If Yin Zhaoge were to pursue them, the Brilliant Thunder sect would have to have a way to deal with him. As long as we guard our sect, even if that brat surnamed Yin has a martial saint clone, he will still be unable to do anything to our sect. With him having failed in his attack, he may rampage in places other than Thunder Fire Peak. That would cause great destruction. Contact the other evil sects. If we all move together, we will be able to exterminate him. If he comes seeking revenge, we might just be able to set up a trap for him. After the Sacred Evil sect, the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island have broken through the Blood Dragon sect. They are all rushing towards Water Crystal Palace now. They probably won't be able to make it back in time. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. The leading elder waved his hands. We can make a final decision after Chief has recovered from his injuries. Now we should first be on full alert and inform the disciples who have gone out to return, lest that Yin Zhaoge pursues us. As he was speaking, his expression suddenly changed greatly. A boom resounded from his secluded cultivation grounds as Gung Hui directly shot out from within. Some Brilliant Thunder sect martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases were still at a loss as to what to do when they saw the higher echelon experts of their sect fleeing towards the outside of the mountain. Virtually not giving them much time, a terrifying light dragon descended from the sky, directly slamming into Thunder Fire Peak. Instantly the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Thunder Fire Peak directly leveled by a terrifying force. A massive basin left behind where it had been. The long mountain range collapsed and shattered in its entirety. Deep ravines spanning tens of thousands of kilometers on the Great Earth. The entire continent shook intensely, as though it was about to shatter into a few pieces just like that. The martial practitioners of Myriad Sword Pool and the other sects who had been on the same path all had dazed looks on their faces, not knowing what was happening at all. It was as though a world-ending calamity had descended upon the world without any prior warning whatsoever. The light dragon slammed into the Great Earth, rushing within as the light quickly vanished. There was only that massive dragon gate at the tail of the dragon which was smashed into the ground along with it, landing at the bottom of the basin. Dust suffused the air, sand and pebbles filling the air. When it had gradually calmed, only a massive basin remained where it had been. At its center was a great door formed of white bones. Gung Hui looked dazedly at the scene before him. rigidly swiveling his neck and scanning his surroundings. He discovered that only the few peak martial grandmaster experts of his brilliant thunder sect had managed to escape. Everyone else had been destroyed along with their sect. The brilliant thunder sect of the six evil sects, one of the few sacred ground-level powers of the vast ocean world, had virtually been exterminated by this sudden calamity in an instant. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone rushed out of the deep abyss, chasing after the light dragon as they headed northeast. Seeing the scene of the light dragon smashing into the great earth, Yin Zhaoge was also rather dazed. Lin Qiancheng probably didn't know that such a thing would happen, right? This method of his is really too much of a scam. The direction in which the light dragon is traveling seems to be related to the circulation of the earth veins of the vast ocean world. I wonder whose sect has been unlucky? Having left the bewildering maze sea and ascertained the direction, Yin Zhaoge's expression involuntarily turned rather strange. It seems to be the territory of the Brilliant Thunder sect. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.